Please silence all cell phones and mobile devices. Our program is about to begin.
Who are the most respected men and women in every corner of this great country of ours? America's new car dealers. And who puts it all on the line every single day and risks it all? Dealers. Who shoulders every paycheck for over 2 million American jobs? Who shows up day after day, proud to be in this business? Who built their business from the ground up and keeps it going strong through generations? Dealers. Who drives the heartbeat of the American economy in the greatest country on earth? Who goes that extra mile for their customers? Who stands tall and fights for dealer rights on Capitol Hill and in state capitals everywhere? And who gives back, supporting local communities and the charities that hold them together? You guessed it, dealers. And at the end of the day, who leads this industry with strength, passion, and purpose? It's America's new car dealers. Now, please welcome 2025 NADA Chairman, Tom Castriota.
Well, good morning. NADA dealers, managers, and friends, and welcome back to Las Vegas. I hope you're enjoying the show, and it really is great to see the energy of the show and our industry coming together. And today, I really do have the honor of turning the reins over to a good friend and fellow Pittsburgher. Rob Cochran will be our incoming chair from Monroeville, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And let's kick things off by getting to know Rob, our 26th chairman, Rob Cochran.
I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, about 10 miles east of the city. I'm a strong believer that those with a purpose impact lives, the community, impact an industry. It's one of the things that has enabled us to grow over the years. I'm second generation. My father was a Pontiac salesperson in a small town. Just before I was born, he and my mother bought the dealership. Our headquarters is in Monroeville, Pennsylvania. So I went to school locally here at Carnegie Mellon University.
How are you?
What I learned from my father was just the energy and the intensity that he brought to his passion and his cause. Today we have 35 dealerships, 1,900 team members, people that have been with our company 35, 40, 45 years. They really are exceptionally talented.
The culture here at Number One Cochran, it's very unique. When we talk about always winning, it's always winning as an individual, our growth as a person, our organization, how we represent ourselves, the way we take care of our customers, our team members.
5 values for Number One Cochran: win, be a beacon of light, make people feel better about themselves, be radically transparent, don't have any hidden agendas, be out there and speak the truth, check your ego. We do a lot of things in the community. a lot at the grassroots level and several large partnerships, including our partnership with Rosedale Tech. We all know that technicians within our industry are scarce, and we need to bring younger people into our industry.
One of the biggest things that's happened out of this partnership is that Rob has helped connect us to OEM manufacturers for additional training, additional resources and vehicles for our students to use.
Rob is an incredible Carnegie Mellon alum. We hold the #1 spot in some really important areas, including artificial intelligence, embodied AI or autonomy, cybersecurity, a number of areas that are quite important to the automotive industry. Rob has stayed very close and has his team regularly participate in a lot of the programs and educational opportunities that we offer in these spaces that are so critical to the future of the industry.
Christine and I have been married for over 30 years. I have 5 grown children. Family life is exceptionally important to us.
Rob is a very involved father, very patient. Rob has loved watching them grow up and watching them play sports. He's very involved in their lives. He's a really good dad.
For me, my family has been a wonderful foundation and stabilizer. You know, being a father or a mother is a lifelong quest, and it's been a joy for me. We need more people that are engaged in where this industry is going. And that's really what NADA is focused on. As NADA chairman, I'm looking to go and to drive industry change with customer experience, with artificial intelligence, with policy strengthening, where we think the industry is going over 4, 5, 6 years, and how we can put dealers in the best position to compete.
Rob is going to be a great leader because there's so many different issues right now facing the automotive industry that he has the strategic mind to bring people together and solve them collectively.
I've known Rob for about 2 years, and he's a board member on the Pittsburgh branch board of the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland. His innovative approaches to what he's done with his business, but also, you know, the respect he commands across the industry, I think make him a natural selection as an ADA chair.
I think one of the differentiators around Rob is his willingness to pilot and test new technologies, new approaches. So you have someone who is leading the charge of this industry group who's walking the walk.
I'm excited for the NADA, and I'm excited for the dealers. As Rob in this chairman role, as I know he will make a tremendous impact on our industry in the time frame he's there.
I can distinctly remember sitting at my college graduation, and the president of the university said, "Have the courage to dare to disturb the universe." And that resonated with me back then, and it still resonates with me every single day.
So what do you think? So ladies and gentlemen, again, please help me welcome our 2026 NADA Pittsburgher Chairman Rob Cochran. Rob, it really is an exciting time for our industry, even as we face some big challenges ahead. And I know we are all in great hands with your leadership and leading the way. So last year, I handed out challenge coins to everyone, but that was my tradition. And as many of you know, the Olympics begins tomorrow in Italy. So I thought it was only fitting to start a new tradition. I don't want to pass the torch to Rob, literally, but he said I can't light the torch. So this torch now will be passed to Rob and subsequent chairman to chairman. Rob, congratulations.
Thank you, Tom. I'm so glad it's not lit. Tom, Thank you so much. Those of us on the NADA board, and most of us are here today, those of us on this board know you as someone who cares deeply about our industry, cares about listening and engaging with the people who make it what it is. Tom, exceptional job this past year. Well done. Thank you for your leadership.
Thanks, Rob. God bless you.
So, good morning, Las Vegas. Good morning, NADA world. It is really, really great to be with all of you today. Super Bowl weekend in Las Vegas. Do we have any Seahawk fans in the house? How about Patriot fans? Do we have a lot of people cheering against the Patriots? Those of us from Pittsburgh, Tom, myself, Sandy Angelo, our vice chair, is a Steelers fan. We just love the Patriots. So good luck to both. I'm sure it will be an exciting game, and it's a great weekend for this city. But that is this weekend. And right now, we are in the midst of a record-breaking NADA show. So welcome to all manufacturers. Welcome to all dealers, all dealer management teams, all key vendors serving our industry. And we have our international friends from over 45 different countries are here with us today, and our ATAE partners. As I begin, I do want to recognize someone that is special to this industry. Our ATAE from Pennsylvania, who after 43 years of service to our state and its dealers and the ATA body at large, is retiring at this convention. I believe this is his last official act. John Devlin, thank you for your exceptional leadership. And to Pat, his wife, all I can say is good luck with John's retirement. Thank you, John. What a time it is in which we live. A time of profound change and transition. As we look at our business model today and in the years ahead, we are managing more variables, more uncertainties, and more transformation than at any point in our history. Here are just a few examples. First, geopolitics. NADA has spent a great deal of time observing global markets and the dynamics of China's emerging auto industry. It has been a hot topic. The implications for legacy OEMs and for all of us that participate with them are significant. The question is, where does it go from here? Secondly, government control of how vehicles are powered. These past few years, we've all been on this strange odyssey with EVs and government mandates. NADA was front and center last year, front and center, leading us to more clarity and sensibility. But more work remains. Thirdly, technology. Artificial intelligence is accelerating faster than any of us might have imagined. And what will this mean for how future customers shop, how we staff our dealerships, how OEMs operate in alignment with us or perhaps not in alignment with us in 3 years, 5 years, even 7 years? These are just a few of the variables that are reshaping our world. With that in mind, the importance of NADA and your involvement, all dealers' involvement, has never been greater than it is right now. I'm deeply, deeply honored to serve as your 2026 chairman. I'm a second-generation dealer with a number of stores and franchises in Western Pennsylvania and Eastern Ohio. And I've always been one to challenge convention and someone who works to clarify the destination before charting the course. That is the mindset that I will bring to this role. Because with all of the moving parts, with all of these moving parts that we're all working to navigate, it is essential that we are clear on where we want to be in the years ahead. My focus this year is primarily twofold. First, to continue and to strengthen our excellence in managing the issues of the day. Policy, regulation, OEM engagement. Now, you see, this is an easy one. This is an easy one. The NADA team, led by Mike Stanton, is made up of the most dedicated, capable, and connected professionals anywhere. We are extraordinarily fortunate to have them on our side. Secondly, to focus more and more on strategic issues so we can shape the collective future we seek rather than simply reacting to it. So a few years ago, NADA began a more strategic journey with the cost of distribution. At the time, coming out of COVID, there was growing chatter from some of the OEMs about the so-called cost of dealers. NADA commissioned an independent third party, Oliver Wyman, to compare the economics of the channel cost, the franchise system, the agency system, the direct sales system. And what we found was illuminating. Rather than cost differentials of in the thousands, $2,000 to $3,000 a unit, which was alleged, it was only a few hundred. Then when factoring in the value-added activities that dealers provide, the result was actually a net positive for the franchise system. Dealers are not middlemen. Dealers are not middlemen or middlewomen. And anytime somebody says something like that, you hear somebody say that, you see it online, react to it and refute it. It is false. We are a cost and a channel cost of distribution, much like Tesla has. We are the most efficient value-creating channel in automotive retail. That's strategy piece one, cost. Strategy piece two, customer experience. What do customers want? The NADA policy team was heavily involved in the defense against the FTC vehicle shopping rule, a measure that would have added unnecessary time, complexity, and confusion into the auto buying process, and one that would have imposed burdensome cost on dealers and consumers alike. So we challenged it. NADA challenged it in federal court along with the Texas Automobile Dealers Association. And we won. But at last year's Washington conference in September, FTC Chair Andrew Ferguson, a Trump appointee, Andrew Ferguson, made it clear the industry must constantly work to improve itself. Made it abundantly clear in behind-the-scenes discussions with Mike Stanton. In other words, this discussion is not over. So we can choose. We can either sit back and just hope nothing changes, or we can lead. That's why we've commissioned yet another third party, Ipsos, to conduct a deep dive on customer experience across the industry and to identify the real sources of friction at both the dealer and the OEM levels. So where we go with this information will be determined over the course of the next year. But our goal is simple: to improve and to strengthen the customer journey before someone else tries to legislate or regulate it for us. The third and final key focus is technology and artificial intelligence. The pace of change is staggering. How might this impact retail car buying? How might it redefine OEM strategies? At NADA, we've launched an internal task force with outside AI experts to help define areas that NADA must monitor going forward. And while we don't know exactly where this technology wave will take us, one thing is abundantly clear. It will not be business as usual in 3 or 5 or 7 years. The time to prepare is right now. So there's plenty of work ahead, and it is indeed a fascinating time. I'm thrilled to be taking it on with our outstanding NADA board, 65 members strong, and an executive committee who work tirelessly and selflessly on behalf of the industry. I'm excited to be working with this group. All of us, the board, the executive committee, and each of you will work together to continue to protect what makes our system the best in the world, while positioning ourselves to thrive in the next era of automotive retail. Thank you for your time today, and let's have an extraordinary 2026. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Rob. Y'all think we're in good hands? Well, you just met our top leaders. Now, let's meet some of the top dealers in the industry who set the standard for excellence. For 57 years, the Time Dealer of the Year Award has represented the pinnacle of achievement for new car dealers across America. These nominees embody integrity, leadership, and a deep commitment to the communities they serve. It is our honor to introduce to you the 2026 Time Dealer of the Year Award nominees.
And now, let's recognize the men and women who shape our communities across the country. The 2026 Time Dealer of the Year nominees. Jonathan Allen, Gulfport, Mississippi.
Jonathan sponsors food drives, youth sports teams, and charitable events in Gulfport.
Steve Beck, Pierre, South Dakota.
Steve launched a monthly Amazing Teacher program recognizing and celebrating local teachers.
Emily Marlowe Beck, Front Royal, Virginia.
Emily started a kindness campaign that inspired employees and local organizations.
James Bernstein, Augusta, Georgia.
James and his team work to make their Augusta community better every day.
James Bazzetta Jr., Smithtown, Long Island, New York.
James supported the expansion of the Stony Brook University Children's Hospital.
Nolan Campbell, Arlington, Wisconsin.
Nolan's annual Santa and Reindeer celebration provides support for local families.
Robert M. Cavender, San Antonio, Texas.
Robert's Cavender Cares program strengthens San Antonio nonprofits through leadership, service, and community impact.
Jamie Cobb, North Little Rock, Arkansas.
Jamie sponsors programs that support the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer campaign.
Carla Kosinski-Zayak, Hadley, Massachusetts.
Carla leads community-driven initiatives that support local causes, strengthen communities, and empower women.
Rusty Drewing, Jefferson City, Missouri.
Rusty supports the United Way of Central Missouri and Special Olympics of Missouri.
Lee Edwards, Birmingham, Alabama.
Lee has helped purchase much-needed equipment for Children's Hospital of Alabama.
Ben Pharisee, Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Ben is a dedicated supporter of the Care and Share Food Bank in southern Colorado.
Johnny Wayne Ferris, Jefferson City, Tennessee.
Johnny Wayne advocates for God's Warehouse, an organization that has shipped 140 containers of humanitarian aid.
Martha Fato, Triadelphia, West Virginia.
Martha helps hospitals in West Virginia's northern panhandle provide breast cancer services.
Melanie Funkhauser, Chantilly, Virginia.
Melanie and her team work to make their community better every day.
Anthony Gordon, Davenport, Florida.
Anthony is extremely passionate about serving and giving back to his Polk County community.
Everett Helmuth, Suitland, Maryland.
Everett supports Central Union Mission in delivering essential services to those in need.
Matthew Helmkamp, Mishawaka, Indiana.
Matt's Community Support Team initiative focuses on nonprofits serving children.
Mario Hernandez, Idaho Falls, Idaho.
Mario, through donated vehicles, has helped local school raffles generate hundreds of thousands for education.
Marshall Jesperson, Dover, Massachusetts.
Marshall champions addiction recovery services offered through Link House.
Kate Keith, Annandale, Minnesota.
Kate supports the local high school with scholarships and tools for aspiring technicians.
Alicia Kellum, Jacksonville, North Carolina.
Alicia and her team support the Onslow Victims Center and Zing Zum Children's Museum of Jacksonville.
Stephen Cassee, Claremore, Oklahoma.
Stephen supports the Miss Oklahoma pageant through the gift of a new vehicle.
David Cole, Marlton, New Jersey.
David raises funds for Evesham Township schools and education enrichment programs.
Bert Lindsay, Columbus, Ohio.
Bert founded a resource network to revitalize the Far East Side community of Columbus.
Mike Mahalik, Winter Haven, Florida.
Mike's sports events help equip Winter Haven Women's Hospital with essential equipment for newborns.
Jim Marsh, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Jim is a major contributor to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital.
Bill McDaniels, Columbia, South Carolina.
Bill has raised over $9 million to fight cancer for 2 local hospitals.
Thomas McMahon, New Iberia, Louisiana.
Thomas supports the Sugar Chapter CCA, which protects Louisiana's marine resources.
Steve Malloy, Farmington, New Mexico.
Steve is passionate about giving back by supporting organizations that serve local youth.
David Moore, Hartford, Kentucky.
David mentors students through Junior Achievement of West Kentucky.
Michael Mullaney, Poughkeepsie, New York.
Michael raises funds for the Miles of Hope Breast Cancer Foundation.
Russ Newby, St. George, Utah.
Russ contributes time and resources to organizations serving the St. George community.
Clint Newell, Roseburg, Oregon.
Clint founded Music on the Half Shell, a free summer concert series in Roseburg.
Tom Price, Larkspur, California.
Tom is celebrating his 50th year as a dealer serving the San Francisco Bay Area community.
Wade Rabine, Plains, Montana.
Wade supports local fundraisers for the school and volunteer fire department in Plains.
Duke Scott, Westchester, Pennsylvania.
Duke champions breast and ovarian cancer initiatives through a long-standing partnership with Unite for Her.
Pat Shields, Chanute, Kansas.
Pat is involved in local organizations including Relay for Life and the Neosho County 4-H.
Allison Spitzer, Amherst, Ohio.
Allison sponsors community-centered initiatives including Adopt a Pet events and the local stadium.
Todd Zott, Holly, Michigan.
Todd is a committed supporter of Ronald McDonald House of Detroit and the families it serves.
Doug Weiss, Auburn, Maine.
Doug cares deeply about giving back and helping those around him.
Dan Wilder, Jr., Port Angeles, Washington.
Dan supports the Duck Derby, raising funds for the Olympic Medical Center Foundation.
Rod Wilhelm, Jamestown, North Dakota.
Rod raises funds and awareness for those affected by Huntington's disease.
David Wright, Hiawatha, Iowa.
Dave's partnership with Show You Care promotes and supports local charities helping those in need.
Rick Yim, Galesburg, Illinois.
Rick is a strong advocate for the Galesburg Community Foundation, supporting local nonprofits.
Anthony Young, Owasso, Michigan.
Anthony supports his area's backpack food program and local conservation efforts.
And Jason Zollner, Beatrice, Nebraska.
Jason supports the food bank and the Beatrice Backpack Program, ensuring no child goes hungry.
Presenting the 2026 Time Dealer of the Year nominees. Now, please welcome Time CEO, Jessica Sibley, and the President of Allied Dealer Financial Services, Doug Timmerman.
Congratulations to all of our 2026 nominees. It's an honor to be with you to celebrate your success and all of the amazing work that you do in your communities. And Doug, I am honored to share the stage with you to present this award. Ally first partnered with Time and NADA in 2011, and since then, Ally is not only our exclusive sponsor, they're also a true partner. And we're thrilled to continue this relationship with Ally on such an incredible program.
Well, thank you, Jess. Ally is proud to be part of the Time Dealer of the Year program for the 15th year and to honor this group of 47 extraordinary men and women. They may not wear capes, but they're true hometown heroes nonetheless. They make extraordinary contributions to their communities every single day, and it's a privilege to work with them and celebrate their accomplishments. On behalf of Ally, congratulations to each of you on being recognized, being best of the best in our industry.
All right, let's get to it. Doug and I will now announce this year's regional finalist. Our first finalist represents the Northeast region. This nominee began his career outside the automotive industry, but a desire to carry on his family's legacy ultimately brought him home. After completing the NADA Dealer Academy, he stepped into a leadership role, overseeing major operational improvements and developing leaders across a team of nearly 150 people. Deeply committed to his community, he serves on multiple nonprofit boards and is a longtime supporter of local schools through Evesham Education Foundation. In 2025 alone, his dealership helped raise more than $70,000 for education initiatives benefiting students across the region. Nominated by Laura Perota, President of the New Jersey Coalition of Automotive Realtors, please congratulate Dealer Principal of Burns Honda in Marlton, New Jersey, David Cull.
Congratulations. Fantastic.
Congratulations.
Our next finalist represents the Midwest region. This nominee found his way into the automotive business unexpectedly after first serving in the military and working at a struggling dealership that taught him the business from the ground up. After purchasing his own store in 2004, he built a people-first culture, earning national recognition as one of the best places to work in the automotive industry more than a dozen times. His commitment to giving back is extraordinary, donating more than $50,000 annually to the Boys and Girls Club of America and helping deliver over 2,000 Thanksgiving meals each year to families in need. Through a long-running media initiative, his dealership has also helped raise tens of millions of dollars for local profits. Nominated by Bruce Anderson, President of Iowa Automobile Dealers Association, please congratulate President of David Wright, Nissan Subaru in Hiawatha, Iowa, David Wright.
Our next finalist represents the Southeast region. This nominee began his automotive journey as a teenage apprentice technician, earning multiple certifications and learning the business from under the hood before rising through sales and management to eventually become dealer principal. In 2014, he led a $2 million facility renovation, reinforcing his belief that long-term investment in people and place drives lasting success. His commitment to community service includes long-standing support of the Boys and Girls Clubs, literacy initiatives, student lunch programs, and driver safety education. Through his hands-on volunteerism and consistent local giving, he continues to uplift children and families throughout his community. Nominated by Greg Kirkpatrick, President of the Arkansas Automotive Dealers Association, please congratulate Dealer Principal of Gwatney Buick GMC in North Little Rock, Arkansas, Jamie Cobb.
Congratulations, Jamie. Our next finalist also represents the Midwest region. After being let go from a dealership he helped build, this nominee took a leap of faith and founded what would become one of the largest Honda dealerships in the country. Over more than 5 decades, he has built a business defined by transparency and faith and has transformed a dealership into a lasting community institution. His community leadership includes founding a nonprofit dedicated to revitalizing East Columbus through education, workforce development, and neighborhood support. From converting dealership space into learning centers to hosting large-scale community events, his impact continues to transform lives. Nominated by Zach Duran, President of the Ohio Automobile Dealers Association, please congratulate President of Lindsay Honda in Columbus, Ohio, Bert Lindsay.
Our last finalist represents the Southwest region. This nominee began with a minority ownership stake and a bold vision to transform an underperforming dealership into one of the most respected operations in the region. Through calculated risk-taking and continuous reinvestment, he now leads a thriving dealership powering a workforce of more than 170 team members and earning multiple top honors from Toyota. His community impact is remarkable. For 17 consecutive years, his dealership has donated a vehicle for local school raffles, generating more than $2.1 million to support student programs and activities. His people-first philosophy extends beyond business, funding college tuition for employees' children and creating opportunities that last for generations. Nominated by Jim Adis, Executive Vice President of the Idaho Automobile Dealers Association, please congratulate Principal of Teton Toyota of Idaho Falls, Mario Hernandez.
You're ready to get up here, baby.
Well, congratulations to our 5 outstanding finalists. But there can only be one winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2026 Time Dealer of the Year is David Wright.
One picture here.
Let's go.
There we go. Thank you. Go ahead right there. Yep, perfect.
We are proud to share this moment with you, and we invite your family, David's family, to please join us on stage. Where's the family?
You'll be all right. David would like to share a few words? Right off here. We'll get the family up here. Awesome.
Congratulations. 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 Oh, what a beautiful family.
Normally it doesn't start off people coming up with an award saying I'm in big trouble. But my wife told me last night, and my wife told me this morning I should prepare some remarks, and I didn't. 35 years, I think I'd start listening to my wife just once in a while. But let me just start with thanking NADA, the staff and the board for all you do for our industry. This is the best business in the world. We have the greatest jobs anybody could ever have. And thanks to organizations like NADA and our state associations like IEDA, we can continue to do this year after year. Time Magazine, wow, thank you. This is such a great honor. I think I can speak for most dealers, but not many industries get a magazine like Time to give us an award like this, so we greatly appreciate your efforts and all you do for us. And Ally, thank you for sponsoring. You guys have treated us well. I think I can speak for everybody on the stage. Speaking of everybody on the stage, holy cow, this may be the first time I got lucky in Vegas. They must have flipped coins to win this thing, because there's some amazing people on this stage. Not sure how I ended up over here, but and by the way, disclosures, we live in the world of disclosures. If I forget anybody, I'm sincerely sorry, because I didn't listen to my wife and write this down. Let me thank IEDA, the folks that nominated me, led by Bruce Anderson. I think everybody in this room knows Iowa's Association of Auto Dealers is probably the gold standard. When you walk to these halls, everybody knows about the Iowa Association, led by Bruce Anderson and his amazing staff. And our board of directors this year, led by Jason Willis, our chair. Thank you so much for the nomination, all your support and confidence in me. Actually, I want to thank Subaru a little bit too. We've been so blessed in this industry, and Subaru is one of the few manufacturers I personally think, and I've been associated with, that understands what giving back to a community truly means, what the value we bring. When someone's in need in the community, they come see us. They knock on our doors first. And Subaru's brought that escalated up to a new level for us and helped us out. In fact, Monday, my family and I are going to go hand out 200 shoes and 400 pairs of socks to kids that probably don't have shoes. We'll certainly remember the kids who came in with shoes that were 2 or 3 sizes too small. In the past, we would have just handed out a few $100s and hoped kids got shoes. With Subaru's partnership, we've been able to elevate that, and now we can resource these shoes, and we get to win too. There's no greater feeling than to help someone that needs that help. So thank you, most importantly, to my family. Holy cow. I've been doing this for over 30 years. They've allowed me to do what I love. I went to work every single day of my life doing what I loved. I never doubted what I did. I never, ever said, holy crap, I'm not getting up today and go to work. This is what I've loved. They sacrificed for me, I know that, and I appreciate that. Now I'm so blessed. 3 of my children have joined the family business. My oldest son, Tyler, my daughter, Sydney, and my youngest son, Tanner. So thank you. Thank you to my family for all you've given me. And thank you all you dealers for what you do. There's no question when a community needs something, they knock on the auto dealer's door first. And we're a great organization of people to do great things for our communities. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for putting trust in me with this award. God bless.
All right. Congratulations, David. And man, how about that jacket he had on? It's pretty cool. And thank you to Time and Ally for their continued support of that award. It means a whole lot to us dealers. And so today, our powerful speaker is Molly Fletcher. Molly is an author, a podcaster, and a sports agent turned performance strategist. Her message focuses on unlocking potential, operating with high intensity, and winning in both business and life. Let's get to know a little bit more about Molly.
Our next guest knows how to break barriers and inspire others. Hailed as the female Jerry Maguire, she forged her career as a top sports agent, negotiating more than $500 million in contracts for some of the biggest names in sports. But she's more than just a trailblazer in the sports world. As one of the first female sports agents, she didn't just shatter ceilings, she rewrote the playbook. Today, she's an author of 6 books, including her most recent instant #1 USA Today bestseller, Dynamic Drive. She is a sought-after speaker and the host of the popular podcast, Game Changers with Molly Fletcher. Her TED Talk, over 1 million views. She is dedicated to helping leaders and teams unlock the tribe within. And for her perspective, it's as fresh as it gets. Please welcome former sports agent, author, and podcaster, Molly Fletcher.
I like that. Michael Joe. Thank you, boss. NADA Vegas, what's up? Are you guys acting right? I'm wondering, I saw some of you in that lobby bar last night. So listen, it's awesome to be with all of you. I want to start with this question. Who in this room, who has heard of a guy by the name of Zig Ziglar? Yeah, okay, got it, awesome. And so for those of you that don't know, Zig was an unbelievable motivational speaker, author, a really great man. And when I was growing up as a kid, I grew up in Michigan. And as a young kid, I have 2 older brothers, and my dad was actually a pharmaceutical sales rep. So from time to time as a kid, when my brothers didn't have my head in the bottom of a toilet, or I was in a headlock, I would run down to the basement at my dad's office of the house, and I would see on the corner of his desk books by Zig Ziglar. See You at the Top, Born to Win, Secrets of Closing a Sale, and I'd see them. And from time to time, I'd pick them up and I'd read them. And I was sort of in these dorky middle school years, undersized, trying to find my way. And I would pick them up and read them, and I thought, this is amazing. This is so cool. You can take in information, content, and it can help you show back up in the world maybe a little better. From time to time, we'd throw the cassette tapes, remember those days? In the car and listen to them on our way to school or practice. And so as I started to approach graduation from college, I said to my parents, I really want to meet Mr. Ziglar. Like, I love what he does. I love how he does it. I love what he stands for. And I think maybe one day I'd love to do what he does. So I start sending him letters, postcards, phone calls, blowing him up for several months, until finally he very kindly agreed to give this 20-year-old sort of schlep a few minutes in his office in Dallas, Texas, which was super cool. So I save up my money, buy a ticket to Dallas. I'm flying to Dallas to meet with Zig. He's given me 20 minutes. I'm walking into his office, and by the way, I was going to lead with this, that I had finished second place at my high school to be the commencement speaker. And like second place, we had a lot of kids in our graduating class, like 400 or 500 kids. Second place is pretty solid, don't you think? Yeah? It's good, yeah. 2 people tried out. But I was rolling in there and leading with that. So I walk in, I said, Mr. Ziglar, I love what you do. I love how you do it. I said, I really think one day, sir, I would love to do what you do. And he very, very kindly, humbly sort of looks right at me, 21 years old, and he says, listen, Molly, I think it's great. Like, I love it. I think it's awesome, to have goals and dreams and vision and all that. He said, but do me a favor first. Why don't you go out into the world and do something? Like anything. But do something. And then maybe you can go back out into the world one day and talk about it. Now, I was down $200, right? And he told me something that was pretty straightforward at some level, but you know what? He was right. What Zig was saying in so many ways was, go figure out what you got inside of you. Go figure out what you're made of. Go unlock what I often refer to as your drive, what I call dynamic drive. And so I did. I threw my tail back on that airplane. I flew back to East Lansing, Michigan, and as was shared in the video, I pursued my other big passion for 2 decades and was a sports agent. And I had an opportunity to recruit and work with some incredible athletes, coaches, broadcasters, right? Guys and gals who wake up every day and have to perform often on a world stage. In a business, by the way, I think that's interesting, that's so much like yours in the sense that it's about relationships. It's about connection. It's 24/7. It's a bit of a grind. There's constant change. So much, I know,
like your world, as leaders, as dealers, whether you're vendors or manufacturers. And so for 2 decades, in so many ways, it was a front row seat to peak performance, right? Like it was a front row seat, a courtside seat to the mindset, the behaviors, the beliefs, the way the best of the best sort of recover and navigate change and challenge. In a business like yours too, where I've heard this, which is interesting, the business of the agent business, I've heard there are more agents than athletes to represent. That is a jacked up business model, don't you think? So for 2 decades, this was my world, and I started to discover something kind of interesting. In the world of sports, right, the fans see, right, we see, sort of the general public sees, all of these moments, don't we, of achievement, right? Like the trophies and the accolades and the drained putt to win a tournament, the last-minute step-back 3 to take your team deeper into the tournament. That's what the world sees, the fans see. They see the moments of achievement. But for me, every day, all day long, for 20 years almost, I saw everything in between the moments of achievement, right? Like the challenges, the self-doubt, the struggles, the injuries, the trades, the releases. For 2 decades, sort of everything in between the moments of achievement. And I started to notice a common thread between the ones who get to the big leagues and stay there. A common thread between the ones who sustain success, who stay there over a long period of time. And what's interesting is that common thread, it isn't luck. It isn't talent, right? Like the best of the best that get there, it isn't talent. And it absolutely isn't an accident, for sure. And so what I began to understand is these keys in so many ways that wasn't an accident, that certainly wasn't talent, that they weren't born with, is also the same kinds of things that we as leaders, as business people, we can also tap into. And so I identified sort of these 7 keys, and I want to unpack some of them for you so that most importantly, you can leave this time together and lay it over top, right, of the people that you lead, of the communities, no question, that you impact. And I thought about your world and some of the things that I know that you're navigating, which is obviously a ton in the world today, as has been touched on. And so I wanted to sort of unpack a few that you could apply right away. And so this is a little bit of an image at some level of the 7 keys that I know are essential for our ability to perform at the highest level and stay there. What I saw in great athletes and coaches, and I'm going to unpack a few of them right now. So number one, when we think about what I would argue is inside of us, sustained high performance, mindset is essential, isn't it, to our ability to adapt, to navigate change. Mindset is something that I saw consistently be integral to great athletes. So have you guys heard of a guy named John Smoltz? He was a pitcher forever. So Smoltz was a client of mine. He's a great pitcher, of course he was, and now he's on TV. Well, John was a right-handed pitcher. So he was the guy that would step out on the mound, at the beginning of games as a starting pitcher, and John would throw, 80 or 90 pitches, and then, in a perfect world, and then 4 or 5 days later, he would do it again, and again, and again. And that was John's rhythm and routine as a starter. And he was good, obviously, right? All-star games, Cy Youngs, all that. So one day, I'm sitting in my office 10 years into John's career as a starting pitcher. 10 years, a decade in this role. And my phone rings. And it's the general manager of the Braves, of the team that John pitched for. And he calls me up and he says, listen, Molly, we have kind of a unique situation next season. I said, what's up? He said, we don't have a closer, meaning we don't have a guy that can step out on the mound at the end of games, throw hard, sit guys down, and close out games. He said, we don't have anybody. And he sort of continued. He said, there's nobody in the minors that we want to pull up. There's nobody we want to trade for. There's nobody on the free agent market. He said, listen, could you do me kind of a favor and just talk to John, just sort of broach it with him and just see if he'd consider just for next season closing for us. wow, right? So I take all this in from the general manager, of course, get my head around it a bit, do my own research, right? All that. And then I called John up. And by the way, like, I think you'd find this interesting. Like, to say he was intentional about how he prepared as a starting pitcher is candidly a little bit of an understatement, right? Like, I mean, he was a guy who one day he calls me up, true story, he calls me up and he says, Molly, listen, this is really cool. I go, what's up? He said, I got a hyperbaric chamber. I go, what do you mean? He goes, like, I got this hyperbaric chamber at the house. He said, it's great. I get in it, I zip it up, I go to sleep, I wake up the next day, I feel amazing. I was like, wow, dude, that's really cool. Like, you do that after you pitch, you know, to recover faster, feel better? He goes, no, every night, get in it, zip it up, wake up, I feel amazing. I was like, dude, you're married. Come out of that thing once in a while, you know what I'm saying? Take care of Diane, right? Literally 2 years later, he comes up, he goes, hey, Molly. I go, yeah. He goes, Diane and I go, yeah. He goes, we've been having some trouble. I'm like, yeah, no shit. So to say he was intentional is an understatement. So I take all this in. I call Smoltz up. I go, listen, I got an interesting phone call. And I walk him through this whole sort of deal. I mean, over a decade as a starter, and this is a big shift. John takes it in. We have a few conversations. He processes it. And then about 3 or 4 days later, he calls me up and he goes, look, this whole closer thing. He said, you know what, Molly, I want to do it. I want to do it. He said, this team needs me to do this. Bobby Cox, the manager of the team, needs me to do this. He said, these fans need me to do this. He goes, look, these 24 other guys in this dugout, they need me to do this. I want to do it. I want to do it. 10 years into his career as a starter, John stepped into the closer role the following season, and he led the National League in saves with 55 saves as a closer in this new role. He went into the Hall of Fame as not just one of the best starters to pitch in the bigs, but one of the best closers. Here's the thing, I saw that mindset over and over again. This mindset at some level that, look, I can stay comfortable in this space, or I can allow change to happen for me, not to me. I would argue that as leaders, great leaders, we go first inside of these moments. The pit that we get in our stomach when we're stepping into obstacles and challenges and change is a signal that there's an opportunity for growth. But so much of it is the ability to turn the inner critic that comes out in our head and tells us the things that aren't going to take us where we want to go, that we listen and turn that into an inner coach. Suffocate that inner critic. And here's the thing, you can imagine, right? Like when I got into the sports agent business, trust me, there wasn't women leaning on the fence at ballparks in between scouts and coaches, right? I'd lean on that fence and there'd be scouts and coaches with, you know, clipboards and whistles around their necks and stopwatches and chewing tobacco in one lip and bubble gum in the other. So I'd pack a chew and just, no, I'm just kidding, I didn't do that. But I would argue that what we choose to tell ourselves is essential. And there was a lot of moments, certainly, where I doubted myself. Will this work? Can this work? Is this a little bit too, or all of that? And when I'd walk back, I'd have a choice to make in that moment. Am I going to tell myself something that's going to help me get there, or am I going to stay stuck? I would argue that adaptability at some level now is almost the new currency for us as leaders, isn't it? For us to be able to carve that path, certainly for the teams that you lead, right? For your GMs, even for our communities across the globe. Mindset to me matters. The other one I wanted to touch on is curiosity. You know, as leaders, curiosity creates chances for us. I think curiosity as leaders can create choices for us too. So when we think about curiosity, I'll tell you a fun story. So I graduated from Michigan State. I grew up in East Lansing, by the way, and then I was a rebel, whole big-time rebel. Went 2 miles away to college. Crazy. So after I graduated, I played tennis there, and I looked at my parents and I said, look, you know what? I think I'm going to try to move to Atlanta. Grew up in East Lansing, really close to my folks. I said, but I think I'm going to try to move to Atlanta because there's a lot happening in the sports space down there. The Olympics was coming. Super Bowl, sports teams, all that. So my parents are great, but they're like, cool, how are you going to pay for your little, pipe dream excursion? Because we're not. So by the end of the summer, I taught tennis. I saved $2,000. I get like about $2,100 bills, pretty much, throw them in my back pocket. Get my little Honda Accord, right? And I'm back, stick shift, remember that? Backing out of the driveway of my Honda Accord, and I look up at the top of the driveway, and I see my parents, and my mom is crying. And then I could read my dad's lips. He looks at her, and he goes, really? She's going to be back here in 2 weeks. Why are you crying? So I back out of the driveway. A friend of mine from high school gave me the names of 3 people in Atlanta who were tennis pros. And she sort of thought, well, maybe these folks will help you. So I drive down to Atlanta, I get down to Atlanta, and I wake up, I was able to sleep on the couch of my friend from high school's apartment until I sort of found a job and sort of found my way. So the first morning I wake up, my coach gave me the names of these 3 tennis pros. I've got them on a little yellow sticky note. I grab the sticky note, I pick up the phone, I call the first tennis pro guy on my list. And as I'm chatting with him, we're sort of talking, he's very nice, and he said, Molly, I don't know if you know this, but like in Atlanta, like tennis is a really big deal. I mean, for example, he said, people teach tennis at apartment complexes for a reduction on their rent. I was like, what do you mean? Like they teach to the residents that live at the property, and then they just give the tennis pro just a little bit off their rent, and then they sort of have a regular job during the day. And I was like, wow. And I was like, he was a great guy. I said, dude, can I be honest with you? Like, I just woke up on a blue vinyl couch, right? I have like $1,600. I don't have a job. I've been eating grapes straight out of the produce section all the way to Atlanta for 3 days. Like, I could kind of use a gig like that. And he sort of chuckled. He goes, you know what? Actually, one of my really good buddies, he just got engaged. He's getting married and moving out of an apartment complex that's pretty close to you where he teaches tennis, but he's leaving. He said, and I don't think he's told the manager that he's leaving. So I get in my little car. I drive over to the apartment complex, walk in. The manager was there and introduced myself. And I said, hey, do you guys have a tennis court here? She goes, yeah. We have this tennis pro. He's awesome. Teaches every Tuesday night to anybody that lives here that, wants to come. And I said, oh, okay, got it, cool. I said, well, listen, and she sort of starts pitching me on an apartment, right? And I said, cool. I said, well, listen, if for any reason, like anything changes with him, I would love to talk to you about teaching tennis here. She goes, oh, yeah, no. Like, he's been here forever. We're totally good, but thanks for coming by. So I hand her my homemade paper-thin, absolutely bootleg business card. Remember those days? I said, well, look, if anything changes, let me know. I'm driving back to my friend's apartment, and right across the street, I see this little local pizza place. Pretty close, right there, about 100 yards away, and I think, I wonder if that place sells a lot of pizza to the apartment complex over there because it's close. It kind of feels like it should. So I pulled up. It's called Pero's Pizza. I walked in. I said, is Mr. or Mrs. Pero here? Out comes Mr. Pero. I said, Mr. Pero, I'm just curious, do you sell a lot of pizza over there at that apartment complex? He goes, wow, I guess a little bit, but I don't know, not a ton. And I said, Mr. Pero, like, we're talking about 1,100 apartments over there. It feels like you should. And he sort of smiled. He goes, yeah, that's true. I said, well, what if we did something where, like, let's say one time a month, you give me like 15 pizzas for free. I'll give them to people that come to the tennis clinic, get them excited about Pero's. If you give me a coupon from Pero's, I'll stuff it in the newsletter that they drop at the front door of every apartment every month on the first of the month. He said, you'll drop the coupon in the news? I go, yes. He goes, done. I love it. I was like, sweet. Here's the thing. I don't have a deal over there yet. But Mr. Pero, like, I'm close, man. So can we just keep this one, between us? He said, well, I like it. I said, I promise I'll be back. I get in my car. I'm driving back to my friends. And as I get back, I called my buddy at Wilson Sporting Goods who'd given me all my stuff when I played in college. So I called my friend. I said, hey, could you put a box of swag together for me? Send it down to me in Atlanta. I'll give it to people at this tennis clinic. Get them excited about Wilson stuff. And he said, wow. He said, Molly, I'd be happy to. Very nice. Next morning, I grabbed these tennis tips that I had previously written, 50 little tennis tips, probably very poorly written, candidly, but I thought, well, let's reuse them. let's put them in the newsletter for the residents at this apartment complex. My box comes in from Wilson. I drive back over to the apartment complex. I walked in and I was like, hey, I'm Molly. I came by the other day, and I'm like this, right, with the tips on top. She goes, oh my gosh, you're not going to believe this. This is insane. I'm like, what's up? She goes, the pro came in this morning. He's getting married. He's moving out. Like, we need a tennis pro. And I'm sitting there like, no. That's crazy kind of timing. And she goes, totally. And I go, well, look, I was just dropping off this box of stuff from Wilson. We could give it to the residents. And these tennis tips we could put in the newsletter. Wow, this is really great. You know, I got the guy we've had, boy, I got to tell you, he's been fantastic. But he never did, like, this swag and tips. And I said, no, this is cool. Well, like, how did it work, you know? And she said, well, he taught every Tuesday night for an hour and a half. And, you know, and we gave him a little bit off his rent every month for that. And I said, got it, cool. And I said, well, like, how much is the rent? How much you give him off? She said, the rent's $850. We gave him $500 off the rent every month. We would just write us a check for the difference at the beginning of the month for $350. I go, got it. She said, yeah, I mean, it's great. I said, okay, cool. I said, listen, you're not going to believe this. I said, I'm just curious. Have you been to this place across the street called Pero's Pizza? She goes, what? I go, right over here. These guys are great. They'll hook us up with free pizza. And I sort of walk her. She goes, wow, I got to tell you, this is really cool. Like, the guy we've had, I mean, he's fantastic, but, like, he's never done a giveaway pizza. No way. I said, well, here's the thing. This whole, you know, like, $850, $500 thing, and, you know, write a check. And she's like, yeah. I said, what if we just, you know, waive it? Like, just waive it straight up. Like, don't you think it'd be a little bit cleaner? You know what I mean? We like clean deals, right? Yeah? A little bit easier. She goes, what? I said, let's just waive it. I'll move in. We can keep the momentum. She goes, well, I got to go call my boss and, like, see if we can even, you know, do that. And I'm sitting there thinking, I'm good, right? I have no job. I'll wait. She walks out. She comes back like 10 minutes later, and she said, look, I told him about this pizza thing, this newsletter, these tennis tips, this Wilson stuff. She said, you're good to go. In fact, she said, Molly, honestly, it would be great if you could move in as soon as possible. I lived in this little apartment complex, taught tennis every Tuesday night for free for 9 years. It was sick, right? But here's the thing. I tell that story because you know what it was just really, truly about? Just being a little bit curious. It was about, at some level, standing inside of her world. One of the things that I think is incredibly important for us to consider, both for us as leaders, but certainly for the people that you lead, how can we act like we have the business before we have the business? How can we act like we have the business before we have the business? How can we behave in a way that sends a message to the relationships in our lives that really matter? This relationship really matters. In fact, it matters so much, I'm going to give you a little hot take of what this might look like. Curiosity can create chances for us, choices for us. I would argue that it's essential to stand inside truly of the heads and the hearts of the relationships and the people in our lives who matter most. Stand in their heads and hearts. Anticipate the gaps in their lives. When we do this, whether it's in our communities, with our dealers, on the floor, with the people in our lives who matter most, this is a powerful thing. And part of this for me, every single day as an agent, I would truly try to stand inside of the head and the heart of the athletes that I work with. What are they worried about? What are they excited about? What's working, what's not working? And part of that came as a result of some mistakes I made. I remember one day I roll into the office early in my career. I've got a minor league guy. He's in Durham. He went like 0 for 4 the night before, struggling a little bit at the plate. You know, they got a road trip. He drives 6 hours to the next minor league town. And sure enough, I call him. I get into the office, raring to go, call him at 9 o'clock in the morning. He'd gone 0 for 4. He sprained his ankle. He wasn't feeling. I was like, hey, man, what's up? From that point forward, I would argue that it became sort of a part of my ritual, was to truly stand in the head and the heart. When we do that with the relationships that matter, that's just really about curiosity. You know, in so many ways, that was a little bit of an unsophisticated version of how I recruited athletes, was just standing in their head and heart, anticipating their gaps. I think when we as leaders do things and anticipate things for our communities, for the people that we lead, for the customers that we serve, when we see those things before they see them themselves, man, that's a powerful thing. I would argue, how do we also act like we have the business before we have the business? How do we behave in that way? How do we anticipate those gaps? I often will tell my daughters, right, if when you ask for advice, you get a job. When you ask for a job, you get advice. It's kind of true in business, isn't it? When we ask for the business, we get advice sometimes. Sometimes when we ask for the advice, we actually maybe end up with a business. Curiosity is a critical component to the work that we do. The other thing that I think is important, does anybody ever have, tough days, tough moments, tough weeks from time to time? Yeah. So let me ask you a question. Does anybody have people who call you on the phone? They call you on the phone and you look down at your phone and you see their name and you go, oh, shit. Anybody got people like that? Yeah, this guy's like, oh, yeah, do I? It's not your wife, I hope, right? So I had a client like that. And every single time she called me, it was like the blood would rush out of my body. I'd see her name on my phone and I was like, oh my gosh, what do you want? And it was so exhausting. And then finally I thought, is she better than her problems? In other words, does she deserve all of this energy? Because the truth is, the amount of energy I was giving that one relationship was astounding. And it was in so many ways compromising the amount of energy I could give to my team of agents, my other athletes and coaches that I worked with. It was compromising that. I think what's interesting for us to consider as leaders is who deserves your energy? Who deserves you? Who really deserves your energy? Who's better than their problems? As leaders, I think it's an important thing for us to consider. One of the things that I saw with great athletes and coaches is they are remarkably focused on who and what they give their energy to. I think it's interesting in business, we operate, don't we, through the lens of time. We're focused on time. Do you ever go back to back, meeting, call, whatever it might be, and then all of a sudden you get to the 4 o'clock meeting on that afternoon that's really important, really critical, really pivotal, and you don't have the kind of energy you need for that one because maybe we've given it away throughout the day. That's happened to a lot of us, I know, certainly to me for sure. I think really, really good leaders, really good operators, really good salespeople, they are hyper-focused on time. I would argue, though, great leaders, great operators, great salespeople, they are really locked in on energy. They're super clear on who and what they give their energy to. Who, in fact, is better than their problems. As leaders, we have the ability to make so many more of these kinds of choices. I would challenge you to pull back and consider who deserves your energy and who doesn't. And so often it starts with clarity, doesn't it? I saw that with great athletes. It starts with getting really clear on who does and who doesn't. What gives you energy and what drains your energy. Those people that you look down at your phone and you're like, the blood rushes out of your body, right? This is a PDF I threw in for you because I thought it might help. It's like a opportunity to look at your schedule through the lens of energy. It's just a free PDF that I thought would help you. It allows you to look at your schedule through the lens of energy the way that I saw great athletes look at it, which to me is essential for sustained high performance. It is critical to sustained high performance. Like we said, it isn't talent, it isn't luck, it isn't something that we're born with. So as we think about what I would argue is a way of life that is anchored inside of us, just like it's anchored in great athletes and coaches. Mindset is essential, turning that inner critic from time to time into an inner coach. Trust me, the first time Smoltzy got called in to close and he was running in from center field, in that moment, John had a choice to make, didn't he? He had a choice to make. Am I going to believe what the media said, about what a train wreck this is going to be because I'm too old for this? Or am I going to go ahead and step out there and do what I know I can do? As leaders, we go first. Everybody is watching how we show up in these moments. People can tell when we show up with the kind of confidence and energy that we need. It's essential. Curiosity creates chances. I would encourage you to pull back and say, who are the 10, who are the 15, 50, 100 most important relationships in your world? How can you truly create an opportunity to stand in their heads and hearts consistently? Stand in their heads and hearts and anticipate the gaps in their lives. I had a ball player once. He loved to play golf, and whenever he wasn't pitching, he was playing golf. And so if the rotation sat in such a way, he was teeing it up wherever he was. We literally put it in his contract that he could travel with his golf clubs. So I remember once looking out at the rotation, the pitching rotation, and I thought, wait a minute. If the rotation stays the way it is, he's not going to pitch in San Diego. He's going to have an off day. I could get him out on Torrey Pines. I picked up the phone and called him up, and I said, hey, man, if this rotation stays the way it is, dude, you're not pitching in San Diego. Do you want me to grab a tee time for you? Wow, yeah, Molly, that'd be awesome. When we can anticipate those gaps, see them before other people do, when we do that and the people, by the way, that we compete with don't, we create opportunities for ourselves, don't we? Resilience, though, is essential. So do we have parents in the room? Yeah? You have children, yeah? And you came from someone if you don't have children, right? Yeah? Okay, so now here's the thing. I heard that I could keep it kind of real, so I'm going to keep it real. You guys ready? My husband and I had our first daughter, which is just such an incredible blessing. And she was about 5 months old, and I'm headed home from the office one day, and I'm like, this is weird, but like I think I might be pregnant. But I'm like, there's no way. Right, ladies? Yeah? So I run into CVS, grab a pregnancy test, I take it, I get home, I take it, it's positive. And I'm like, yeah, that's gotta be wrong. I jump back in my car, drive back to CVS, and I'm not kidding, I bought 15 more. Walked in and just cleared the shelf. I get back home, I take them all, they're all positive. I call my doctor, she's sort of a friend, and I go, look, you're not gonna believe this. I said, but I think I'm pregnant. She just delivered our first. She starts laughing. And I'm like, no. And she goes, are you sure? I go, yeah, actually, I have some interesting data. I have 16 positive pregnancy tests. She goes, well, let me throw you in at lunch tomorrow. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's up. So I go in there at lunch. My husband meets me at her office. I go in, I walk in, I take his test, and it's positive. So you know the little room with the little black table and the chair, in the corner. And so I walk in, I lay down on the table, and she throws the sonogram on my stomach. And after a couple minutes, she goes, holy smokes, Molly. She said, look at this. I look over at the monitor, and truly, there's a baby with arms and legs kicking. She said, girl, you're 12 and a half weeks pregnant. And I remember looking at her going, do you think that's like maybe coming from a different room? Attached to somebody else, another chick in another room, maybe. No, girl, that's you. And my husband's sort of over in the corner, and then after a couple of minutes, I'm like, this is a blessing. This is a gift, honey, like we got this. And then after about 2 minutes, she throws a line on the screen on the monitor and puts another miracle on the screen. She said, Molly, you're 12 and a half weeks with twins. And I was like, that's coming from another room, girl. It's gotta be. And then I sort of chill out a little bit, and after a couple minutes, I look over, and by the way, now at this point, my husband's curling up in the chair, and there's daggers flying out of my eyes, right? So after a couple minutes, I go, listen, oh my God. And then after about a couple minutes, I thought, wait, I looked down at my watch, and I went, listen, guys, it's 12:30. I have a 12:45 lunch with Doc Rivers. He was in town playing the Atlanta Hawks. I'm like, guys, I gotta hop. I jump up off the table, I walk down the hall, jump in my little Honda Accord again, and I am driving to this meeting with Doc. And as I'm driving, I'm like, I better call my parents. You know what I mean? Like, I better call my mom and dad. I mean, actually, truly, just to let them know they're about to move to Atlanta, right? I get my mom on the phone. I'm like, Mom, I just want to give you a little heads up, little update. She's like, what's up? I'm like, Mom, I'm pregnant. She goes insane. You got to be kidding me. I'm like, Mom, come on, easy, right? Like, after like she chills out enough, I go, but Mom, just so you know, I said, it's twins. She goes completely berserk. She goes insane. I go, and she goes, Molly, let me tell you something. I just retired, okay? And the last thing I want to do is move to Atlanta and raise your kids. I said, well, pack it up, sister, because you're coming. Hang up the phone. I'm running into this meeting with Doc down this long hallway. We're meeting in the corner of the lobby for coffee, and he had a lot going on in his world, on and off the court, personally, professionally, and I remember just stopping for a hot second in this long hallway. I can still see it. And I thought, wow, I mean, do I tell him? You tell somebody you're having 3 kids in 12 months, it's probably going to jam a meeting up for a hot second, don't you think? It was a moment where I told myself, be where your feet are. Be where your feet are. It was a moment where, as hard as it is, be where your feet are. Control the controllables. For us as leaders and for us in your world, no question about it, as dealer owners, as business owners, as entrepreneurs, there's a lot you can't control right now, I know. Focusing on what we can't control will exhaust us to death. What are the things that we can? Mindset, attitude, effort, discipline, anticipation, getting in the heads and all of that. What are the things that we can and what are the things that we can't? I think the best present that we can give to our communities, to the people that we lead, is to truly be present. Be where your feet are is a powerful thing. I would argue it's an opportunity for us to consider, and I think sometimes when we pull back and consider the why, it was so fun to hear the nominees and David Wright. I thought the only David Wright I knew was the third baseman for the Yankees, but anyway, I think you won because of that blazer wherever David Wright is, right? That thing is killer, right? But when we can focus on what we can control, and sometimes when things get tough, going back to our why. So fun to hear the nominees and the winners relative to community and impact. So powerful. Resilience is essential to what we do. I want to leave you with one last quick, cool story. Oh, by the way, so people ask this all the time, so I threw this in for you because people are like, girls or boys? Like, tell me, what's the deal? So here's our girls when they were, I don't remember anything, for the record. It was all a blur. And there's our girls now, 22, 22, and 23, and my husband of 25 years. By the way, guys, that's what it's like to live in a sorority house. Just in case you were ever curious, and my mom and dad moved to Atlanta for 4 months. Came over every day like employees, 8:30 to 5, boom, in and out, clocked in, clocked out, right? And I am forever, ever grateful. So I walked out on the tennis court for one of my last lessons in junior tennis with a coach that I had worked with all coming up, and I was going to be a walk-on the Michigan State tennis team. And when I say walk-on, that's a little generous, right? Like I was kind of a crawl-on, really. And he said to me, he said, look, Molly, I know you really, really want to make that team, and I think it's great. He said, but here's what I've noticed. He said, you're like waiting at the baseline. You've stayed back at the baseline and you're not, which is the last line on the court. And he said, if you're going to make that team and make any kind of an impact and do anything at all and have any shot, he goes, you're going to have to get a whole lot more aggressive. So I want to play a game, he said, of sharks and minnows today.
Now that is what we call the ultimate cliffhanger. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the NADA live stage. How's everyone doing? All right, I got like 3.5 people that are doing great. What about this side? Is everybody doing good? What about here in the middle? Is everybody doing good? What about over here? That's what I'm talking about. All right, this is day 3 of NADA 2026. I'm super excited. For those that don't know, my name is Errol Bomar. I'm your host of the NADA live stage, and you are in our live stage living room. I only have 3 house rules. You ready for the rules? Rule number 1, be comfortable. Enjoy yourself. Rule number 2, anything you bring with you, take it with you. That means if you bring something, make sure it finds its way to the trash. Rule number 3, you can feel free to kick your shoes off. We upgraded the padding in the carpet. Here's the thing, though. If your feet stink or if you have holes in your socks, keep your shoes on. Other than that, that's what we're going to do. We're going to have fun. I also have been known to tell a dad joke a time or two, all right? Sir, let me ask you a question. Do you know when a dad joke becomes a dad joke? When it's apparent. See what I did there? Somebody got it. All right, now, with that being said, let's go ahead and kick off today's activities. We're going to be coming to you all day. We've got something going all day, a lot of exciting information, and a lot of things that you're able to take with you. Here's the other unspoken rule. When I announce someone and I bring them up to the stage, you have to applaud for them like they're your family member, your favorite person in the world, somebody you paid millions of hundreds of thousands of dollars to see to make them feel warm, welcome in the NADA live stage living room. So with that, kicking off the morning, we're going to talk about stop settling for bad AI. Ooh, that sounds exciting. Please help me in welcoming up Ross Tinkham, Vice President of Automotive from Podium. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you, Errol. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the time here this morning. Again, yeah, I'm Ross with Podium. For those I haven't met, nice to meet you. We're going to talk AI today. And I'm sure as you've noticed as you walk around the exhibit hall, I think everybody is selling an AI something. And so it can be, I think, confusing, right? It's a new technology, lots of different ways to think about what AI could mean for your dealership. So we're going to center on today, like how to really think about evaluating a solution, whatever that solution might be. And I think the exciting thing is this technology doesn't change weekly or monthly, it changes daily, right? And so things are going to be coming at you fast, and I hope that you leave here a bit more educated. And if you have questions, we'll save time for the end, or we can take them throughout. But we'd love to continue the conversation after the session today. So again, hi, I'm Ross. I've been serving automotive for the past 10 years here at Podium. I lead our sales organization currently. For a little bit of background on Podium, and we produce AI agents for automotive. And that's what we're going to spend time talking about today, AI employees, the rise of the AI employee. For those folks that aren't familiar, we work with about a third of the market here in the US, have thousands of dealerships using our AI today. And if you follow along with G2 reviews, we're very awarded in terms of our AI agents and what we're doing out there in the market today. So we didn't just show up in AI. This has been a journey for us for really the past 2 or 3 years. Again, a lot's changing rapidly, but we started that journey a couple of years ago with really the launch of our first AI employee. It was a single point solution. It was really built to help dealers maximize, right, the leads that you all invest in. And so we've had really huge success with that. There were some things that were good about it and some things that were not great, right? Like if you go back a couple of years ago, the technology wasn't where it is today. There were a lot of hallucinations from the agent. The integrations that we really needed to support, like the full functionality, weren't where they are today. And so it was like, it went well for us, but we've learned a lot over the past couple of years. And I think as you fast forward in time to where we're at in 2026, we are really looking at AI as like a new operating system for your dealership that's not a single point solution, but is built to really help you serve and navigate the entire customer life cycle. And obviously that could start potentially as a lead, as a prospect, buying a vehicle, and then really through that service journey. And I think what we're most excited about and what we've rolled out here at NADA yesterday is voice, right? Voice is really getting to the point, in particular in the service drive, where there's a ton of opportunity to optimize. And it's getting better and better every day. 6 months ago, you could really tell that you weren't talking to a person. It's getting harder and harder to distinguish. So voice is really, I think, the story for 2026. And something for you to really be paying attention to or leveraging if you're not today. So again, as I mentioned earlier, the technology is evolving on a daily basis, guys, right? And so I think buckle up. If you're not using AI, you should be starting today. And if you're not happy with how things are going with AI in your dealership, there's tons of options out there. And so I think this is really the year to make sure this is an investment and a strategy that you really get behind at your dealership. So here's just our quick agenda for the day. We'll talk just through kind of current state of AI, but we're going to get really more into like all AI is not created equal. And so how do you build a sound strategy around that? And how do you hold your vendors accountable, right? Because software is half the equation. The way in which you're supported, the way in which this is implemented in your dealership. There's a whole lot to think about beyond just slapping this in the door. without changing any of your processes or really how you think about customer engagement. So again, we'll save some time for questions at the end, but we'll get moving here. So current state of AI, like the vast majority of folks have tried it, are using it today. Just a quick like hands up from the audience. Are there folks who are currently using AI in their dealerships today? Okay. So we got maybe a third of the people here who just took the opportunity to raise their hand. Most are though, and we'll break this out in between variable and fixed operations as well. There are things we know to be true. Lead volume has been down. That's the reason we launched our AI BDC agent to really help you maximize that lead journey, right? The ability to respond to a lead quickly in a high quality way. The person that gets to that lead first in the right way is going to win that lead. And we know shoppers shop multiple dealerships, so every lead has mattered more. That has been the case for a few years now. But really what you're able to put together for your store is a path to more revenue. I mean, there's really two main value propositions for AI: to drive down operational costs and be more efficient with what you have, but also to elevate the customer experience in a way that's going to bring you more revenue in the door by being there for your customers. If we think about customer expectations today, they don't expect a human to pick up the phone after hours or at midnight or maybe on a Sunday when you're closed, but they do expect you to get back to them in some way, shape, or form, right? So if you center this really around, think about the expectations of your customers, you can't really leave people hanging, right? Or if you do, you're gonna lose them to someone else who is available. So again, just having AI is different than winning with AI. So we'll just unpack a little bit of what we mean here. I think the first important distinction or thing to think about is that as the technology has grown over time, we started with like very much kind of like a bot-like question-answer type of thing. Today in the market, we have what we would call the empathetic AI employee, and that really means two primary things. The first is that it operates like a human, right? It doesn't just answer questions, it engages, it detects emotion. It's more than just answering questions at a surface level, but can really understand the context of a conversation in the way that we all can, right? So that's point number one. The second point is really around the customization, right, of the agent. And that is something that is extremely important because, again, you operate your store with different processes than anybody else, right, in your market. And so if AI isn't extremely customizable to you, and it doesn't speak to your brand or how you want to communicate with your customers, it's just not good enough. And so that is when we talk about the empathetic AI employee, really what we mean there. On the variable side of the business, anticipated really through the end of this year that 70% of dealerships will be using AI to help them manage their sales process, to help engage leads in the door, to schedule test drives, the things that you'd expect there. So we're going to see rapid growth coming out of last year. The number's around 50%. We're going to be closer to likely 70% by the end of this year. So adoption is quite strong on the sales side. A couple of things just to dive in a bit more on like the differentiation of technology and the approach to how you leverage AI in your dealership. The past is like bolt-on agents, no customization, relies on scripts. You couldn't really train it easily. Where we're really at today is an opportunity to help, as you guys know, like slim down your tech stack, work with a singular provider, a single platform that can serve you on both the sales and service side of the business. It's super adaptable, grows with your dealership, can handle all inbound and outbound communication, and then really important, maintains context across that customer journey. So if I come in and purchase a car from you a year ago, AI knows through that thread as time goes on, every interaction that it's had with the customer, and so it's never starting that conversation fresh. It always has the context of what's happened previously. And so as we start to think really about platforms, these are just some of the things that give you an advantage there. The other thing that I would really highlight here is that the model matters. Like you don't have to be an expert in LLM technology. I mean, we know what it is. You should have at least a surface level understanding, but the model that backs the provider you're using matters really more than anything. And so the way that we've approached it is flexibility. Like right now, OpenAI is the model that we use because it's literally the best in the market. And again, there's incremental growth where it gets better and better every day. And the other thing to just consider is that as the model that is running your provider's AI solution gets better, like it's just getting better based on the model without the provider doing anything necessarily to make improvements on their end. So when you couple the right provider with the right model, you have like 2 levers of growth. And again, this really gets better every single day. We did a case study with OpenAI about a month ago. Happy to share that with anybody who's interested. So again, I want you to think about this as like a true strategic, you need to have a strategic vision for your store, right? So folks, I think, have experimented. We want to try to like solve specific use cases, haven't necessarily discussed how to measure progress or measure the outcomes versus an AI strategy. So think about your AI strategy in terms of outcomes. What are the business problems that we are looking to solve? Are we trying to convert? Are we trying to improve our response time to customers? What is the outcome? Well, quicker response time means more appointments in the door and higher conversion as we move through the funnel. You gotta really anchor yourself to a partner, right? Not just a vendor who again can help you really consider what the impact to your store is going to be and the other things beyond the software that you need to think about. And then your ability to really train that AI agent. Like, what are the things that are important to you that you might think about differently than some of your competitors? And so the opportunity to really train that AI with playbooks. So what will it take to win with AI in 2026? This is really the most important thing that we're going to discuss today is the trainability of your agent, not just the fact that it's trainable, but how you actually go about training it. So we've been on this journey for a couple of years now, 2-3 years. And I think there's a couple of I'll let you guys read through the use cases here, but I'm just going to unpack a few of them here. So the way in which you want a lead response agent to respond to a lead by lead type is going to vary based on the type of lead. Like what is the outcome we're looking for? An instant cash offer lead is going to be a different conversation than a third-party lead or somebody coming through your website, right? So the ability to customize engagement by lead source, the ability to program how you want a test drive scheduled. What are the qualifiers we want to ask of that customer before we actually push the schedule a test drive, or do we not want to? How do we want to handle the trade conversation when that customer flows in? And then just generally, like, how do you want to engage with your customers? What is your customer experience and your differentiators? And so customization is incredibly important. If you can't do that, it's not going to work the way you really want it to for your store. The way in which you customize the agent is actually really important as well, right? And so being able to give real-time feedback, to see that response be updated real-time, all things that are certainly available today. The ability to update policies and procedures as your policies change. And again, the ability to like monitor the performance as you continue to customize and see what works versus what maybe doesn't work quite as well. I do just have a walkthrough of like how we think about training our AI agent based on lead source. This is the instant cash offer example that I gave earlier, right? Like, how do we want to handle in-state versus out-of-state? Do we want to ask some qualifying questions of the customer about their timing? Do we want to dig in more to the condition of their vehicle? Like, what are the specific things that help us use our agent to sift through the noise and really qualify it based on what we needed to qualify? So again, just sort of one example of how you can program your agent, and you can get very, very granular with this. And the great news is that once you do that, you don't actually have to go back and do it again, which is far different than trying to maintain training or consistency from the humans in your dealership. Even our best folks have bad days. We might sort of fall back into bad habits. Once you train and build AI to your specification, you're never going to have to go back and do that again, which, again, there's investment on the front end, but in the long term, it puts you in a much, much better spot. The other place where we're seeing AI really take hold is in the service lane. So we know there's tons of opportunity to optimize here. Service advisors' jobs are hard, right? Like, we're inundated by phone calls. We're super busy, but you can't necessarily scale up enough humans to really get you sort of above that. So adoption, you know, we're seeing adoption around half of dealers using AI in the service drive today, with over the next 2-3 years probably getting closer to 75% of the market. So again, this is for sure not a new thing. People are trying different things. But as we think about like where is the opportunity in service, we've been in a volatile, fickle market over the past couple of years, and it's hard to predict revenue just based on sales. And so I think every dealer that we speak to is looking for ways to optimize the service drive for the long term, right, to drive more consistency there. But those departments are often under pressure or understaffed, or everybody is just straight up busy. And so when you think of things like what are those pressures primarily? Staffing strain. We know customers expect you to pick up the phone when they call. There's a lot of voicemail. There's a lot of phone tag and back and forth. I think on average, right, like if you think about the missed calls and what the opportunity is there as a general average, there's about $1 million in lost revenue a year just by missing the phone, right, and not connecting with your customers when they're looking to call you. And then there's a lot of manual data entry that has to happen in a number of different systems. Like AI really becomes a solve for that when it's talking to your customer and having that information flow into the systems you need it to flow. So there's really an opportunity to take some of the pressure off your team, but more importantly, I think from a customer expectation standpoint, you can make sure that that phone is answered every time somebody calls, right? Like you don't have to miss another phone call ever again. That's just not where we're at, and that's impactful, right? People calling you on the phone are your highest intent customers outside of somebody walking in the door. Service marketing as well, like the ability to really automate this to a deeper degree than it is today. We know there's communications going out from the OEM. We know we're running, specials, sort of peanut butter spread email marketing campaigns to our customers. AI gives you the ability to connect with your existing systems of record and reach out to with the right message at the right time to the right customer. And then the best part about it is you can kind of close loop the system. Traditional marketing might drive someone to pick up the phone and call you, or you might send them a link to the service scheduler, but you can do service marketing, engage with a customer via AI, and automatically get that appointment scheduled. So it really is end-to-end, where nobody in the store has to lift a finger here. So you can market, book appointments, and actually see in real time that new revenue flowing through the door. Turn missed calls into booked appointments, right? Have a voice AI agent available to confirm some details with the customer based on their record in the DMS. Ensure we're talking about the right vehicle, ensure we've got the right information there, and then literally book that appointment, right? Without having to send someone the service scheduler link, without having to have a human pick up the phone and answer that. And then just like some other food for thought on the marketing side, we know there's a ton of revenue opportunity there with things like declined service. And so your opportunity to reach out to customers who missed their service appointment, someone who's defected and hasn't been in over the past 3 to 6 months. These are all things that you can automate, and based on the triggers you select, ensure you're reaching out to the right customers at the right time, and more importantly, opening up additional revenue streams for the service drive. We touched on the importance of the phone, right? Like we talk a lot today about texting primarily, SMS communication, the preference there for customers. I think roughly 60 to 70% of service appointments are still scheduled with somebody calling on the phone. Like we know the phone is still used quite a lot. And so when we think about the opportunity with voice, every one of those missed calls is missed revenue, right? There's leakage there. And so if you're not responding to a customer within the first 5 minutes, your likelihood of converting them drops quite a bit. And so ensuring that every single phone call is picked up, again, is going to lead to higher conversions. Voice AI leads to a much higher conversion rate compared to traditional voicemail, right? Leaving a voicemail, waiting for someone to call you back, you're busy, can't pick up the phone. These are things that with the right sort of solution, with the right AI agent, you don't have to actually worry about anymore. We already mentioned that somebody calling on the phone is one of your highest intent customers, but also after hours or just during the peak hours when you're busy during the day. Again, consumers are expecting you to connect with them and get them the information they need when they reach out to you. It gives you the opportunity to really scale without hiring more people. I don't think we're necessarily in a world where we're suggesting that AI is a replacement for people, but it's a way to really optimize the folks that you do have and ensure you're not letting anything fall through the crack. And it should be something that works across every channel. It shouldn't be just text and email. It shouldn't be just voice. It should be a channel or a solution that works across all the channels in which you're engaging with your customers. and just so sort of huge opportunity here with voice AI. Again, I really encourage you to start to think about some opportunity there. I mean, best-in-class solutions should be able to do most of the things a person can. Schedule test drives, reschedule appointments, schedule basic service visits, and then the way in which we handle things that need to be elevated to a human, or elevate those to a human based on your definition of what those need to be. So for more complex requests, you can program AI to level those up. If we're talking about on the sales side, if we get into pricing conversations with AI, elevate those to a GSM. So again, you're really in full control of what you want to let AI handle versus what you want to let AI elevate to a human within the dealership. So a couple of things that you should maybe go home with, or if you're new on this journey, things just to think about. But audit where revenue is leaking today. How many phone calls are you missing on a daily or weekly basis? What is your average response time to a customer coming in from the website? Like, just start to get an audit of where, if people are reaching out to you, where are you missing? What are the biggest revenue opportunities that exist based on what you're seeing at your store? Look for the opportunity to start to continue to consolidate, right? You don't have to use a specific AI agent for service and another specific AI agent to handle sales. There are unified platforms that can handle the entire customer life cycle, and that's important not just from like you and consolidation and cost savings, but from a customer journey standpoint. It's not fragmented, right? They're talking to the same agent through the same phone number each time. If you're using AI, like, what is your ability to really customize that? Is that good enough for you today? Like, is that everything you want it to be? Audit who you're using today, right? What is the process for training your agent? Is it clunky? Do you have to put in a support ticket? Or are those things that you can just do on the fly and do it right within the platform itself? And again, hold your vendors accountable. I think there should also be a real understanding of what is the uplift you're seeing with AI that you weren't seeing before. These are all things that should be available to you from anybody that you're partnered with. And then again, finally, I'm just going to continue to push on voice. Really is the next big opportunity. The quality of the agents are there, right? Like, we have heard people make comments as they're talking to our voice AI agent. They're like, man, this thing really sounds like a person, right? And so people still recognize they're talking to AI, but they're happy with it. And it's providing the type of experience to the degree, again, of like what their customer expectations need to meet. I'll also maybe leave you with this. I think the way in which we benchmark anything, like the 4 critical C's for an AI employee. I think these are super helpful as you're evaluating anything. What is their ability to convert a customer, right? Like, is it converting? Is it outcome driven? Is it driving the customer where you need them to go? Consistency, it should be saying the same thing every time, right? There should be no misfires of questions when asked a certain question or asked about a certain thing. It should give you coverage across all channels, right? It's not good enough to just be covering email or text. Voice has to be a part of that picture as well. And then the most important one, again, is customization. If we go back to that survey we pulled up a little bit earlier of the 1,000 dealers we surveyed, like, there's going to be a whole lot of things that are important to you that might not be on that list, but they're things that you're going to want to be able to customize. And so that's available to you today. And if you're working with someone who doesn't make that available, you should maybe consider, some other options there. We're at booth 4353 in the West Hall. Happy to give you a performance review for your AI agent. Again, would love to continue the conversation, but I've got a couple minutes left. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Yes.
So what's an AI performance review?
Well, an AI performance review would be, I think, engaging with your AI and checking it against the 4 C's, right? Like, looking at the quality of the engagements that are happening, asking it specific questions, seeing if it's answering those consistently. And then I think having a bit of a conversation of what is your ability to customize that agent, kind of digging into what you might be using today and seeing what the opportunity is for you to potentially level up what you're using. So. No other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, I get to sit here and spend some time with Matt Carpenter, CEO of Dealerware. The booth looks amazing.
Thank you.
The traffic is crushing. Matt, you guys have been on a tear lately.
Yeah, we're making some news.
Okay.
And we're having fun doing it.
We have a few things that we need to talk about. You just made a pretty big announcement about some investment and some changes. Talk me through those.
Yeah, so we have a new structure, a new company structure, and we have new investors. So Wavecrest Growth Partners out of Boston and Radian Capital out of New York teamed up together to acquire majority interest in Dealerware. An emerging problem in our space for our users has been the insurance dilemma. 1 out of 3 roundabouts U.S. consumers are going with either no insurance, auto insurance, or underinsurance for their automotive needs. So 2 years ago, Dealerware launched our first insurance verification product as part of our fleet management solution in partnership with good partners of ours, Axle out of New York. And that puts a dealer in a position to actually verify whether or not the customer has insurance and what level of coverage they have.
What are some integrations that have been happening, because you all are very focused on that and have some new integrations?
Double entry in multiple systems at a dealership continues to rave as a pain point for the whole industry and all of our users.
Yes.
So we've identified best-in-breed partners that have complementary tech stacks and product offerings next to Dealerware that are shared by our shared users. So we want our systems to be interoperable. We're leveraging the integration now between MyKarma and Dealerware to make scheduling a service appointment and reserving a service loaner for that customer seamless.
What a practical solution to a very real-world felt problem. Thank you so much for spending some time today.
Yeah, you got it.
All right, so if you've been wondering what's happening on the show floor, there's a quick insight from the team at More Than Cars. They're actually on the floor covering what's happening there, so it's a great time to see all, because there's so much to take in. Now, one thing that I will say that I love about all of you is that we're all fast and a lot of us are all fit. I went to the gym this morning and the gym was packed. How many people made it to the gym this morning? No, not this morning. Okay, good. All right, fantastic, great. So listen, I normally don't share fitness advice, but I'm gonna tell you, I found out my favorite workout. It's a perfect blend between a lunge and a crunch. I call it lunch. See what I did there? Yeah, you got it? Yeah. So other people get it later. All right, that's it. No more dad jokes for this time, but I've got some more coming up. I store them all in my dada base. But we're going to talk about NADA public policy, and you're going to get an update. And that update is going to be handled by Amy Wright. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give Amy a big round of applause. She is NADA Vice President of Public Affairs. Amy, you ready? Let's do it. Come on up. Let's welcome them up, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be here. Great to see all of you. As Errol said, I'm Amy Wright. I'm the Vice President of Public Affairs with NADA. But the real person who's going to give you the update here is Paul Mitri. He is the Executive Vice President of Public Policy at NADA. And we're here to talk to you today about NADA's public policy priorities from 2025. We had an impactful year, so we'll look at what happened, what we accomplished, and what it means for you, for dealers. And after that, we're going to look forward to 2026 and go over some of what we'll be working on. So, Paul, how are you?
Doing well.
Okay, good. You. Great to be here. Can you walk us through some of the major developments from 2025 and how they impacted dealers?
Certainly. So I'll pull up a little chart here. And you're looking here at what our public policy team established as our major priorities for 2025. So for those of you that were able to make it out to New Orleans, this is what we put up. This is what we were looking forward at. And as you'll note, these are some pretty lofty objectives. If you go back to the situation that existed a year ago, a lot of these issues were in play. And fortunately, through the work of our staff, they did an excellent job. ATs around the country, invaluable resource, directors, dealers, and others. We were able to really have a very successful year accomplishing these objectives, and we think it will really help the members. So let's take a look at it. When you look at the list, this is where we started, and these were the items we were able to accomplish, with the other ones still very much in play. So just a real quick recap. Remember, go back to January 2025, what was the situation? You had the FTC, they had put out what they called the CARS rule. We called it the vehicle shopping rule. And that was something that would have been disastrous for consumers and dealers. And the reason it would have been disastrous is it was a very rush process. This FTC was going to superimpose on the industry a series of new disclosures, all kinds of paperwork, retention requirements, and a number of things that were just going to inject huge cost into the system. And they did it in a way that was just very poorly researched. For example, anytime an agency, and this could be true in the mortgage market, credit card market, anytime there's a new disclosure, it's very standard to consumer test it. You got to make sure that what you think in theory is going to help the market is in practice going to help the market. They completely skipped that step, and they had multiple disclosures. They had something called the offering price, and there were all kinds of things they wanted to put in there that were just not thought out. They would have been very counterproductive, really tied up the process, and not done a thing to assist consumers. So we were very critical of that. There were a slew of other requirements that were problematic. Again, the paperwork requirements alone would have been incredibly costly. So we challenged it in federal court. We did it with the Texas Auto Dealers Association, and just on the way back from New Orleans last year, that's when the decision was rendered by the Fifth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals, and they vacated the rule in its entirety. They didn't send it back for corrective action. They vacated it in its entirety. They said that the skipping these steps is something that did prejudice the process. It's something that could have made a very big substantive impact, and it was knocked out. So we were very pleased with that result. EVs. EVs, of course, if you remember, talked about less today, although it's still a very big issue. Go back a year ago. Remember these mandates that were out there. Huge challenges ahead of us. And in order to understand this, let's just lay a little bit of groundwork here. Remember, in terms of EV regulation, the reason OEMs felt they had to churn these things out much faster than the market was prepared for. You have federal standards that are out there, but then California, via its Air Resources Board, known as CARB, California Air Resources Board, they were allowed by EPA to go ahead and cite and issue heightened emission standards. So they could put out standards that even exceeded the federal level. 11 other states followed that. So 12 states, some of them very populated states, they put out these standards that were even higher. The problem is this: neither set of requirements were doable. The federal requirements were not doable, and the state requirements were completely out of whack with consumer demand. So it was essential that those CARB standards be removed. And that's prudent public policy anyway. If you're an OEM, a dealer, anyone, you want to have the certainty of knowing what the projection is. There should be one unified national standard. So how were they knocked out? Well, there were Congressional Review Act, CRA resolutions to eliminate CARB's authority to set these heightened emission standards. And they were passed with bipartisan majorities. The Republicans were behind it, and 35 Democrats joined the Republicans. This was passed in May, and then in early June, the president signed it. And the ability of CARB, the ability of California and the 11 other states to set these heightened standards was eliminated. So that was hugely important for dealers, OEMs, and their customers. Now, it doesn't end there. Like I said, the federal standards are a problem as well. I'll talk about that more here shortly, but EPA has greenhouse gas standards that also are not reachable. And so there's an effort underway to knock those out. We think we're very close to that happening. Remember, this is our calendar year. Congress and the agencies move at their own pace, but nevertheless, very substantial progress there. The next item, EV tax credits. We knew going into the year they were going to be eliminated. However, we also knew that dealers were sitting on a ton of EV inventory that just was not moving, certainly nowhere near projections. And just by order of magnitude, you go into early summer last year, 140,000 EVs are sitting on dealers' lots to the tune of $7 billion. If you would have had an instant elimination, and that had been proposed, actually there was even a reach-back proposal, you would have had no time to utilize those credits to help move that inventory. We were able to secure a 90-day period that allowed dealers to manage that inventory. As you know, that expired September 30th. So that is something that also was very, very positive. The tariffs, of course, those were announced in April. Very big deal, actually in March, but more in April. Our concern there is affordability. We want to make sure that the affordability challenges are not compounded. So we have consistently argued for that. I would tell you the initial tariffs that were announced, as you know, in many cases have been brought down. If you look at agreements that have been put in place with Korea, with Japan, with the EU, with the United Kingdom, those rates really have come down. There's also been parts tariff relief. So that's something we think has been trending in the right direction and we're still working on. Tax legislation. This was truly a home run. Here was the situation last year. As you know, when you have a tax reconciliation package, those terms are not permanent. They typically expire in 3, 5, 7, 10 years, whatever the case may be. Last year, 2025, there were key provisions that were set to expire. They had to be renewed. That's never easy. Every major dealer tax priority that benefits small business dealers, Main Street business, was accomplished. Not only was it accomplished, in some cases it was increased. I know if we have any CPAs in the group, remember, 20% per year bonus depreciation was being reduced. We were down to 40% last year. It was going to be 20% this year and then knocked out next year. It was actually pushed back up to 100%. And here's the good news, it was made permanent. That means it's not set to expire based on the calendar. That does not mean it can never be changed by a subsequent Congress, but trying to change something that's permanently in the tax code versus something that's just going to expire on its own is much more difficult. And that was true of many other provisions. As federal, state, and gift tax relief. Remember, you'd always read about it. The thresholds were going up, up, up. And then, of course, we're going to hit some date. They're going to drop back down. And it was going to seesaw. And how do you estate plan? They actually came back at very good thresholds and were made permanent. And that was true of several other provisions. Right to repair. We also were successful last year, although the fight continues, to block the Repair Act. Now, this is an effort by independent repair shops and aftermarket parts manufacturers to try to get data purportedly so that they can compete in the market for non-warranty work to service vehicles. The reason that argument falls completely flat is that they already enjoy 75% of that market. There was an MOU that made sure they had the information they needed. It was provided in 2014. If there were any competitive issues, they would not enjoy 75% of the non-warranty market when it comes to service and repair work. So obviously it's about something else, and those other things are a real concern. It's something we've detailed quite a bit. So that fight continues, but that legislation did not pass last year. And then catalytic converters. This is another carryover. Remember, Congress moves at its own pace, but this has to do with catalytic converter theft. I'm sure if I surveyed the group, we'd hear too many stories about vehicles where catalytic converters have been stolen. The PART Act is bipartisan. It would require catalytic converters to have an identifier that's linked to the VIN. It also would heighten penalties for catalytic converter theft, certainly attack interstate transfer of these type of devices. It's something where right now we have nearly 70 co-sponsors, and we think it's going to continue to gain momentum. So we're very hopeful that that's something we'll be able to get enacted. So yes, 2025, very strong year. Some huge things were accomplished, and the fight continues.
Great, thanks for that. All right, let's move on to 2026. Tell us about what NADA will be prioritizing this year in its advocacy.
Okay, well, of course, you're always a little gun-shy to put up a list of things that haven't been accomplished yet, but of course we did that last year. Let's do it again. So here's what we have in focus for 2026, and these are the main things we're looking at. By the way, we are involved in dozens of situations involving bills on Capitol Hill, agency rules, and the like. These are the main things. Now, when you look at state franchise laws, of course, we're all about protecting and defending the franchise system, extolling the benefits to consumers and dealers, and we think really the whole ecosystem. However, the reason we put it here is we're particularly concerned about federal preemption, and it really rolls into the next topic, the Surface Transportation Bill. So let me just give you a very quick primer on the Surface Transportation Bill. This is a huge 2026 issue. Every 5 years, there is funding that's provided for really the roads, bridges, trains, rails, transportation projects. It's done on a 5-year basis. It attracts bipartisan support. Usually these go through, you have Republicans and Democrats that are both on board. It's what's known as must-pass legislation, and it's due to expire on September 30th. So this comes very much in focus. And there's a lot of committees that oversee this and look at bills that need to be considered. There's actually 4 in the Senate, there's 3 in the House, and there's many subcommittees that actually do a lot of the rolling up the sleeves and a lot of the grunt work on this. So surface transportation bill is a very, very big deal and definitely a major area of focus. Now, there are a number of bills out there where it could run the risk of preempting state dealer franchise law. That's not necessarily the intention of those that offer these bills. It's just that if you want to preempt state law for whatever purpose, you've got to be very careful with how it's structured. So we are really locked onto that issue. By the way, the other thing you see there under state franchise laws, as has been stressed throughout this particular convention, this show, and we state repeatedly, we of course support the efforts of our state counterparts, the ATAs, to protect and defend the franchise system locally, and there's many active cases with that. But let's get back to the surface transportation bill. So preventing federal preemption, very important. Preventing enactment of the Repair Act. So again, that continues over. That is something that's being considered. Both the Alliance of Auto Manufacturers and NADA are working in concert to defeat the Repair Act. That's something where our legislative offices work together, and also Amy and her counterpart, Amy leads up our public affairs team, they also work to try to make sure that we get good information out there. Because a lot of bad legislation, bad regulatory proposals is the product of misinformation. And it's incumbent upon us to educate, and that's where Amy and her team come in, along with their counterparts. Moving down, prevent enactment of overbroad recall legislation. So you'll hear these bills, Senator Blumenthal and others. We got to ground all recalled vehicles. That sounds great until you actually take a closer look. This is overbroad. They make no distinction between a vehicle that has some critical problem with an airbag and some sticker that's peeling off a visor. So for starters, it's just very overbroad. The other problem is, if it's not carefully tailored, who is it that really bears the cost of it? And you know this all too well. Someone brings in a trade-in, and it requires a part. It's subject to recall, it requires a part. And you don't have the part, which means it's gonna sit on your lot for a long time. It could be months. You naturally are going to offer less for that trade-in because it's going to be more of an economic challenge for you. That's ultimately borne by the customer. This, in essence, is a tax on the customer. So when legislation is out there, it cannot just be some wet blanket that's thrown over the whole area. It has to truly address what the concern is. So we are pushing back against overbroad recall legislation. Now remember, surface transportation does present some threats. I've just flagged several of them. But there's also some opportunities. So that PART Act for catalytic converter theft, when you have a great effort like that, you always have to ask yourself, okay, what are we going to attach this to? Is there some opportunity to move this forward? And indeed, the surface transportation bill, we think, does present just such an opportunity. So we're hopeful we can take these nearly 60 co-sponsors, build on that, and try to get this built into this reauthorization. That would be a great victory. And FET repeal. I don't know how many commercial truck dealers we have here, but I'll just simply say this, and commercial truck dealers know this all too well. Heavy highway vehicles today, as if there are not enough affordability challenges out there, are subject to an additional 12% federal excise tax on the first retail sale of the vehicle. And consider what a Class 8 vehicle goes for. And you add 12% to it. And there's already an affordability challenge out there. It is a huge problem. Fortunately, several people are motivated to try to get rid of this, including Senator Moreno of Ohio has been a great leader on this and many other issues. So we're very hopeful the Surface Transportation Act, not only can we get at this in terms of blocking bad legislation, but maybe some of our priorities that we've been trying to get through for a long time, it does present just such an opportunity. Auto-related tariffs, same story. Again, the challenge here is affordability. We want to continue to see what we can do to try to close that affordability challenge. And then with EVs, here's the situation. Remember, that slide before was largely about getting rid of those supplemental state standards, the ones that had those crazy rates in there, 100% EVs by 2035, and even in the next year or two, rates that no one could accomplish, where you'd have to pay either massive fines or buy incredibly expensive credits, that type of thing. All that was eliminated. But the federal government has unworkable standards today as we sit here. And the way it's handled is EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, they put out greenhouse gas standards. NHTSA, part of the Department of Transportation, they put out CAFE standards. It's not efficient. There should be one agency that regulates emissions at the federal level, and here's what those agencies are attempting to do. EPA is just about to finalize a rule to get rid of its authority to regulate greenhouse gases. And NHTSA has proposed a rule where there would be CAFE requirements, but at a level the market can bear. It would bring it way down and make it much more in sync with the statute that authorized it in the first place. And we're very hopeful on both those fronts. Now, the concern here is we think these rules will go through. We think it's a great victory for dealers, OEMs, and their customers. The challenge is they probably will be challenged in court, and obviously that process has to play itself out. Certainly it's moving in the right direction. We're very hopeful. So again, a very tall order for 2026, but we're hoping that we can certainly make headway and get these things accomplished.
All right, great. Thanks for that, Paul. All right, so clearly 2025 was a big year with a lot of wins, and 2026, as we can all see, is shaping up to be a year with a lot on the docket. Can you give us some insight into how NADA engages with lawmakers and officials to achieve these policy goals? How does it all work?
Yeah, well, it's a full court press, so we really press all three branches of government. So let me just give you a real quick snapshot of that. We have a 12-person office actually located on Capitol Hill. That's not where our main office is. Our main office is in the suburbs of DC, but on Capitol Hill. That includes a 3-person NADA PAC and 9 others, and they are very effective at going to Congress, meeting with leadership, meeting with the heads of committees, the ranking members of committees, key staffers, building coalitions, submitting letters, making sure that testimony is presented, all to advance the interests of franchise dealers. And that is happening all the time. They've been very effective with that. If you look at some of the things that have happened over the years, certainly to the members, great benefit. Then on the executive branch side, we have a regulatory office with 6 attorneys, and they represent dealer interests before key agencies: Federal Trade Commission, the big consumer protection agency, Federal Reserve Board, EPA, NHTSA, Department of Labor, OSHA, on and on and on. They make sure that written comments are submitted. They make sure oral testimony is presented. They meet with them all the time. They have calls with them. They make sure that the interests of the dealers are placed before them, and always we point out how it benefits consumers. As I said before, correcting misinformation is the #1 thing we can do, and we all have a role to play there, but certainly we attempt to do that on Capitol Hill. We attempt to do it before the regulatory agencies, and we think some great things have been produced, but it's no time for us to sit on our hands. There's a lot of work ahead of us. Now, of course, as you know, there's a third branch, the judicial branch. We engage them too. And we don't do it a lot in terms of direct litigation, but we've not held back when it's been necessary. So that vehicle shopping rule I talked about that was just knocked out, that was litigation in which the challenging parties were NADA and the Texas Auto Dealers Association, bought directly by us before the 5th Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals. We also submit friend of the court briefs. That's where we're not a party to the litigation, but we submit facts and law and arguments to make sure that the courts do not overlook something critical that pertains to our members and the consumers you serve. And in some cases, individual dealers find themselves in litigation, and the result could have a broad impact on the membership, and we'll get involved in that too. So with all 3 branches of government, we have the legislative, we have the regulatory branch, we have the judicial branch. Again, it's a full court press, and we have a public policy team that is all integrated that makes sure we're working in sync and everything is coordinated, and we put out messages that's harmonized.
That's great. Thank you for that. All right, for everyone in the audience right now, if they want to get involved, how can they help? What can people in the automotive industry do to help move these policy goals forward?
Great question, and if I had to say it in 2 words, it's stay engaged. I'll share with you something that Charlie Cook said. Now, for those of you that have been to our Washington conference, Charlie Cook, with the Cook Political Report, he would always speak at the Washington conference, and he would talk about just the unique advantage that dealers have to be effective. And think about it. If you take a factory, an OEM, a vendor, really anyone that's out there, they might have a particular presence. They might have something south of Nashville or in Detroit, or perhaps a factory that's put in Alabama. They might have some local presence. They do not have what dealers have, which is a presence in every district in the United States. There's 435 legislative districts. Dealers are everywhere. And not only are you present, you're very prominent there. You employ a lot of people. Good paying jobs. You're very active in the local economy. You contribute to the tax base very significantly. You are very involved in charities. And of course, you know your operations. So we can meet the legislators where they are. This is not a matter of just a trip to DC. They are ever present where you are, and you are ever present where they are. And that's a huge benefit we have that many others do not have. And of course, it's only effective if we do not leave that benefit on the sideline. We have to engage. And remember, with consolidation, this can be a big challenge. The need to engage with state and metro associations, dealer associations, and NADA is as important today as it ever was. And we need people to go to the state capitals, to go to DC, to meet and invite dealers into their shop, educate them about their operations. On right to repair, explain some of these issues to them. Make sure they understand why the policies we're advancing are prudent and why we're behind them. It's not just an exercise of self-interest. It's something that benefits everyone, but we have to tell that story, and you have particular credibility based on all your presence and everything you do at the local level. So that effort is hugely important. It's something we always have to be focused on, and we definitely do not want to leave it on the sideline, so we have to stay active.
Great. Well, that's all I got for you today, Paul. Thanks for your time and explaining all that.
And we want to thank all of you for everything you do. Again, it's a group effort. And the only thing I would tell you, if you want to coordinate with us on the grassroots effort, we have a grassroots coordinator, and he is part of the legislative office. And actually, Yvette, if you can put your hand up. Yvette heads up our legislative team. If anyone would like a little more information about how to actually connect, what can you do more on the grassroots level to move these causes forward, please, by all means, either connect with us or information's on the website, talk to Yvette or a member of the legislative team, and we'll do everything we can to help set you up to do that.
Wonderful. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life.
Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born.
Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATAs across the country, we delivered major wins.
These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%.
Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience.
NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credit, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership.
Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
Nothing like some good fun facts. So one of the first fun facts was talking about 1936. To give you an idea, there were only 4.4 million cars that were produced and made in all of 1936. It's amazing how far we've come. That's one of the great things about being at places like this. NADA, again, is not just another convention. It is the automotive industry event of the year. And just a part of you being here, you are part of that history. It's going to be amazing to see 5-10 years from now when they look up and they say 2026, here's all of the great things that happened in that year. I want to thank you all for being here. My name is Errol Bomar. I am the host of the NADA Live Stage. This is the Live Stage Living Room. Feel free to make yourself comfortable. There's only a couple house rules. Rule number one, make sure you have fun, smile, welcome everyone up on stage. When they come up, they are like your family member, your favorite person in the world. So make sure you give them a round of applause to support that. Rule number two, whatever you bring with you, take it with you. Make sure it goes to the trash so that way as more people come into the living room, they've got a clean, fun space to come to. And rule number three, kick your shoes off, only if your feet don't stink and you don't have holes in your socks. That's it. Other than that, it's all about having fun. We're going to keep the programming going. Coming up next, actually, I'm going to tell you what we're going to be discussing and talking about. Next up, we are going to hear from Stone Eagle, and what we're going to talk about is the complete picture F&I Performance Review for 2025. So you're not going to get a piece of the picture. You're going to get the complete picture. So please do me a favor and help me in welcoming up Cindy Allen, who is the CEO of Stone Eagle F&I. Cindy, you ready?
Ready.
You're ready? Stage is yours. Enjoy.
In a great restaurant, nothing is an accident. Every detail is there on purpose. And the same idea applies in top-performing dealerships. Every detail on purpose. Like you said, I'm Cindy Allen. I started out answering the phone, but today I have the privilege of serving as the CEO at Stone Eagle. Tell you a little bit about Stone Eagle. For almost 40 years, we've had the privilege of sort of working in the background, behind the scenes, tracking F&I performance and measuring what really matters. So we get full deal detail for automotive transactions, supporting more than half the industry. And so bringing all that detail in, what we have the opportunity to track is things like products per deal and PVR. And we have the opportunity to really dig in and see how individuals are performing, how lenders are performing and supporting the dealer, how various F&I products are driving profitability. In short, we have the opportunity to really see all the critical elements that drive profitability for the dealership overall. And with that, we get to see where real opportunity lies. Okay. Many of you are going to have great dinners while you're here in Vegas. It's actually one of my favorite things, all the phenomenal restaurants here. And you know, one of my favorite things about walking into a great restaurant is the fact that everything kind of feels effortless. The menu is simple, the room is calm, you know, the service is really smooth. But what you don't see is what's happening behind the scenes. You don't see all the planning, the prep, the chopping, the mixing, the fact that you have to get up and get started at 4 a.m. in order to be able to be ready for the lunch and dinner service. You don't see all that. And in top-performing dealerships, customers can have the exact same experience. They don't need to see all the crazy gyrations that your teams go through to help them find the right vehicle for them and their affordability envelope. They don't see all the gyrations that your team goes through to find the right financing and the right structure for that. But what we found in looking at and talking to dealers about how their results come to be, what we know is that customers who come in to an experience where the information is clear, where the conversation is transparent, where the presentation is purposeful and specifically for them, we know that they're confident, they feel more at ease, and they have a better buying process. Many of us walked into 2025 worried. You know, there were tariff talks, there were inventory swings, there were EV questions all over the place, and, you know, there were rate concerns. But what we found with our dealers is that they actually remained calm. They looked at their numbers and they pulled the right levers in order to really push their dealership forward and maintain profitability. So today we're going to take time to look at the complete picture. It's a report that we publish through webinars on a quarterly basis, and today we'll look backwards at 2025. And what it'll show us is that dealers turned a noisy year into steady, consistent results. Actually, they ran their dealerships, most of them, like a Michelin star restaurant, with consistent, precise preparation and planning in the background, yielding a simple and comfortable, confident experience at the table, or in our case, the desk, right? So, you know, in 2025, we could have had a little bit of a train wreck because it could have been a lot of chaos, but it wasn't. It was actually a great experience. So, jumping in here, I want to tell you about this. So, this is our year-over-year snapshot. from the complete picture. And so we're looking at the data of 2025 as an average compared to 2024 as an average. And so our dealerships span the entire country. So I mentioned we have the privilege of supporting more than half the market. So every region is represented in this data. Also, every tier of vehicle, every OEM brand, etc. So you're looking at quite a thorough picture of what happened in 2025. One of the things that I love when we look at this is we're seeing that F&I remain strong. And we're going to talk about that here in a minute because we hit all-time records. You know, that's not luck. That's dealers doing something right. We like to say that they're running it like a Michelin star restaurant. But we've had the privilege of watching this type of activity for decades now. Dealers who understand their technology and trust their data are in turn able to analyze that and then make decisions to really understand what the customer wants and make changes that drive results. So in 2025, you have product revenue remaining strong, you have PPD growing. And what we have found from talking to our dealers is that PPD is growing because of the way that they are simplifying their process and their presentation to their customers. So they're knowing what works and they're implementing their conversations with the client accordingly. One other thing I want to point out about 2025 is that F&I was the foundation of profitability in dealerships. We'll dive into that a little bit more, but just on the surface, as we think about what has happened in the compression of front-end margins, F&I became the foundation that kept the house standing, if you will. And so, you know, one of the things that we also saw in this was the dealers who were winning, the dealers who really were getting ahead in this were the ones who weren't necessarily trying a lot of new stuff. They were the ones who were really understanding what they did had these kind of results. So they were really analyzing their data to figure out what was pushing them forward. So consider with me for a minute a Michelin star menu. It's simple, it's short, it's intentional. Every item on that menu is thoroughly tested and then refined. Thoroughly tested and refined. Do I have any other fans of like Knives Edge or one of the other amazing cookie shows? Did anybody watch The Bear? Yeah, amazing. The dedication that goes into that is pretty phenomenal. But what we've also seen, like those Michelin star restaurants, is that top performing dealers in 2025 really understood what moves for the customer in what sequence in order for them to be able to understand and then close. And so one of the major components of that is that dealers who did simplify actually saw higher attachment rates. Their PPD grew, and so the results were pretty significant. Now, one of the things we also saw in that is the dynamic of the composition of products that they were selling start to shift and grow in new ways as well. What we know is that when they have the right data sitting at the table, they're able to make those decisions, and they're doing it without having to second guess what they're doing because they are leaning into data, and so they're able to lean into what works. So same thing happens across the board. So I want to now shift into another component of our complete picture. Before we were looking at 2024 compared to 2025. These numbers are Q3 compared to Q4 in 2025. And so again, you see PPD held steady. Dealers were looking at their benchmarks. They were knowing what it took to be successful. And over here in PVR, we see this 1995 average for Q4, up obviously from Q3. But in November of 2025, we saw the highest PVR we have seen in record of 2025. Phenomenal results. And so I think what is important with this that I want to point out is that you see these bottom two numbers. It's totally a seasonal reality for us in our Q4 compared to Q3. We have a little bit of slowdown in the number of units, which obviously impacts our ability to drive that top line revenue. But seasonally, pretty normal, and at the same time, massive record-hitting quarter when it came to top line. These various components are what dealers are looking at in order to really have that knowledge to dial in. And I think one of the things as we talk to dealers who are driving that are in that top percentile is that they don't have the habit of looking at things on a monthly or quarterly basis. They're actually looking at this data on a weekly or daily basis. I love NADA. It's like a big family reunion, right? And so over the past few days, we've had the opportunity to sit with some of our Stone Eagle family and our clients. And one of the repeated things that people will tell us is that I wake up and have my coffee with Stone Eagle numbers every single day. And so there's this consistency with top performers, and you know, anyone who's in this business knows that what you measure, you can expect results on. And that idea of looking at information every single day was something that was very, very consistent among the dealers who are in that top percentile. So one of the things we like to say, sticking with our little Michelin star example here, is that dealers who read their numbers, like a Michelin star chef reads their sauces, are the ones that were staying ahead. So digging in a little bit more, I want to have you reflect with me on our average deals per dealer. So what you're looking at, the orange line represents 2025. All the other lines are previous years. And what you see here is unremarkable. We're kind of middle of the pack. We did have that bump at the beginning of the year. You all probably recall that tariff talks drove a little bit of fear and drove a little bit of pull forward, potentially for consumers who might have been planning later to buy, but they bought a little earlier. And then you see a tiny bit of a bump there in August, September, where it was a little bit more of the EV credits going away that drove a little bit more of a bump there. So this is what it looks like. So I generally kind of consider this, other than that spike of pull forward at the end of Q1, a kind of a normal year. That is in pretty significant contrast to the numbers when you look at them from a total F&I income per dealer per month. This orange line is head and shoulders above years prior. And so what I think is amazing is when we consider, you know, I mentioned that foundation of F&I actually being profitability, stability for dealers. This is what it was driving. So in a year where we had that front-end margin pressure, we had phenomenal performance in the F&I office driving great things. So when I think about what drives F&I, I start to think about, you know, the other side of the equation as well, and what is, you know, the reality from this year on front gross was pretty significant. So if you look at the bottom right-hand corner here, you're seeing a little bit of a long term. You see that little mountain in the middle represents what happened kind of post-COVID, that giant mountain that we had. So on the far left, you have 2019 numbers compared to today on the far right, which is our 2025 numbers. And we have, if you compare those two, where we are today in front gross is 31% lower than the norms in 2019. So I think that's significant. And if we just kind of work our way backwards, the big chart in the middle informs us that over the past 12 months, front gross dipped by 59%. In the past 24 months, it was a 71% decrease. And if we look since that mountaintop back in 2022, it's a 90% decrease in front gross. So when you think about what dealers are challenged with and having to make up the difference, it's significant. Now, back in 2019, one of the major drivers for front gross being as low as it was and being in that 400 range was actually negative numbers on new vehicles. So we don't see that dynamic today. We see that our average front gross on new vehicles is actually staying on the positive side. And so that's a new, different dynamic, but despite that, we have that lower front gross. So when we're thinking about what drives the other side of the equation, the F&I product revenue, the first thing most of us think about is that VSC. It's our top product when it comes to ability to drive income, and so it's usually the first thing top of mind. So what you see in the bottom right-hand corner here again is the penetration. So penetrations drive so much for us, right? And you see kind of a flat number here. It's 2.2%, softened a little bit if you're looking from the beginning of that line to the end. Lots of nice little peaks and valleys, but pretty stable. At the top, though, it's not. It's actually growing. So we're seeing a 10% increase in income over that same period of time. And if we just look at the past 24 months, that's that big chart in the middle, you're seeing an 8.2% increase in the average revenue driven by vehicle service contract products. Great, great performance. Now, Gap, slightly different story. A little bit more of the curves here from the ups and downs that you see in penetration. Again, that's the bottom right-hand corner of the screen right now. Unlike what you see in the top right-hand corner. So over that same time frame, you're seeing a 16% increase in Gap revenue that's being driven by, income that's being driven by Gap products. The smaller window and the larger chart here is showing us a smaller window of time. That's that 24-month period of time, and you see an increase of 5.6%. So that's vehicle service contracts and Gap. That's typically the first couple of products that we think of when we're thinking about driving income in the F&I office. However, what I like to think of as the rising star are ancillary products. There's tremendous strength in this segment, and I want to talk you through what you're looking at here. On the right-hand side, you're seeing a pie chart that represents the share of F&I revenue, or F&I product revenue, across the three, I'll call them categories of product. The big 54% is VSC profit, so 54% of the income is being driven by VSC sales. The orange section, 12% is being driven by Gap sales, but that 34% that you're looking at there is actually the ancillary product sales, their share. And the 22% above that is telling us that that segment has grown by 22% since 2019. I think that's significant growth. And what is also interesting, on those previous two charts, what we didn't see is an erosion in VSC or Gap revenue. So you have all of your products having steady growth. In ancillary, what our product providers have done is bring to the surface lots of opportunities for us to not only sell individually, but sell as bundles. And so I'll talk you through that. What you see at the very top is paint and fabric protection. So that's coming in at almost 20% penetration now. And stacked underneath that, you see prepaid maintenance, security products, tire and wheel, and the next one are those packages. Those bundles, as we've talked to dealers about how they're leveraging that as a tool in their simplified conversation with a customer, is that they start with a bundle in many cases. If the customer just can't swing that, they're backing it down to whatever product is the most important for them. And so they're using this type of tool provided by their product providers in order to really drive that increased penetration. Phenomenal job. So the result? PVR, significant increase. So over this 24-month period of time, our PVR has increased by 14%. If we compared that back to the 2019 days, our PVR is sitting at 58% more than it was in the pretty, kind of flat days leading up to the end of 2019. So great, great progress there. When I say F&I is the foundation of profitability for the dealership, this is what that looks like. You can have extreme volatility in that front gross picture, but dealers are able to lean into the stability, and in this case, as we just saw, the growth over a long period of time here has been pretty consistent. So that's what we say. That's what we are saying when we're talking about the foundation of profitability in the dealership. So I am a giant data nerd, and I could sit here and go through and drag you through hundreds of pie charts and bar charts and line graphs, because that's just the way I am, but I'm not going to pull you through that. We actually decided for this conversation with you today that we wanted to prioritize something different. In a market where you have the cost of the vehicle, negative equity, driving the average amount financed up by 14%, yet dealers are able to dial in a recipe, so to say, to drive front-end profits as significantly as they are right now. We decided to prioritize really leaning into what the secret sauce of those results are. And so I want to end with this before we move on. Whether a restaurant is a pub like Fox and Hand in the UK, or if a restaurant is a palace like Desi in Madrid, they have the opportunity to earn a Michelin star. The same thing applies here in our industry. No matter what OEM brand you represent, no matter what region of the country that you reside in and sell from, you have the opportunity to create a Michelin star experience for your customers. And what we see in a Michelin star restaurant is as soon as they get their Michelin star, they have a 10x increase in income and visitors into their stores. So creating that comfort and that simplified, trusting conversation with customers, we are seeing literally in the data is driving higher attachment rates, higher PPD, and higher results than some of the other methodologies that we've taken in the past. And so one of the things that is important about that Michelin star kind of concept is your customers are never going to see the churn of activity that you're going through. They're never going to see all the effort, that happens when you're trying to find the right loan for a customer. But they will absolutely taste it when they sit at your table or your desk. And once they taste that kind of experience, they will crave it. And that's driving loyalty in so many ways. And so, I want to just point out to you, there's a handful of folks sitting around here, but when you sit down at dinner tonight, keep in mind there's a buzz of things happening in the background. And speaking of Michelin experiences, we are actually holding a reception in our booth, 2109. We'd love for you to stop by. I did mention I was a data nerd. I would love to answer questions that you might have about what we're seeing in the data in the industry. We also, there's a little flyer they're going to pass around for you. Bring this with you and you'll have the opportunity to spin to win. We actually are giving away one every day, a VIP Formula One experience here later this year, so please come by and see us. Really appreciate it, and I would just say please walk away with the idea that that Michelin experience can drive 10x returns for your organization. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm sitting here at the Four Eyes booth here at NADA 2026, hanging out with good friends Dave Steinberg, Ryan Morman. Gents, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Thanks for having us. This is great.
Yeah,
excited
to be here.
Because you asked me earlier, it's like, where is Four Eyes on our tech stack? And it's not in our tech stack. It is the foundation of our tech stack. You said the word foundational because it ties it all together and it makes sure that, oh, you want that to go there. You want that to go there. Oh, you missed this. Hey, you shouldn't send this message out because you might get in trouble. It does all that real time.
One of the things I would argue is I don't think the industry needs more contractors. I think the industry needs more plumbers. Yeah. We're just getting started on being able to tie into tools outside of automotive, being able to have some of that price competitiveness on saying, you know what, this vendor was trying to charge me for $2,500 a store for 20 stores when I can connect to it outside of automotive for $150 at the group level.
Yeah. As a dealer, you got to own your data. Like that is the number one. So all those one-step solutions, you don't own your data.
In automotive, there were very little sales enablement, and that was because there's no access to the data. There was such poor access to the data, software companies couldn't do sales enablement in automotive. So we had to build pipes to extract all the data in order to be able to do that. And so eventually over time, you start to realize like our roadmap, we're only going to get so much done. We have to help companies like Rohrman use whoever they want to use.
Yeah, so cool. Well, Dave, Ryan, thanks for spending a bit of time with us, sharing about how you're working together, how you're working on your tech stack, what you guys are building. It's really, I just get giddy every time I talk to each one of you. It's super fun what you're doing. Thanks for spending some time with us.
Thanks, man. It was fun.
my name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, you know, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us, and I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number one impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new product discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pick, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit K9 Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the auto industry event of the year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
All right, so as you see, there's so much to do, so much going on here at NADA 2026. We are excited to have each and every one of you here and participating. I encourage you to make sure that you get each and every piece of what NADA has to offer for 2026. Make sure you download the NADA Show app if you have not done so already. And then, of course, make sure you hit the show floor. I mean, there's a ton of stuff to see. But with that being said, you all are in our NADA live stage living room. I hope that you all are comfortable. I will encourage you, this is also where you have the chance to participate. You don't have to just sit there. You can also have fun and participate. As a matter of fact, right here, would you like to hear 2 short jokes and a long joke? Joke, joke, joke. See what I did? Got it? Yeah? All right, good. Oh, that's new. I love it. See? All right, so that's what it's all about, just having a little bit of fun. There's so much to see. If you guys have more information or questions, you can visit the NADA Pavilion inside on the show floor. But we are going to keep the live stage program going. Next, we're going to have a 2026 economic outlook. To help give us that outlook, as you know, part of the rules, when I announce their names, it's not a graduation. You can applaud as they come up. So please help me in welcoming Patrick Manzini, who is the NADA Chief Economist. We have Mark Strand, Deputy Chief Senior Director of Economic and Industry Insights for Cox Automotive, and Jeremy Robb, Interim Chief Economist for Cox Automotive. Please, let's give them all a round of applause. Gentlemen, come on up. Stage is yours.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a good show. I know we are. We're just catching up backstage. Thank you for being here with us today. We're going to talk about what we're expecting for the year ahead. And I thought I'd just kick it off with a question to you guys. You know, from where we sit today, what are some of the big macroeconomic trends that you think are going to shape the year for us ahead?
Well, when you phrase it that way, we have to talk about affordability, right?
Yeah.
When we're looking at 2026, from macro perspective, there's reasons to be optimistic. There can be some pretty positive outcomes, and we could talk about this for an entire hour doing a macro briefing, but the net is there's going to be more money in the consumer's pocket, right? So that should help a little more with affordability, mainly from those tax policy changes with the one big beautiful bill, right? There's some puts and takes, headwinds and tailwinds, but I think there's good reason to expect, like we've seen pretty much every year, for the economy to outperform expectations, right? The consumer does their job and spends, and we're going to kick it off with those extra large tax refunds, right?
So you think that's going to translate maybe to a boost to used car sales more, or maybe a boost to new too?
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you think about, like, the data is just starting to come through and see that with tax refunds. Tax refund season is actually expected to be a record. I think most of us know that, but the average individual tax refund could be over $4,000. That is, I will tell you from our data that we monitor, it is driving more used sales already, and it's also driving a lot of demand at the auction, right? Already in January for us at Manheim. Now, we typically see demand get stronger early in the spring. We call it the spring bounce in the market, but it happened a little bit earlier this year than it usually does, and it might last stronger or longer than it usually does also, because we do expect that those consumers, we know one thing about the American consumer, they tend to spend the money that they have.
Absolutely.
And so that is likely to be felt in the automotive market.
But one nuance I think we should acknowledge is kind of the disconnect on interest rates, right?
Yeah, certainly.
We've got we're in a loosening cycle. We're getting some political pressure to bring interest rates down. But as that happens, long rates are staying pretty sticky, right? So we're seeing that steeper yield curve. So there's benefits to the short rates coming down, floor planning costs that will help the consumer with credit card bills, things like that. But when we're thinking about the impact on the vehicle market, we're only going to see, as loan terms extend out to deal with affordability, we're only going to see long rates and auto loan rates come down slowly, right? So there's no cavalry coming immediately this year to kind of really juice affordability on the new vehicle side.
Yeah, we're talking about new vehicles a little bit, and we had some major policy shifts last year, tariffs being one, but I'm not even talking about those. I'm talking about the CARB waiver going away, CAFE standards fines being set to 0, and we're even talking about seeing some of the EPA standards come down a little bit. And I'm sitting here thinking, how does the mix of what OEMs are going to bring to market in the next few years change because of that? Do you all think we're going to see, V8s roaming everywhere again, or will there be more hybrids, or will the transition to EVs keep moving on?
Yeah, I mean, last year was crazy. We know that, and it really helped sales.
Yeah.
Too. The changes in policy, drove a lot more on the EV front anyway, and plug-in EVs also drove those levels of sales throughput to be a lot stronger. That helped new car SAR for last year be pretty strong in the marketplace overall. There's a lot of demand. I think all of you out there see it every day on the hybrid front. Actually, when we track this internally, we actually see hybrid inventory levels are pretty flat year over year right now on the new car side.
Gotcha.
Right? So there's a lot of demand, but the OEMs as a whole aren't producing a lot more right now. And ICE overall inventory levels are pretty flat too. And then EV is definitely down a lot, right?
Oh, yeah.
So it's playing into this whole mix of what is available out there. And as we move out through the next few years, that's likely to continue to change and adapt some. But I do think that the EV wave is still coming. It's a slower pace, right?
It is.
And now it's much less political, right? When you pull away those tax incentives out there, if any of you ever talk to people, you feel that from them. And so that makes the market a little bit more even playing field.
Yeah.
And I think that's good for the automotive market, to see that happen.
You mentioned those EVs, and I am an avid reader of your Manheim quarterly reports, Jeremy, and one of the most interesting charts is about retained value across different powertrains. And it looks like we're going to see a lot of BEVs start to come back, and they're going to be pretty cheap. What does that mean for the consumer out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it plays right into the affordability front.
Yeah.
We can expound on that a little bit more too. But, you think about back in 2021 and 2022, we were very constrained on the new car side. OEMs, everybody sold those high-end products. We didn't lease a lot of cars.
Yeah, we did.
The cars we did lease then, starting in 2022, 2023, they became much more heavily indexed towards EVs. What does that mean in 2026? Well, the industry is going to start to recover in terms of the off-lease maturities coming back to the market overall. Really in the second half of the year. The second half of the year, we should see somewhere about 23% more maturities come back to the marketplace. But it's going to be very driven by those EVs. EVs for 5% of all off-lease maturities in 2025. It's going to be 12% in 2026 and move somewhere around 22, 23% by the time we get 2027 or 2028. So once this increase of off-lease supply of EVs start, it's going to continue to flow through the used marketplace. And what you also have, which goes back to your point about hybrid and that too, is we've seen less hybrid leasing, less ICE leasing. Mm-hmm. We don't get as many of those cars back. It really tilts the scale in terms of the vehicles that are out there and where consumers are going to be moving towards.
And to tie back into the interest rate thing, I mean, I don't see a lot of compelling lease deals out there right now for some reason, but with the fundamentally constrained supply on the used market, values should be fairly stable and it should be easier to set residuals. And with those short interest rates pushing down, that should create some more room around the money factor, just if OEMs want to get back into it to create some leasing opportunities, right?
Yeah, and that's a really interesting moment, and I know I shifted on your actual question. I'll go back to it. Okay. You know, the interesting thing, if you look at lease equity, we call it CALE at Cox Automotive, but when that car matures, is it an equity position or a deficit position? Hybrids and ICE vehicles are still very strong in equity positions. The EVs and plug-in EVs have been very negative. We know that. Industry knows that. Right? That drives those units to come back into the marketplace overall. That drives the difference between retention value on original MSRP. Now, what you said, and this is a nuance that we don't always get to talk about, but if you look at EV retention as percent of MSRP, it looks really low, and it is low. I'm not saying it's not low, but that tax incentive, that $7,500, you know, it's basically applied, in my mind, if you do the math on it to the new car, you actually get a retention value that's somewhere right around 50%, which I think is really interesting because lease values and residuals, typically 50% is the line in the sand. So it's like the market has sniffed out what is really a value prop on the EV front, even though sometimes when it gets reported, it looks a lot worse. And I'm not saying they haven't depreciated. I'm just saying that if you remove the tax incentive, which I think most people were basically doing that, in real life, then it comes out to something that looks a lot more like what the industry is used to.
But will there still be, good deals to be had for that customer who comes in and says, I've got $400 a month to spend? Do you think they'll be able to maybe consider one of these late model EVs, something around that price? Or I know that's a tough question.
I don't know how they're going to depreciate when they hit, but when you think about it, the vehicles are going to come back in the locations where they were leased.
Yes.
And those are the geographies that we're adopting. They're lean in that direction to favor EVs. So the buyers that may be now priced out on the new side with the removal of the tax credits should be attracted to those. So if you're thinking of like a micro market, Denver, Colorado, everything coming back there, the people who want the EVs can snap them up. Maybe you got a floor under the prices, right?
You alluded to something there about like some of the regional differences there about, where these EVs are being sold. Can we expect to see any big market differences? The U.S. is a big country after all. Any market differences in different pockets of the country?
Well, absolutely. Not all markets are the same. So when you look at things regionally, I've been following that for a few years, and actually there was an article in the Wall Street Journal in the first couple of weeks of the year pointing out that we had a lot of population shifts after the pandemic with people moving to lower cost areas, right, to stretch their dollars more. But the Midwest is seeing a little uptick in migration because of tighter labor market, lower housing costs. So when you look regionally, the affordability dynamics are really different, and you can correlate market performance, whether market's underperforming average or outperforming or on new or used, to the local affordability dynamics. And really, if there's a strong labor market and housing costs and living costs and taxes are low, like the Sun Belt is booming on new vehicle demand. So if you look at registrations to close out 2025, sort of Texas, the Carolinas, Tennessee, Florida, they're 6 to 8% up, right?
Wow, okay.
But if you look at markets like the West Coast, I don't want to pick on California, everybody does that, but higher tax, higher cost has kind of lost some population. It's gotten stable, but those markets were up. Everybody did pretty well because of the pull ahead, but about 1% up, right? So you definitely see the dynamism and the robustness of the market tied to that affordability story, which is different everywhere.
Yeah, if I can piggyback on that a little bit too, because the one thing you learn talking with people about economics in the automotive market is you can depress people pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can.
But when we think about the consumer out there, it's really not all bad. We've talked about a K-shaped economy. It is worse on the lower end.
Absolutely.
We know that. There are issues that we need to think about probably as a country to how we solve some of those problems. I don't know that we can do that right here, but if we think about the top 50% of consumers, they've actually done pretty well.
Absolutely.
And we've been measuring their disposable income. The top 20%, the next upper income groups have seen a lot of growth in disposable income out there. I almost guarantee you those are the people buying new cars out there too. And so what's also happened, we look at total cost, total vehicle affordability, private mobility transport. Back in 2019, and this is on an average of a new and used car.
Yeah.
Looking at the payment of the car, the fuel cost of that car, insurance and maintenance and repair costs on an annualized basis, it was costing your average consumer, blended new and used, around $750 a month in 2019. It's costing somebody over $1,000 today with all those costs in combined at the end of 2025. And a lot of that was really driven by insurance cost.
Oh yeah, they're
insurance
up
costs,
like 50%, right?
And,
yeah.
And in the context, at the same time, your homeowner's insurance went up. Your electricity bill is going up, right? So it's an all-around kind of squeeze.
I actually just got my bill, and I live in Data Center Alley there in Northern Virginia. The electricity bill has gone up. And so anybody who's got those coming in their backyard, get ready for it if you haven't seen it yet. But I think, at least now that I'm talking about that, I do think that's probably going to be a nice boost to truck sales, maybe in the commercial space a little bit more. There's a lot of construction activity going, and we're seeing, even some of the construction materials prices start to come down too. So that's another positive as well. But I wanted to ask you guys maybe one question. I'll turn it over to you if you have any too. But I've been thinking about, how production is going to shift with this new, new trade environment in which we're living. And, do you think we're going to see more cars being built here in the U.S.?
Yeah.
And how long does that take, I guess?
Well, it already started to change last year.
Yeah.
So our data, when we measure it, showed that at the end of 2024, almost 51% of vehicles sold new in the United States were built in the United States. And by the time we got to the end of 2025, we were at about 54%. So we saw 3 points of mix shift in the year. And we know an OEM is not, changing the line out in the year. So they're shifting production usually from one place to another of a vehicle they're already making, right?
Like coming from Mexico into the U.S. mainly?
Mexico into the U.S., Canada into the U.S., but then also shifting if that vehicle was maybe made in Korea or somewhere like that, and then it could be made in Canada or somewhere else, moving that over to on the margin, right? And I say on the margin because there are small changes that happen within that. But it still was a 3-point mix shift.
Yeah, that's
right?
big.
And that's a pretty big move in 1 year. And the OEMs that we talk to, they are still telling us they are planning to move more production, into the U.S. and try to get around this some. But clearly, everybody can't keep absorbing the higher cost of tariffs
forever.
Yeah.
I know. That's true. And, I think one of the big issues we're going to see this year is the renegotiation of USMCA. I hope we continue to move forward with this strong trilateral agreement.
Yeah, I don't think you can make a lot of big decisions until that is settled.
That's right.
Because it's not just, it's getting the content right. Where are you going to source suppliers, or the suppliers you want to use in that, that hemisphere. Right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I got a question for you.
Yeah.
You talk to a lot of people too. What are you hearing from, the dealer community out there as some of the most important, issues they're facing right now, and what are they really concerned about?
I mean, affordability is the evergreen thing, right? Having the right mix of vehicles to meet the customer's needs. And, I'm hearing, maybe sourcing late model used as an option for that entry-level customer. If you're a brand that doesn't have a lot of choices down there at the entry-level product. So I think everybody is, while, happy to sell these big SUVs and trucks that help the dealership, pretty well, but they would love more entry-level product to advertise to people, at least to try and get them in the store. Now, I don't think anybody's, or most customers are going to buy the $29,995 decontented version of a car, but that can start a conversation. You can get in and maybe go for the one trim up, and the customer's happy, the dealer's happy. So if you don't have a lot of affordable options at the bottom, I would be thinking about busting out that COVID playbook, figuring out how you can, get those used cars that you need. I know the last time I did a private party sale, I had 3 dealers reach out to me. And so, that was a fun exercise. Got to confirm some of my own thoughts out there. That's always fun.
I did that this summer too. I ended up selling a car through Facebook. Sonic bought it.
Sonic bought it. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting experience.
So even some of the bigger groups are turning to Facebook
Definitely.
Marketplace too.
Yeah, and we see that, when we forecast supply out there and what's coming back to the market, dealers have gotten tighter with not wanting to bring that car back to wholesale, trying to retail out of it. And that is actually constraining supply into the wholesale market overall a little bit, and probably will for the next couple of years.
Yeah,
some of those changes.
Private party market, the Facebook, Craigslist thing, we have ways of kind of getting visibility or estimates into that. It's a lot smaller today than it was because your Carvanas, CarMax, and now the large dealer groups are competing. I get probably 3 emails a day from Carvana wanting to buy my car, right?
Yeah.
So, and in the future, right, you've got the data, you know where that VIN is, you can message the owner constantly and try to plan when to get them out of that vehicle.
It is really easy to get like 3 to 4 values on your car in under 10 minutes, and you know that really does help the consumer know what they're working with, what they can expect when they get to the store.
Yeah, I got one more.
Yeah,
okay. Y'all thought we were going to get through this without mentioning the other A word, but we're not. I started here on Sunday afternoon and wanted to have a tip swear jar if you said AI, but no one took me up on it. So, but obviously it's a huge thing in the economy overall and also in the automotive sector. Just curious, what are you hearing on the AI front from dealers and how they're using it and what they think about it, especially as we get into this year where a lot of adoption is happening?
Absolutely. Well, first off, I saw a stat: $380 billion was going to be spent last year on these new AI projects. So it's massive investments happening. And I was talking to a few dealers yesterday about it. Some of the success stories I've heard, helping you go through some of these big data sets you have in your store and help you, glean some insights out of that. So I'm thinking service department, how do I analyze my ROs, my discounting, all of those things, more efficiently? What insights can I get? I've had my own experiences with AI answering phones to help you schedule service appointments. Now that one, the one I experienced wasn't quite there yet. I think if I would have just wanted to set up an oil change, it would have been okay, but I had a complex question somewhat complex that involved pricing and stuff, and it wasn't there yet. So I think this year we're going to see a lot of dealers try out a lot of new products, and much like the broader AI market, the strong will survive, right? And we're going to be left with a few people who do offer a lot of value to the dealer network and to the U.S. economy as a whole, I think.
Yeah.
I was going to say, while that's going on, Patrick, I'm going to be watching NADA data for that chart of number of vehicles sold per salesperson to see if that finally comes down.
It's been like 10 a month, I think, forever.
10, yeah. 100 a year, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm glad you get use out of that stat. We just put that one in recently. Was there anything else we should hit here today, guys?
I'll piggyback on you just really quickly talking about AI and productivity. And two factors of that. One, the economy in the United States is actually growing stronger than most people have thought that it would.
Mid-2s for 25 and probably even higher than that in 26.
Well, some of the readings, like a bit higher. I mean, they lag, right? So it takes a while to come in. But that growth is really driven by AI productivity. It's not driven by jobs, We don't need another 100,000 workers to do the things that some of these tools can do. And so you are constrained in terms of economic growth by what is happening really with some of these productivity gains. And I can see they are real, like when we use data in our team.
Yeah.
We got some tools that we use. Our team is using them. They're lightning fast. Like if you know how to use it, if you're a data person, we're all data people up here.
Yes, absolutely.
If you have access to some things, it will blow your mind. And so that's the productivity that the world, and especially the United States, is going to feel, and I think it's going to trickle down.
So just to kind of put a bow on it, where are you guys at for the SAR this year, and are we getting back to 17 million anytime soon?
Yeah, our outlook is that we're down a little bit, about 2.4%, I think, year over year for new car SAR. That is driven really because we had a stronger year in 2025 than what most people thought.
A lot of pull-ahead volume.
Pull-ahead volume. The EV volume on the new car side is going to pull back probably a little bit too, right? So that boosted 2025 as well. And then, the economy is expected to not grow quite as fast in 2026 as it did in 2025. And then the labor market is also not expected to be quite as strong either. No. And like we just talked about the jobs, and people need jobs, and job growth is very highly correlated with vehicle sales.
Absolutely.
But look, don't be surprised if it overperforms, right? Every year we've had someone forecasting a recession since the pandemic.
That's true.
And it seems like most models are broken in some way.
Yeah, as I think you said backstage, don't bet against the American consumer. They're going to keep going out there and spending money. Well, our timer has just expired. Thank you all so much for being here with us today for this session. I hope you have a good rest of your show and get to make it all around. And thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Mark, for joining us.
Thank you.
You can't make lives better without changing how things work, and that starts with seeing a better way. Stone Eagle pioneered a new path through the F&I process. Then we unified the industry with data driving innovation across the board. Making lives better isn't just a slogan, it's our promise, guiding every design and customer touchpoint. We build solutions that tackle the industry's toughest challenges, improving efficiency, deepening insights, and fueling growth. Stone Eagle, making lives better.
Most commercial titling platforms promise convenience, but convenience means nothing if the system is not directly provided by the state DMV. The National Digital Titling Clearinghouse, powered by CHAMP, changes that. Built as the nationwide acquiring solution for vehicle titles, NDTC enables dealers to source and secure titles across all 50 states without risky commercial workarounds. NDTC is created by government, backed by government, and recognized by law. Every title issued is the official legal record, compliant and secure. If you can title anywhere, choose the state-backed platform built for accuracy, trust, and scale. The solution is NDTC, powered by CHAMP.
All right, so I hope everyone's having a great time so far here on day 3. It's hard to believe it's already day 3 at NADA 2026. My name's Errol Bomar. I am, of course, your host of the NADA Live Stage. I'm excited to see each and every one of your faces. Glad that you're here, hanging out in the Live Stage living room. As you know, NADA is all about innovation, technology, and what is not only always here, but what's coming next. So speaking of coming next, we're going to have a conversation, and we're going to hear about AI for Dummies. I remember those books. I'm gonna date myself. I remember when they had those books like Windows for Dummies and all those things, right? But this is AI for Dummies, and leading that charge and leading that conversation, please do me a favor and give him a big, warm round of applause. Let's welcome up Abdullah Baig. He is the co-founder and chief operating officer of PAM AI. Let's give him a big round. Abdullah, you ready?
What's up, y'all?
You ready?
Come on, solo energy. How y'all doing?
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll get you another one.
All right. Let's do this, right? All right, awesome. How's it going, guys? Awesome. I prefer, oh, that's not on either. All right. We're live. How's it going, guys? Awesome. How many of you guys are using AI right now in your dealership? All right, a couple here or there. How many of you guys don't like AI? Okay, one guy, all right. You know, have a seat, maybe we'll make some space for you, maybe not, all right. I want to simplify this process for everyone here. My name is Abdullah Baig. I'm the co-founder, president of PAM AI, and today we're here to talk about AI for the dealership, AI for Dummies. Let's simplify a very complicated concept. Let's start with the evolution. There was a point in time where software was what was being sold. So software. I have software for call tracking. I have software for payroll. I have software for this. I have software for that. And how many of you guys have more than 20 different vendors that you're using for different software needs? Raise your hand. In your dealership, 20 different vendors. There's a new form of technology that has emerged in the last few years. And at PAM AI,
we've really been pioneering the way to approach that technology. And with generative AI capabilities, you now have the capability to actually hire an AI employee. Let's talk about Bob. The story of Bob is a common story, almost in every dealership that we talk to. In the last 18 months since we've been in the automotive industry, we've gone from 0 to 600 dealerships. Across those 600 dealerships, 94% of dealerships that hire Pam keep Pam. They don't fire Pam. So 94% of dealerships that hire Pam keep Pam for the long term. Bob spends all of his day managing multiple different dashboards, multiple different platforms, multiple different types of non-intelligent software. What Bob really needs is a superstar employee in his dealership that can handle things like calls and texts and emails and website chat, inbound and outbound, for sales and for service. The challenge right now is Bob has 15 different, 20 different, maybe 25 different tools that all cost him $25,000 to $50,000 a month. That's called the Frankenstack. So what is possible with operations AI? You can hear it from me, but what I'd love to do is call up Jason Kernan, the general manager at Raceway Nissan. Give him a round of applause. Woo! Really quickly, what we're doing for Jason's stores right now is leveraging cutting-edge AI capabilities to answer calls and make outbound calls for their service department. Jason, why don't you walk the audience through what they've delivered for you, what Pam's done for you?
I'll keep it simple. You guys are going to see a lot of vendors and get fire hosed with a lot of information. We have 8 rooftops in Southern California. We had a 14-member BDC. We wanted to save costs, get more results. End of the day, with Pam working our inbound and outbound campaigns, we saved about $1 million a year for our company, and we 30% increase in service appointments across every rooftop. So if you guys are interested in learning more about how we did that, please come out to the booth. I'll be there. I'm here to answer questions for anybody who wants to talk to a dealer using the actual software. I'm out here all day, so just come see me.
Let's go, Jason. Give a round of applause for Jason, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Jason. What we envision at Pam AI are AI employees that sit across multiple different surfaces. What you heard from Jason, they saved $1 million a year. They boosted service revenue by 30% after hiring Pam. We see opportunities across accounting, across payroll, across customer relationship management systems, across parts and inventory, across service lane technology, and even F&I. And what we're building is an AI workforce, a workforce of employees that can help take away the burdens of your current staff, to help take away the problems that your current staff are dealing with so that we can boost your revenue and boost your profitability. Very, very simple. True AI isn't just about reading into systems. It's also about writing back into systems. It's about being able to remember. Now, if I were to tell you your human employees, they can call, they can text, they can chat, they can greet a customer, a simple AI agent that's only across one surface is not a complete AI employee. It's maybe an agent, but it's not a cutting-edge solution that can actually be an employee for your dealership. So how do you hire your first digital employee? You need to make sure that you're selecting a partner for the long term. You want to make sure that you have a company that has the right DNA. Before starting Pam with my co-founders, we led AI and machine learning programs at Amazon and Lyft and Adobe, and we also have incredible automotive expertise as well from our backgrounds as well. And so we saw a key problem in the automotive industry, which was customer experience. How do we solve for the customer experience problem, and how do we give dealerships a super employee that they can hire to power their staff and accelerate your staff? So you need a platform and you need a strong vendor, a partner, if you will, that can work with you in the long term. It's not about features. Features and different products and offerings that give you features that call themselves platforms are really meant to be seen as skills. We want to sell the AI. We want to give you the AI. You'll get the software and the features for free. What are the core values of a true AI platform? It needs to be intelligent. If you're asking it questions about inventory, it needs to understand the inventory. And if someone's asking you questions about inventory and you got 2 Volkswagen Jettas, you want to surface the car that's been on the lot longer so that you can get it off the line. That's intelligence. That's how your best employees function within the dealership. How do we make an AI employee function in that same way? Do you have a data fragmentation problem? Raise your hand if you have a data problem in your dealership. Literally everyone has a data fragmentation problem. But ultimately, over time, you can try to solve the problem of bringing all the different data together and try to solve for it one by one. Or you can get the freshest data available in the market. It's literally what the customer is asking for today. That's the freshest data. You compound that over weeks and months and years, and eventually you develop a strong enough and intelligent enough platform that is fine-tuned for you. Across the 500 to 600 dealerships leveraging PAM today, there is no single PAM that is the same. Every individual version of PAM is completely different. And with the right data, with the freshest data, you can go from reactive to predictive. You can predict when your business is going to have a downturn. And then PAM can go make automated calls and automated texts to a retention campaign and go bring people into the dealership because she's seeing that downturn. An AI employee that is smart enough, like your senior sales and your senior service staff, and just continues to make them better and better. The key problem that we're looking to solve for Bob here is that his AI employee can now handle multiple different touch points. Now Bob is happy. Bob has a done list. All of the people that he needs to reach out to have been reached out to. All the people that were calling in had their calls fully answered. No hold times, no wait times. The solution is simple. 99% of people that are calling the dealership, texting the dealership, wanting to reach out to the dealership for either phone or for either service or for sales, they're not walk-ins. 99% of our customers, your customers, are people that are shopping digitally. And here's the reality that no one wants to tell you and no one wants to admit. You're not competing with the dealer down the street anymore. You're competing with the solutions and the third-party marketplaces that have already gone direct to the consumer. Carvana, Tesla, every other platform that has figured out the golden standard, which is customers don't want to just buy a car from a dealership because they love that experience. Oftentimes, let's be real, they're buying a car because that's the way it's done. And they're servicing a car because they got a 36,000-mile, 3-year warranty plan. How do we work with that specific customer to answer their needs? Let's go upstream to the consumer. Where does the consumer sit? They want to lounge on the couch and order groceries from Instacart. Can we envision a world by partnering with our dealer partners to help you win not just the dealer market, but also win against the market that is Carvana and Tesla and every other market that's out there by helping your customers either buy a car or service their car from their phone as easy as it is to deliver groceries on Instacart. That's the world that we envision. There's a lot of work that has to get there in order to make that happen. Tons of work. And there's going to be lots of people that try to sell you on a vision. We do AI for this and AI for that. And you need to be equipped to ask the right questions. Is your AI agent a singular platform off of one surface like phone calls, one surface like texting, only one surface like chat? Or is your AI agent an agent that can perform across multiple different communication surfaces? That's the first key point. Another key point is you need to have deep execution capabilities. Can that AI actually be intelligent enough to perform at a complex workflow level? Secondly, integrations standards in the automotive industry are not great. On the service side, we're integrating at the opcode level. We're helping manage capacities at the opcode level. Imagine someone calls and says, hey, I have a problem with my engine, it's making a rattle. If we were to book that for an express shop, the dealer would be pretty pissed off. Jason, you'd be pretty angry, right? I mean, come on. You put it on the lift, you had to bring it all the way back down, put it back into the main shop, right? That's a problem. Most vendors can't integrate at that opcode level, but the right companies can. like PAM AI. And so we need to make sure that we have these deep API integrations with your service schedulers. Whether you're using Xtime, whether you're using MyKarma, whether you're using CDK Service, whether you're using RCI or Reynolds, whether you're using Tekion, whether you're using PBS, TCC, whatever it is, Book, AutoLoop, whatever it is, we integrate with all of these different platforms at the opcode level via API. We can pull from your availabilities and book into those specific open availabilities at any time of the day. Likewise, on the sales side, most leads are coming in through ADF, XML format. And so you need to trust in a vendor that can go reach out to the companies that close their systems and say, hey, give us an API integration so that folks like Jason over here can make sure that when customers are calling in, we can pull from existing records and provide a great solution. And just like you're choosing a partner for your DMS, and you have one DMS, you don't have two DMS, you don't have three DMS, you don't have four, you only have one. You should not have 5 different AI systems in your dealership. You should have one. One AI system, one AI employee, one operating system, one workforce that can do anything from inbound to outbound across sales and service for text, email, chat, your online scheduler. All of these digital doors, as we call them, need to have the best possible frictionless experience so that we can give your customers the best possible experience, because at the end of the day, when you're partnering with an AI vendor that deals with your consumers, your guests, your people that are reaching out to you for your services, you are putting your trust in us. That's a responsibility that we take really seriously, especially when we're talking about enterprise scale. Why do we work with 5 out of 8 of the publicly traded automotive groups in the country? Why do the major groups across the country in the US and Canada trust a company like PAM AI? It's because we're not just fine-tuning one AI system for one dealership, we're doing that at scale across hundreds of dealerships. And we're launching 50 stores on a weekly basis. What's the bottom line? Making money is better than burning money. Simple as that. Stores can run tighter. Operations become predictable. Leaders can make better decisions, and profitability levers can easily be pulled. We increase your blue sky value by helping you become profitable, helping you run intelligent and deeply integrated AI agents and employees that can help boost your blue sky value, take away the friction and the tension from your team, and make your customers happier. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
I'm here with Jarek Wilkins, CEO of Omega Advisors. Thank you so much for giving me some time today.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
All right, give me a little history, because you've been a dealer, you've been a congressman, now you're on the exhibit floor. How did we get here?
Well, I was in the dealer space for almost 20 years. I've done buy sales for the last 6. I ran for Congress, but felt automotive is where I needed to be, so that's
Amen.
Where we're at.
Yeah. And so now you're here.
Yes, and we're excited to be here because it's about the dealership space. And once you're getting in the car business, it just gets in your blood, and that's where you got to stay, it seems like.
So you've been a part of buy-sell transactions all across the country, dozens of them. And what is the market looking like right now? What's the environment for buy-sell? It's been a roller coaster over the last few years.
It has, and we saw the peaks from COVID where earnings were through the roof, and we've seen a lot of stability that's happened in 2025, which makes for the perfect opportunity for both buyers and sellers. Because buyers have capital, buyers have capital, and sellers feel that it's a stable environment to work from.
Okay, and so buyers have capital, they've been saving it up, they've been and sellers are saying, like, it's a good time to sell still.
It is.
Is velocity picking up in transactions?
We are. 2025 started off the first half a little soft. The end of 2025 was very strong, and of course that's rolling right into 2026, and we have a feeling that that's going to continue to accelerate this year.
Okay, so if a dealer is considering a transaction this year, what should they be doing right now to prepare?
Well, you want to make sure your books are cleaned up. There's things like inventory related to parts obsolescence. If you've got these 2025 models on your books, they need to really work through getting those off your books, because those are things that are going to really cost you later on. So,
what is the time frame that a dealer should say, okay, from when I start looking at this, how long does it typically take to get things in line to the point where they can say, okay, now we can put this in front of somebody?
Sure, it really depends on the size and scope of the dealership. We can bring a store to market usually within 90 days, but there's preparatory work that you need to do that can take upwards of 6 months to make sure things are the way they need to be.
Well, Jarek, thank you for sharing some of your wisdom with us and serving the industry from this side now.
Absolutely. Great to be here with you and glad to meet so many dealers this week.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem, so it is essential and critical that we are aligned, because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
All right, we're still in high gear, moving right along. We've got some great programming still coming all day long from the NADA live stage. I'm your host, Errol Bomar. Excited to have you here as always. Up next, we're going to talk about the hidden cost of dirty data. Not Dirty Diana, that's Michael Jackson. We're talking about dirty data, and basically looking at recharging your dealership records. To help lead in that conversation, please do me a favor. Let's welcome up Michelle Phelps, VP of Customer Success at Authenticom, and John Benlin, Asbury Automotive. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give them a warm round of applause. You ready? Come on up.
All right, thank you. How's everybody doing today? So thank you so much for coming out. My name is Michelle Phelps. I am the VP of Customer Success at Authenticom. And with me I have John Beelan from Asbury Automotive. Want to give an intro?
You got it. I'm John Beelan. I've been in the automobile industry a long, long time. I'm an old data nerd from way back. Been on many, many different platforms throughout the years. And now I work for Asbury Automotive as the Director of Applications for Fixed Operations. But one of my roles in my position is really examining the data that we have and trying to root out all evil, right? That's what we're doing here.
Awesome. Thanks so much, John. So I have a question before we get things started. How many of you in the audience are dealers? Show of hands. Okay, good answer. How many of you are in growth mode? You're buying other dealerships and acquiring other stores? Another good answer. All right. One of the things we want to talk about today is just what happens with the data. So John and I go back way too long, number of years.
A little bit.
And Authenticom, one of the things that we do and one of our platforms that we have is our data hygiene. So the things that we see with data, being a big data company, there's a lot going on there that a lot of people don't really understand. So we do data syndication, hygiene, all of that. And John and he had a particular conundrum going on in his world at Asbury Automotive at the corporate level. So I want to talk a little bit about that today. So let's go back a number of years and talk to me about the things that you were seeing in your data and what was going on at the corporate level at Asbury.
Yeah, so I've been with Asbury for about 10 years. And when I joined Asbury, we were at roughly 80 stores. Over the years, over the last 10 years, we've divested about 50 stores, and we've now are sitting at about 180. So we've almost doubled in size, or have doubled in size, and also gotten rid of a lot of stores. And one of the things that we experience as we buy new stores and buy new platforms is the reality that people aren't great at collecting, inputting, and keeping good data. One example that we have is one of the things that Michelle helped us do is evaluate quality data. One of the stores that we acquired had roughly 70,000 customers that had been in their data for almost 30 years that actually had the dealership as the mailing address for the customer. And
Why would a dealer do that, John?
Well, I'm sure it was likely at a time period where the manufacturers were mailing out surveys, and of course they didn't want to mail the survey to the customer, so they used the dealer's address and they filled them out themselves. Michelle was actually able to use the phone number and the email data for the customer and actually rip out the bad data, and we were able to inject the correct addresses for all of these customers. 70,000. Right now at this minute, our name database sits, or did sit about 3 years ago, at about 24 million customers, and that's just not even practical. The reality is that we probably have just over 10 million that are actually true, valid, high-quality customers. And we've also dropped our name database by half in the last 2 years, much to the success of Michelle and her team, just helping us find the duplicates and the bad data and so on. And through that, we find all sorts of crazy practices that dealers have done throughout the years to try to circumvent systems of one kind or another.
So one of the things that I love talking about, though, is when you discovered everything that was going on with the data, because being all the stores, acquiring and transitioning, doing a DMS change, and in the meantime, right, transitioning from one CDK over to Techion and in beta test, John came to us and was very much like, okay, I have a big problem. How am I going to fix it? And we had to reverse engineer some of the things because one of the big solutions that we also provide, it's a platform called NADA Vault, so NADA. So that is a data syndication platform that we offer free to dealers to help you retrieve your data and move it from point A to point B in a very secure fashion. So not only can we move the data for you, but we also can then apply hygiene. So one of the things that I wanted to make sure that we touched on today is just that process of beginning to look at the data and what are the steps people should really start to take? Because we had to go and develop this whole system because there is not a company out there that does this great. Everyone has little pieces of it, email cleansing or address cleansing, VIN validation, all of that. And we had to go and develop an end-to-end solution, starting with our Native Vault platform and then going ahead and doing the hygiene and then sending it back so then John could put it back in the new DMS. So talk to me a little bit about that. And if you were to give a dealer advice on this process, where would you start?
Yeah, the one, I guess, benefit of working for a public is we audit everything. And usually it's our internal audit team that comes to me with a problem. Hey, why does this email address show up in our database 300 times? You know, when you're in growth mode and you buy platforms at a time, if you have situations where people just knowingly enter bad data, and all of a sudden our marketing department decides that they want to send out, 300,000 bad email addresses, being blackballed by Google is not a good idea. So we've had to wrestle down that before, because we have just massive ingestions of horrible data. So we've really had to take time and evaluate, what we have. So Michelle was actually able to validate email addresses. So we actually have a catalog right now of about 300,000 bad email addresses that exist that we constantly bounce our database off of and rip them out because people are constantly plugging in no email at noemail.com for any number of reasons.
So it's a continual process then. It's not just clean your data and put it back in there, because your GMs and everyone, so it starts with best practices. Figure out what's important to you and then continuously clean it, because otherwise your GMs, everybody, like you said, none at none.com, and it's all going back to the corporate level.
Yeah, it's really, there's a tremendous amount of education that we have to give to our people. You know, when we go into different platforms, when you have turnover in your stores and you hear a brand new general manager say, we need to require an email address on every customer. That's a horrible idea. Requiring an email address on every customer asks for bad data. I would rather have accurate data than bad data any day of the week. We rip out hundreds of thousands of bad email addresses on a regular basis. Fun fact, I actually had a service manager of ours randomly found a Facebook page for service advisors. And in this Facebook page for service advisors, someone actually said, I'm with X dealership and I need a bunch of good email addresses to plug in for my customers so that you guys can help me with my surveys. We've now we've now harvested about 3,000 or 4,000 of those email addresses, and we will wipe them out. It's just a systemic problem, and one that we truly attempt at every opportunity, especially through audit, to reach out to individuals at the store level and say, we know that this is happening, this is not acceptable, we need to make sure that we have the right data in the right place at the right time. No other option is acceptable.
So, and Asbury's done just a tremendous job, and you and your team, you have a team now doing this, have done this at the corporate level for all of your dealerships and best practices. Talk to me with our remaining couple minutes here just about the impact that it has made at the corporate level, being able to get your data out, clean it, and push it back in, and then the best practices and the training and everything you guys have done at the corporate level. What does that look like on the day-to-day for your dealerships?
Yeah, we have tried, we've tried and succeeded and tried and failed many things. Our marketing department has tried a data lake. The strategy, the challenge that we experience with a data lake is that if your CRM database is using the data lake for its source, and it doesn't use all fields to validate a customer against your DMS, all it's going to do is jam in a brand new duplicate customer into the DMS. So we're continually perpetuating the problem. Many of the DMSs don't understand that the transactional source of record of any customer has to be the DMS, not the CRM, not the data lakes, not anything else. It has to be the DMS. And all of them have to do better.
Thank you so much, John. So again, Michelle Phelps, I'm the Vice President of Customer Success at Authenticom. Anything that you need from native vault to data syndication to hygiene, John and I will be at booth 2415 and would love to talk to you guys about what is going on in your databases and some real world best practices to go ahead and keep your data clean and have control of that data rather than just funneling it around the circle in the ether. So absolutely, thank you so much for the time today. And yeah, 2415.
Yeah, find a great partner, and it works out. It helps tremendously.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career, and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
All right, I said it earlier, you may have been here, may not have been here, but one of the cool things about being in the NADA live stage living room is that you too are a part of the action. All right, so this is your part, okay? Is everybody ready? They're like, oh, we have a part? Yes, you have a part, you have a part, you all have a part. It's really simple. When I say who can, you say whoa can. It's that simple. Can you handle that? We're gonna give it a shot. Ready? Who can? Who can? Who can? Who can? That's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so up next, we are going to have an NADA in conversation with the Women of Color Automotive Network, better known as WOCAN. So, like I told you, this is not a graduation, this is a celebration. So as I call them up, please give them a loud, big round of applause. So much so that they wonder in the other hall, what are they doing over there? All right, so first up, please help me in welcoming Myra Dandridge, who is the NADA Executive Director of External Affairs and Public Policy. There it is. Next up, we have Carrie Wise, Chief Marketing Officer for LotLinks. Then we have Ashley Lopez Cavazos, President of WOCAN. Woo! And Amanda Gordon, founder and CEO of Gojo Auto.
Woo!
Ladies, stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you, Errol. Thank you for that awesome, inspiring introduction. And thank you for being here. We appreciate it. So just really quickly, I want you guys to tell me, how many years have you been in the automotive retail industry? And if you would, in 1 or 2 sentences, let us know what you're doing right now in the industry. You want to start, Amanda?
So I started in 2002, puts me at 24 years. I started in sales, and now I'm an auto dealer in Denver, Colorado.
Ashley?
I started in 2010 as a receptionist in South Texas, and I am currently at NCM as a moderator consultant on the digital performance team.
Okay, and I started as an intern in '98. So what is the math on that? I say 25 plus, but I need to start saying 26, 27 years.
Almost 30.
In the business.
Yeah. Yeah, those numbers, both individually and collectively, are very strong. I applaud you guys for that. And it just speaks to your commitment, I think, to this industry and it gives you lots of clout, honestly. So congratulations. My hat goes off to you guys. So let's get into this. I know who you are. I know what WOCAN is. But for those people out here who don't know anything about WOCAN, tell us what inspired WOCAN. And I'm going to give Carrie and Amanda that question.
Well, we started WOCAN in August of 2020. And you can imagine in 2020, a lot was happening in our country with George Floyd, with COVID. And we like to say that we started WOCAN for ourselves. And so Amanda and I have known each other at that time probably for only a couple of years. Erica Wells, who is a general manager at Walzer Automotive Group, we knew her kind of loosely. And Patrice Banks, who owns Girls Auto Clinic, thank you, was also loosely, we all kind of knew each other. And I think when you're a black girl in automotive, and you see another black girl in automotive, I mean, you instantly know each other. I was at a party last night. I was the only black woman in the entire party of 500 people. And so it was one of those things that we started for ourselves because I wondered, is there anybody else out in the industry after 27 years of being on stages and never seeing myself out there? And we thought, I didn't think there was. I thought our first meeting, we'd have like 5 of us, and we had 30. And I was like, whoa, I'd never met a Latina who was a service technician. I had never met another black woman who was a vice president on the vendor side. I'd never met these people. And so for us, I say we started WOCAN for ourselves, and we built it, and they came, and we're at 1,400 members now.
Yeah, same for me. When I met Carrie, I was in sales at the time. And I had volunteered for a conference. It was driving sales. And when I saw her, it was the first time I saw a woman in a position of power, let alone of any color. And imagine for all of those who don't know what diversity looks like, going to a family reunion and seeing no one that looks like you. It's a little bit intimidating. And yet that's how we show up in all of these spaces. And so when I saw Carrie, we immediately became fast friends. And in 2020, we decided that we needed a place to call home, and WOCAN was born.
That's a great story. It's awesome because so many of us have that same story. I don't think that it's unique to this industry. You can look at the fashion industry. You can look at the telecom industry. In the industries, most of the time, there's maybe 1 or 2 of us. So this is good. You guys have created a home for people and women who need that support.
I think also, you know, I got the question a lot at that time because I'd been a part of women's organizations, and many of my women friends were asking me, well, why WOCAN? Because we have women groups that are supportive, but you know, what I realized is that my identity is more than just a woman. In fact, my race is very much a part of who I am, and I had left that to the side to some extent to navigate this male-dominated space. And so for me, what I discovered in starting WOCAN is that women of color, we just have unique experiences. We're often the first in our families, first educated, the first to ever be middle class, the first to be entrepreneurs. And when I say first, I don't mean first women, the first people in our entire families. And so that playbook isn't there oftentimes. We don't have the father or the uncle or somebody who might pass us down. And so this network was really about us learning from each other.
I mean, and it really is a beautiful thing because as a Latina, like I did not know any Latinas in automotive until I connected with WOCAN. And I remember y'all did the Hispanic Heritage Month and y'all reached out to the Hispanic members and y'all were like, hey, we want to like celebrate y'all. Can you do this clip, say a line in Spanish? One, my Spanish is rusty, like I can understand it. I say, give me a shot of tequila and I can speak it. And I was like, let me practice because I got to show up for my Latinas, right? But it was just so beautiful to come together and be able to feel like we can bring our whole self in this safe space and talk about that journey of, you know, some of the struggles or maybe some of the hills we have to climb and how to overcome them together from other leaders who had.
So we've talked about what inspired the creation. Tell me about your mission. What because you have lots of programs. Give me a little snippet of programs that you guys offer and just what you do in the industry.
I mean, we have so many different programs, and I'd say one of the biggest impacts we have in our programs is the scholarship program. A lot of times, as a lot of our members are not all executive level or manager level, but they're wanting to grow. And so being able to go to a conference and come to like an NADA, thanks to our sponsorships, we're able to provide scholarships to women. And so that is one of the biggest programs I think we're all very proud of. We also have great sponsorships that we're working with like Chase, and we're doing financial literacy workshops, right? Because we want to make sure our members are growing and moving forward. We actually have Solera sitting in the audience, Jing, and we worked really closely with her. We have the WOCAN Leadership Academy, a 6-month no-cost leadership academy for our members, and they're able to walk away with a certificate, which is just huge. You know, we are sending somebody to GM school this year, and that's a huge, like, imagine a woman of color being able to go to GM school. Like, I'm blown away that we get to do these opportunities. And then we try to meet our members where we are, right? Virtual, in-person events. We have an event at NAMAD, is our annual in-person event, and it's so beautiful. We had our biggest one this past August, over 160 women in the room, and we get to network and connect and celebrate each other. We have a breakfast at a SoduCon. And so it's just, we're trying to meet our members where we are. This year we're really pushing for that. We're going to do a pulse survey and do a member survey and ask, like, what are you hoping to get out of WOCAN, and how do we continue to grow that as well?
I love that. And you and I have been talking about different partnerships with NADA, and hopefully some of that stuff will come to fruition. So I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, this is a huge deal. This is our official NADA debut as WOCAN, so this is really exciting. And thank you, Myron, for that.
I think for us, you know, we were really focused on not putting any more hurdles in front of our members. And so when we first launched it, there was a debate on, okay, we should have a membership fee, an annual membership fee to be a part of that. And the reality is, like, we're 6% of the automotive industry. We're just not represented at all from a leadership standpoint. And so adding a fee to our members is not kind of empowering and helping them. And so our model was, let's get with companies that want to support us. Solera, they already have a leadership academy. Why not take that leadership academy and offer it to our members? Chase, Subaru was one of our first sponsors, Cars Commerce. Like, these companies want to support us because they know that if women of color win, then all women win and all employees win. Like, it bubbles up. And so that's our model, is get the sponsorships, get the tools from the corporate sponsors.
And that company wins also.
And the company wins also.
Absolutely. So it's a win-win all the way around.
Yeah.
So glad you said that. Let's talk about the why behind WOCAN. So what, and I'm going to give you this question, Amanda.
I'm ready.
Why do you think it's so important to have a network that's specifically focused on women of color rather than a one-size-fits-all?
Sure. Number one is representation. If you can see it, you can be it.
That's right.
And being the first, but not being the last, not gatekeeping. I'm the first black woman in Colorado to own a car dealership, and this happened in 2019.
Say it again. Say it again.
I am the first black woman in Colorado to own a car dealership in 2019, not 1909, 2019. And being the gift that other women need to see so that they can do what I'm doing, and giving them the information, education, and access to accomplish those things. I know Carrie mentors many young women on the vendor side, same with Ashley, and being that representation that we needed to get there faster.
Let's talk about impact and growth. Since WOCAN's founding, what impact are you most proud of, Ashley?
Oh gosh. I think the impact is a community, because, I mean, talking and knowing the mission of the founders is our goal is to attract, retain, promote as many women of color into this industry. We want people to see themselves when they walk into a dealership. We want other women to know the opportunity that we have been fortunate to have because of this industry. And so I think the impact is a community. I look in the audience and I see so many people here that I know through the community, and I know we have helped each other through good times and bad times. And I can tell you there's been times where I've questioned staying in the industry myself, and it's been the mentorship of Carrie or the community of our members and talking with them, empowering through and pushing through those hard moments. So get a little emotional, but yeah.
That's great. Did you want to add something, Carrie?
You know, I think working in the industry for 27 years, you put your head down and you just push through it.
Right.
And you forget your impact. I remember the first time I met Amanda, and she's like, I've never seen a black woman on a live stage or speaking, and I didn't even think about it.
And I
never thought about that.
I did too.
and so for me, I think we've been very intentional in attracting people to this business.
Yes.
A lot of conferences, a lot of events will say, we invite people, but we just can't get the diversity. And to me, it's because they're not strategic and thoughtful about it. So for me, what I'm proud about is like, we were very intentional about our speakers. I will tell you, when we had an Asian woman, she was an editor from Auto Trader, I think in Canada, our Asian woman membership increased the day we had an Asian woman speaker.
Imagine that.
Whenever we have a Latina speaker, we get more members that are Latinas that join.
Yeah.
It's not that hard.
Right.
It's just being intentional about who you have on your stages. And we have amazing women. This isn't, affirmative action where we're just giving speaking spots to people who don't deserve it. But the reality is there's a lot of amazing people out there. And the difference with us is they're in our network and our pool, and we can tap on them when other groups aren't even aware that they exist.
Yep. Did you want to comment also on that?
I mean, I mirror that exactly. And even within our group, we're being exposed to women that we didn't know about. The representative from Hyundai that we had that spoke. Olabisi
Boyle,
in the lending space, just all of these dynamic women that don't get the spotlight like they should, and WOCAN is able to elevate that voice.
So let's talk about allyship, because that's where we're going, it seems.
Oh, yeah.
Who have been allies to you in this industry in terms of women, more women or men?
I gotta
and
say,
what groups? I'm sorry.
Yeah. What groups? Yeah. I think the most surprising thing about starting WOCAN for me has been the support for white men.
Yep.
Shout out to the white guys out there in the industry. But I gotta tell you, I did not know that they would be as supportive. And I mean, when we started it, I would get white guys that I had worked with reaching out to me and saying, hey, is there anything I can do?
Yeah.
Or trainers and consultants that are like, hey, I can offer some internet BDC training if you'd like.
Yeah.
And so I think of, Kyle Disher. Where's Kyle? He's in the audience, right? Kyle
there.
Disher. He's Kyle Disher was our very first WOCAN Ally of the Year. We actually gave him an award for all the stuff that he did to help us. And he did video work for us and all the stuff that he did for free to help us. And we just got a donation from Steve Greenfield. He gave his
Dr. Sheila.
Yeah, who allowed us to send Dr. Sheila, who's an independent dealer. But Steve Greenfield, white guy, gave us his speaking fee of $4,000. Instead of taking it, he gave it to WOCAN so we can send Sheila to NADA for the first time.
Yeah.
And so to me, that's been the greatest surprise. And we've had other supporters, but it has been these white men that I didn't think it would be as relevant to them, but they've been very passionate about helping us.
And I agree with that statement. And I think the premise behind that is because they have the want, but they don't have the how.
Yes.
Yeah.
And WOCAN has presented a how to execute on helping them with diversity.
Okay.
It really is great. I mean, I see even some in the audience, and my own team, right, is like, I have the company I work for, and they're like, hey, like, how can we help WOCAN, right? What can we do to participate more? And so it's really great when you join a team and as I was looking to leave retail after 16 years and venturing into the vendor space, and I have, my manager who's here in the audience and people from my team with NCM that are fully supportive of WOCAN, and I think it's being able to see that and know that that's possible, right? That allyship is possible, and then being able to partner. You asked about other, organizations. There are other organizations, women's groups that are out there, and they're like, we love what you're doing. How can we partner up? Because again, this is not a competition, right? We have to help lift each other up.
Exactly.
And so when you can team up with other organizations that are supporting women and they understand why WOCAN exists, that's when we really start to all live together. Because when we compete, we're not helping anybody. We're just keeping each other where we are, and we're not growing. So it really is because of the allyship. When you're 6% of the industry, we can't do this alone.
Well, let me tell you right now, right here, today, that NADA through Myra Dandridge is definitely going to be an ally.
Thank you.
Very supportive ally.
Well, and Mike, Mike came to our luncheon.
Mike is
at
awesome.
and
That's
he was,
right.
Very supportive, and it's really awesome when you see such huge organizations wanting to help be a part of the movement.
Thank you.
I think that was another surprise because we launched in 2020, and as you can imagine, in that year, a lot of companies were jumping on, what I would say is the DEI bandwagon a little bit, and rolling out DEI programs for the first time. I thought about 2026 and thought, oh, maybe our corporate sponsorship is going to wane now, but it's been the opposite, and we have major corporations that are still supporting us and sticking with us and not really caring about the attention. They're not caring about us. It's really done because they truly believe in the cause.
Yep. That's great. Keeping on this impact and growth train, can you guys share an example of how WOCAN has helped advance careers or created connections and opened doors for some women?
Oh my gosh, I can think of so many stories. Yep. I think it really is the community and the allies. When I don't know, and I'm sure y'all have had these conversations as well, but there have been many women, unfortunately, that have been part of layoffs, right? And so when I think about that impact, it's a network that was created within WOCAN, and we're able to help each other find opportunities and help open doors for each other, because we really need to stand by each other, and it is tough, right? There are so many changes happening in this industry, but when we can stand together, when we can open doors for each other and help somebody find a career that they're so passionate about, because like I mentioned earlier, myself as well, right? When you're thinking about leaving the industry, that is the last thing we need to happen. So it's just being able to find those doors for each other and help, bring the next woman up with us.
Right. So let's think prospectively in terms of future. Where do you see WOCAN in the next 5 to 10 years?
I'd like to see us launch GoCan, Girls of Color Automotive Network, right?
Love that.
It's the next generation.
Absolutely.
And I think the beauty of our members, as I mentioned, many of them are first college educated, first middle class, first to ever work in automotive. All of our members are actually trailblazers, no matter what level they're at. And so they're looking to give back as well. And so, I'd love to attract the next generation to automotive. I'd love to change the face of automotive so that other people outside of this industry don't think of it as an industry that's not for them.
Exactly. I don't think I asked the question, and any one of you can answer this. How many members do you have in WOCAN?
So we have over 1,300 WOCAN members, and there's over 300 allies.
It started with 4.
We started with 4.
Starting with 4.
I was number 8.
Our first meeting had 25 to 30 on a Zoom call.
Yeah. Yes. Do you guys hear
Which
this?
I was shocked at. I couldn't believe that there were 30 women of color in automotive at the time. So yeah, 1,400. It's pretty astounding.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you even look at our leadership academy. We had our first cohort, and we were the 52 graduates.
Yeah.
And we opened up the class last month. We had 74 applicants and 60 on the live call.
Yes.
That's great.
And we have, we have women, white women as well. Sandy Zanino was a big part of kind of kicking that off. I think, Sandy, you were probably member number 10, if maybe you were number 5, right, as a white woman. And so a lot of our events, I mean, we'll have it's not just women of color as well.
Yeah. Allies.
Yep.
So we are running out of time, unfortunately, but for those people who are interested in supporting WOCAN and getting additional information about the network, where can they go to get that?
I would say our website, wocautonetwork.com. Reach out to me on LinkedIn, reach out to any of the founders. We'd love to just have a conversation. We're here at NADA till tomorrow as well, so stop us when you see us and let's chat, and we're happy to learn so much more. I also want to mention our executive committee. So we have our founders who thank you for entrusting me to be, their leader, their president, but I can't do this alone. And so I have my vice president, Jessica Smith. I have our executive committee of Erica Bruno, who's our treasurer, Julie Tabarejo, member engagement, Mabel Peralta with social, and then Stephanie Wedgeworth with events. And so it's that team that is going to help us continue on over the next 5 to 10 years and build that succession plan. So connect with any of us. We are proud to, sit and talk with anybody. No question is silly. If you just want to understand, in general, don't just ask, and we're here to chat.
And we're looking for corporate sponsors all the time. So if you work at a company, it can be little or small, and we've had financial donations. We've also just had programs. That's kind of our new thing. So you might have a program internally that you do, and we'd love to tap into that. And then even individuals, who have offered to help in terms of their services, training, consulting, any of that. We're open.
Yeah, I mean, corporate and dealerships. We had our first dealer sponsor at our luncheon last year, which was Liza Borches from CMA. And so it's great when you have dealer owners as well wanting to help support WOCAN.
Well, thank you guys so much. Again, can we give it up for Women of Color Automotive Network? Thank you, Amanda.
Our birthday girl.
Thank you, Ashley. And it's always great seeing you, Carrie. Thank you also.
Myra, for your work.
Thank you. So we have a birthday girl in our midst.
Yay!
Happy birthday, Amanda.
We have something special for Amanda as well. So this is another one of our big allies, Chris Becker, who's bringing this special gift for Amanda. So let's sing happy birthday to Amanda while we got
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Amanda. Happy birthday to you.
Pretend blowout.
Thank you, everybody. 22 today. 22.
I love it.
And holding.
I love it.
Thank you, Myra.
Sure. Thank you guys again.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, everyone.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
All right, I am sitting here in the North Hall with Fan Jin, the Global Director of Amazon Autos, in this beautiful booth. Thanks for joining me here today.
Welcome.
All right, we're going to dive right in. Why has Amazon decided at this point, you've been active with dealers in auto for around 5 years, I think. Why was the time now, and why are you really pressing on the gas to support the consumer demand in this?
Yeah, we've been operating for just a year. But we've been doing research with dealers for a very long time, trying to get the business model right and trying to make sure that we launch with a set of features that make sense for dealers and then iterate from there. Now is the right time because it's the time we were ready. And we always knew that consumers had this trend of buying more online and wanting more transparency and wanting that ease. And we thought, hey, look, Amazon can bring that trust and transparency. Amazon can bring those millions of customers to dealers. And this was just the right time because that's about when we got done with that first iteration.
That's awesome. Many dealers have had questions about, like, what is Amazon doing? Are they going to go direct to consumer? What's my part in it? How are you meeting that fear head on?
Well, head on, we're saying we're not going direct to consumer. This is very much a dealer-based model. We're a marketplace. We can make money from advertising. We don't take any cut of the transaction. We're really here for dealers to be able to list the vehicles that they have. They price it the way they want. They structure the deals the way that the dealer sets it. And they can access millions of customers, and we're bringing those customers into the dealer door. So that's what we're here for.
You've had a very focused growth across used, then certified pre-owned, and then bringing new brands on, and then going into certain markets. Mm-hmm. How are you approaching markets right now to create the opportunities for dealers to interact with customers on Amazon?
Well, we learned early that we really need to build marketplace density, and so we're going market by market. We hit pretty heavy in LA. We're moving through Texas, Florida, and we're going to be expanding from there, but we want to build density so that when a customer from that market comes to the store, they see great selection from local dealers in their area, and they know they can be confident in shopping and finding that the thing they want.
Amazing. Well, thanks for spending some time with us. Come check out Amazon Autos in the North Hall. You won't regret it.
Auto industry fraud is a $9 billion problem. 700 Credit is the solution. We're renowned for providing valuable credit reports and soft pull credit data to dealerships, as well as a host of award-winning fraud detection and prevention solutions. And we'll secure your customer sensitive PPI safely in a paperless digital deal jacket. Optimize your sales, enhance your customer experience, and protect your dealership from fraud. Contact 700 Credit today to get started.
All right, so if you're looking to my stage left, you might notice that we have our K9 companions that are hanging out, and it is time for that special part of the NADA show. It's part of a tradition that we continue to move forward on. So this is the K9 companions and the NADA Foundation auction, the final results. So I've got the final number of how much was raised this year. I'm going to tell you at the end. I'm not going to tell you right now. So I'm going to hold it, but at the end I'm going to tell you because it's a big number. It's an exciting number. But please help me in welcoming up Cheryl Ishizaki, who is the Manager of Corporate and Foundation Relations for K9 Companions. She is joined by Skylyn Brown, who is the client speaker of Hearing Graduate, and Service Dog Kaylin. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Thank you. So on behalf of K9 Companions, we extend our deepest gratitude. Thank you to Open Lane for sponsoring this exciting auction package, and to the NADA Foundation for so many years of generous support for our mission. K9 Companions provides expertly trained service dogs to adults, children, and veterans with disabilities, as well as facility dogs to professionals working in healthcare, criminal justice, and educational settings. Since our founding in 1975, every dog and all follow-up services have been provided entirely free of charge to our clients. It is now my pleasure to introduce one of our remarkable clients. Please join me in welcoming Skylyn Brown and her hearing service dog, Kaylin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Skylyn. I am the hearing service dog handler for Kaylin. So just to give a little bit of background of who I am a fourth-year audiology resident that works at the VA hospital here in Las Vegas. So I kind of grew up knowing about service dogs my whole life, and I've always admired them, but I never realized just how much one could actually benefit me. I grew up hard of hearing and wore hearing aids pretty much all of my life, and then when I was 19 years old, I got my first cochlear implant. The cochlear implant changed my life in one way, but in another way, without my cochlear implant and my hearing aid, there are a lot of things that I cannot hear. For example, my smoke alarm going off in the night, someone knocking on my door, someone ringing my doorbell, and even my alarm in the mornings. Those were all things that when I was admiring service dogs growing up, I didn't realize there would be one for me who could help me just as much. And so about 3 years ago, my first year of audiology school, we had a lesson about hearing service dogs, and I had actually met a trainer who works for K9 Companions who was also deaf and introduced me to hearing service dogs. Of course, it piqued my interest. I went ahead and applied, and here we are 3 years later, and I'm almost a year into being matched with Kaylin. I want to take a minute to express what Kaylin's been able to do for me that I had never thought might not be possible for me, but also things that I always worried about and wondered if I would ever be able to do it as an independent person. So like I mentioned before, I can't hear my alarm in the morning. So during school, my parents always had to wake me up. Now they make the bed shaker alarms, and that can definitely help some, but you're kind of screwed if it falls off the bed because then you can't feel it. And that had happened a time or two. So that's where Kaylin comes in every single morning when she hears my alarm, and she jumps up on the bed and she takes her paw and she just aggressively and so gently just taps me with her paw to wake me up. So that's not how they typically alert, but Kaylin was smart enough to figure out when we got home that her little nose boops that they normally do wasn't going to wake me up from a dead sleep. And so she took it upon herself to figure out how to get me awake, and she uses her paw. So every morning, that's the first thing I get woke up to is a wet nose and a paw on me, and it's quite nice, actually. The other thing that's the most helpful for me is the smoke alarm. I had always wondered, even now, before I got her and as an adult in my first apartment, if my smoke alarm goes off in the night, I would never hear that. And that was something really concerning, not only for me, but for my family as well, as a woman who would live alone. So then, that's what Kaylin does. When she comes into the picture, that smoke alarm goes off, and that's one of her most exciting tasks that she has. She has figured out that that one is one that we don't play around about. And I'm actually going to demonstrate that one for you guys here in just a minute as well, and it is so worth seeing. Good? Okay. So another thing that I want to just kind of point out is all of these things are things that would not be possible for me without having Kaylin. And for that, I am so grateful for K9 Companions and the fact that it might have taken a long process, but K9 Companions was able to donate her to me. I did not have to pay out of pocket for this, and I think that is just amazing because K9 Companions put so much work and time and training into all of these dogs. And that wouldn't even be possible without all of our amazing sponsors that help make this possible, including the Open Lane today and the NADA. You guys make this possible for all of us. And just for the impact that she's had on me as someone who has an invisible disability, I can't imagine all the difference she makes for the people who truly, really need physical disability dogs as well. And thank you guys. And if you'll give me just a second, we'll get set up and I can demonstrate one of her tasks for you. If I could get everyone to kind of quiet down just a little bit, if we can, right here, and we'll demonstrate really quick. This is a recording that I have of my own smoke alarm at home. This is how I used it to train her before I was comfortable going to sleep at night without anything around. So we recorded the smoke alarm at home, trained it during the day. I would wake her up from naps during it until she got the hint that anytime you hear that, you come find me. And so here we go. I want to quickly point out that typically when the hearing service dogs alert us, their job is to let us know there's a sound, similar to how she just alerted me, and then their job is to take me to the sound. So whether that's my alarm or even a cooking timer going off, whatever the sound is, her job is to take me to it. However, we don't want our dogs running into fire. So kind of like we grew up learning stop, drop, and roll, it's kind of the same concept for her. She stops what she's doing, she lets me know, and she drops. And that is how we know what's going on. I'm going to keep talking for a second and just kind of move away. She knows we're doing some tricks right now, so she's just waiting. I'm going to see if she does this for us again without her knowing my phone is about to go off. What? Good job. Good job. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to listen, and thank you to all of our amazing sponsors, because you guys do not understand the impact that these dogs have on all of us recipients and clients. It is amazing, and our lives are truly changed for the better. And I want to give a special shout out to our puppy raisers. Our puppy raisers put so much volunteer time into raising these dogs. They keep them from about 8 weeks old to 18 months, teaching them all of the basic skills, obedience, everything that's needed before they even get turned in for the puppy dog, service dog school. And I think that is amazing, because without them, there would be no dogs at service dog school. So we are really appreciative for them and thank them for all the work that they put in. And it always is a bittersweet day on graduation day when they hand over their work to a handler. So thank you guys, and thank you to K9 Companions.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now I promised you that I was going to tell you the number, but here's the great news. You too can actually add to the number I'm about to read. If you would like to add to the number, K9 for Companions are going to be right over to the side. There's still time to make donations to make the number even bigger than what it is already. Are you ready for the number? All right. So this year, they raised $109,252,000. That is absolutely amazing, and that is an increase of over $30,000 from last year. It is absolutely exciting, absolutely amazing, and as you all heard firsthand, it is absolutely beneficial, crucial, and important to so many people that the lives they change through your donations and your giving. So once again, let's give everyone a round of applause to our handlers, also to our puppy raisers, and of course to our K9 friends and K9 companion. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thank you so much.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured, your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at nadaworkforcestudy.com.
Well, that was cool, but we also have more cool stuff, of course, from the NADA live stage. This also is one of my favorite moments because it's a moment where NADA has the opportunity to honor and recognize something that's really, truly special. So many of America's new car dealers have been in the transportation business for more than 100 years. And what NADA does is they honor the dedicated dealers with the NADA Century Award. And so with that, we're lucky to have with us today a former Century Award winner whose business actually celebrated 150 years in business last year. From Normanton Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in San Jose, California, please do me a favor. Let's give him a nice, big, warm, loud round of applause to President and General Manager Mark Normanton. Mark, come on up and join me. There we go.
Yeah, we got the.
That's what I'm talking about. They came with you, didn't they?
They did.
I knew it. I love that. That's great.
We got to follow the dogs here.
Well, you see, but you got your support system, so that makes it much better, right?
That's a good thing. Yes.
So you don't look 150. So how have you been doing business this long?
That. I try to keep myself in shape. Yes.
What's your gym routine? You got to tell me your nutrition, all this fun stuff.
It's tough.
Tough. But seriously, congratulations, obviously. I mean, that's a huge milestone. And I don't want you to necessarily give the secret sauce, but in your own words, what are some of the things that have helped you and the company maintain for so long in the community?
Well, you know, it all starts with the people. You know, the people in your business, our team has really made our business last as long as it has. Without the teams that my great-grandfather had and my great-grandfather and so on and so forth, we wouldn't be here today. Yeah. So it's not a one family or one person endeavor. It's really the whole dealership team is what makes it work.
I love that. So I'm going to ask you another personal question. So if you could go back, right, 5-year-old, well, let's say 10-year-old you, is this what you picture you would be doing in that 10-year-old? You know, when they said, what do you want to be when you grow up?
You know, we all have our aspirations of what we want to do in life. And you know, I was pulling weeds and painting bathroom walls and washing cars and doing everything else when I was a teenager at the dealership, like I think a lot of us have done, who've succeeded and stayed in the business. But yeah, I think so. I saw I saw the industry. I saw how deals were transacted. I saw the service department build my hot rods in the back and did all that type of thing. And cars got in my blood, and I just loved it. It just became a passion.
Yeah, it's something about it. I tell you, it's one of those things where it's an intangible that you can't explain. It's so funny. Like my father actually had an old Corvette '79 Stingray, and I kid you not, I can still remember what the inside of the car, like the interior, the leather, like what that smelled like. Just helping him work around it.
Have you gone out and found a '79 Corvette?
No, I have not.
That might be on your list.
Yeah, you might have put that in the list. Yes, absolutely. But so I say that to say, like, I definitely understand, you know, what you mean. What are some of the things, and maybe I know obviously it's been a long, time, but what are some highlights or maybe some key memories that stick out to you during this whole journey?
Well, you get through college, and got out of college. I wasn't really into school that much, but I really wanted to get into the work world. And getting in there and building the team, being mentored by my father, and
take your time.
Yeah, he just passed last month.
I understand. Take your
time. But being mentored by my father and getting in there and building a team, getting married and having, biggest highlight, of course, is your kids and their interest in the business and having them come into the business and being in the business. But building the team and seeing, I have second and third generation employees.
Yeah.
I'm fifth generation dealer, but I have second and third generation employees. I have a whole family working for me, mother, father, and both kids, all working for me. So seeing that and seeing that develop and seeing them succeed, not only in the business but in life, and see that our business is contributing to that is probably the biggest reward I've had.
Absolutely, yeah, and I, it's amazing, right? Because we never, especially while we're living it, we never understand the impact that we're having. And I definitely recognize you honoring your dad. I lost my dad January of last year, so I understand. Yeah. But that's why I bring up and speak about those memories, because those are things that, while he's doing it, he may never know the impact. And I think the same is true, that even yourself, while you're doing it and while you're living life, you never know the impact, but just showing up, and I can see the passion, I can see the fact that you lead people first, right? Because when I asked you what the secret sauce was, the first thing you said was, it's the people, right? The people. Which is...
And surely not me.
Yeah.
It's definitely the people that surround me.
Yeah, and recognizing that is, I think, what has helped make you a great leader. So, you know, it's a combination of both. Remembering how you got here, but also who's helping you get there. Right?
And like you said, being present.
Yes.
Being there day in, day out. Making sure that you know, they know, and we all know that we're working together for the same goal.
Yeah, it's a team effort, and that's the thing. And like, once you can bring people into the fold and say, hey, this is not just, you're not just, you know, employee number this. No, I know you, I know your children, I know your spouse, I know, you know, and that's what makes it a great environment.
Yeah.
For some dealers that are out there that maybe haven't made it to that century mark, but they're really trying hard, is there any advice or any information or maybe golden nuggets that you would share with them that you've learned?
Well, you know, the whole succession planning is not easy, and it's very unusual from it to go. Read some studies and gone to a few seminars about it, but going from the first generation to second generation, you lose a lot. Yeah. A lot never make it to the second generation. Mm-hmm. And then from the second to the third generation, it just like drops off a cliff.
Okay.
But it's funny, I was talking to somebody just yesterday about it, is after the third generation, it starts to increase because they've made it that far.
Yeah.
But the only advice I could say is you have to have the passion. You might hope or think that your kids have the passion or your successors have the passion, but if they don't, it's much better, in my opinion, that they do what they're passionate about. If you're lucky and they do have that passion and they do want to get into the business, it's a great, you couldn't ask for anything nicer to be working with your kids. But we've just been very, very lucky that we have had people in our family that have had that passion, and that passion has been handed down through the years, and it still lives in me, and I think it still lives in my son. My son Scott's here.
How you doing, Scott? Good, I love it.
So I think it's just, you know, having that, the skill set is very important. NADA Academy can help in that.
Yes.
I think you've talked about that up here with a few people,
Absolutely.
Cameron and other people. But having the skill set is very important, but having the passion to do it, because this is not an easy job.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a 24/7, 7 days a week. You never leave it at work. You always bring it home. So it's something that you need to really love and enjoy. And if you don't do that, don't try to make your kids live that life, because it's not good for them and it's not good for the business. But if they are, like I have been very lucky, and I think my dad and his dad have been lucky to have somebody that has been passionate, that can continue it going and pass it down. Like I said, a few other people were talking earlier, it's you know, I've only got it for a short period of time.
Right.
I'm kicking the can down the road, but this is my watch, and I got to make sure that our business survives and all my employees thrive. But it's just mine for a short time.
Yeah.
This is my watch. And then it's got to build from that, and somebody else, like they did this morning, passing the torch, we need to pass the torch on to the next generation. And I think they're very well equipped, probably a lot better equipped than I am, or I was, to take that torch and run with it.
I love that. I love that analogy of passing the torch. So indulge me for a moment, because I want to do this. Let's talk about the start and then how the baton ended up in your hands. So what I love to do is honor those 5 generations. So let's start first and then come up to say their names.
How much
say
time
their
we
names
have?
and let's go in the order so that we can see how you ended up with the baton. So who was first?
Amos Norman was first. He was my great-great-grandfather.
Okay.
He was a blacksmith, because 150 years ago they didn't have automobiles.
Right.
It was horse and buggy days. So he was a blacksmith, moved down from Canada. We settled in California in Santa Clara County, and he started the business in 1875.
Okay.
He passed it on to Lewis. Let's see if I've got this right. Amos to Lewis, and Lewis blew it up, did a very good job. He created the Better Business Bureau in San Jose.
Okay.
He was the director of the Chamber of Commerce at the time. So we were a big deal back then. Maybe not so much now because there's so many dealerships. But and then he passed it on to Irving, who was my grandfather. And then my father was the next person who had just passed last month. And then myself and my brother Paul.
What's your dad's first name?
Oh, Irving.
Okay.
Irving was my grandfather. Louis O is my dad, but he goes by Lon, his initials.
Got it.
So Lon Norman is the one who ran with it and did a great job building his team and mentoring me and my brother on how to sustain that. Yeah. And the importance of treating customers the way you would treat your own family member. Well, maybe not family members, so a lot of times. But treating customers as you treat yourself.
Depends on the side of the family, right?
Exactly. That's a joke. But anyway, just treating customers the right way and treating your employees the right way and how to sustain the business. So my brother Paul, who's out here, is my partner.
Okay.
And I have two sons in the business. My son Scott and my other son Matt, who's not here today, who's also in the business.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, today is the due date for my 5th grandchild.
Oh,
and,
congratulations.
My
That's
wife
awesome.
is at home waiting for that baby to be born, and I'm getting ready to get on a flight to get there as soon as they go in the hospital. So,
all right.
So that's the next generation. So Scott and Matt are 6th generation, and 7th is on the way. Any moment now. Yes.
Any moment now. I absolutely love that. That's absolutely amazing. So for everyone out there, I mean, I hope you caught what we're talking about here. It's not just what you do. It's not where you do it at. It's not even how much it costs or how much it doesn't cost. It's really based on the people that are surrounding you, the people that are supporting you, but most importantly, the people that help the foundation that you're standing on. And so that's why I thank you for indulging me in that. I wanted to take some time to honor that. I think that's a really big deal, and it's a really important piece to the puzzle. So I can't thank you enough for being here. I'm not going to hold you anymore. I want you to get on that plane and go welcome that new grandbaby.
I do have one more thing.
Absolutely.
NADA has the Century Award for any dealer that has made it for the 100 years. But
yes, sir.
I made the recommendation to them earlier that that's so old news now.
Okay.
We need 150.
Ah, okay. What should we call it?
I think I think I'm the 3rd one that would be in it at this point, because I met a person from Connecticut earlier 2 days ago, and he's got me beat by about 15 years.
Wow.
So there's a couple of us that would actually be in that group. So I'm recommending to NADA that they create a new group now, the 150 Century Award.
I love it. You heard it here first, folks. All right, we got to work on that. We'll see. We're going to be in Florida next year, so
could be there.
We're always creating something new. So
that sounds good.
From your mouth to those ears, and we'll see. We'll figure it out. Mark, thank you again
so
much.
Very much.
It was an absolute pleasure.
All right.
Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Big round of applause.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're here on the floor with Sustainable Auto. So we're here today with founder, CEO, Chief Operating Officer. You make sure. So we got Matt, and then we have Jared, who is a dealer in Marietta.
I was stuck in a traffic jam, and no one was moving. And I was like, man, there's a lot of emissions happening right now, and no one's getting anywhere. Is there a solution for this? And I dove into it, and no, it's not. So I created it. We have planted over 5.8 million trees, which is equivalent of offsetting almost 77,000 vehicles, basically taking it off the road in terms of emissions.
How does it go from add-on to there are trees in the dirt?
Yeah, essentially from the dealer perspective, we're collecting a report essentially from them once per month. That tells us how many trees to plant on their customers' behalf. Then we, take that, we go out, we get those trees planted for those customers.
We have a great idea. We have a great process. Why is it something that you are involved in and that you're offering and you're executing on the front line?
When can we really make a difference in anything? We sell cars, right? We affect people's lives, but what we do is at the time of sale, we offer the product and say you have an opportunity to offset the amount of carbon you're going to produce over the average lifetime of your loan, right? And people sign up for it or they don't. We have separate showrooms, service, used car, and a new car showroom. And we show up every month how many trees we planted. When people see that waiting around that our community planted 150,000 trees, that's when you know you're really making progress. That's real progress, right?
A dealer will meet with us for the first time one day, and the very next day they're selling this to their customers.
Oh, wow. 24-hour implementation.
Yes, it is extremely easy.
It's $200 for the customer. We then plant 75 trees on their behalf. And then what we do is we take $85 of the 200. So 115 is left for the dealer.
It does sound like a real win-win-win scenario.
But the fact that to make a profit off of it and to be able to affect the environment, I mean, I don't understand why anybody wouldn't do it.
All right, once again, we are in high gear. We're revved up, ready to go, and we're going to continue down the road. Yes, those were all automotive puns, so they were all needed and mentioned. All right, so let's have some fun. Let's continue the conversation here at the NADA Live Stage. For those that are just joining us, my name is Errol Bomar. I am your host of the Live Stage. This is the NADA Live Stage living room. I want you all to be comfortable, cozy, and the only rule that I'm going to re-mention is that anything you bring with you, make sure you take it with you. Make sure it's finding its way to the trash. Other than that, be as comfortable and have as much fun as you can while you're hanging out with us. Next up, we're going to hear from 700 Credit, and we're going to talk about how are you capturing driver's licenses and protecting consumer data. To lead us in that conversation, you know the rules, living room. Let's give him a loud, big round of applause to Mr. Ken Hill, Managing Director of 700 Credit. Ken, you ready? Yes. All right, stage is yours.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So today I'm going to talk a little bit and challenge everybody to think about just that topic, right? How are you capturing driver's licenses today in your dealership? How are you protecting the consumer information? If some of you are managing more than one store in a group, right? How confident are you that your stores are doing it the correct way? And are you taking advantage of some of the opportunities that point affords you? Okay. Right. First, dealership fraud. Dealership fraud is on the rise. There's multiple types of fraud: synthetic ID fraud, fake driver's licenses, first-person fraud, right? When you're capturing that driver's license, that's a point where you can eliminate fraud, and you can validate that that person is who they say they are. Everybody's dealing with theft. We got a couple of slides on that. We did a survey of dealerships. 65% of dealerships state that they're experiencing one fraud attempt per month, 35% 5 per month, and 50% of dealerships stated over $50,000 they're losing in fraud per month, right? That's a lot, and I think everybody is being exposed to theft, even on test drives. People come test drive a car, and they leave the lot and they never come back. So with driver's license authentication, right, you want to take advantage of that driver's license, validate the license, validate the person that's sitting in front of you, so that you're eliminating fraud. We did a seminar actually on synthetic fraud. I don't know if a lot of you are familiar with what exactly synthetic fraud is. It's a synthetic identity that's actually built at the credit bureaus with pieces of information, real information, and they build an identity by building a credit file. You can do that by simply going to a finance application online, applying for a credit card, applying for anything that they're going to try and run your credit. And as soon as they run your credit with that fake identity and they can't find that individual at the credit bureau, it's going to create a record, an identity at the credit bureau. That's how that synthetic ID is created, and that's just the beginning. From there, they're going to pay someone to add that synthetic identity as an authorized user to that person's credit file, and that person actually has a good credit history. I don't know if many of you, I've done it with some of my children, right? Adam as an authorized user to my credit card, and that builds their credit file. That builds their credit score. It's a good way. It's a good thing when you're sending the kid off to college, and he gets back from college. He's got a 750, 760 credit score, and he can start applying for his own lines of credit. But fraudsters use this technique to attach themselves to an identity that has good payment history, and that builds that credit file and builds that credit score. Now they can go on and and continue to apply for cards in their own with that false identity. And that builds that credit file, that builds that score. So that's synthetic identity, and what they're working for and towards is that bust out. A bust out is a term that they'll build up that credit file, credit cards, lines of credit, and with the intention at that bust out point that they're going to walk away from everything. Walk away from their credit cards. But the problem for our industry is the number one purchase that they're going to try to make before they bust out is they're going to go try and buy cars. And sometimes more than one, and sometimes multi-identities more than one. And then they walk away from everything. So it's very important that we try to capture that. And one of the ways that we can capture it is sort of a get to know your customer, fraud-first approach, right? When you're capturing that driver's license, validate it. It's the number one method to stop synthetic identity, is to validate the identity of that person that's in your dealership or that you're doing a remote deal with. Validations of driver's license, right? There's various types. Remote deals, you can do selfie verification against the image on the license, biometrics, so that again you're validating that remote identity. They can that selfie comparison to that biometrics. You can bounce it off the DMV. You can validate the document and bounce it off the DMV to ensure that it's a valid. That information off the license is actually what's registered at the DMV. So that's one benefit to streamlining your driver's license capture is to attack fraud and to stop fraud. The other is, how are you handling that driver's license in your dealership? Is it in compliance with the safeguards regulation? Hopefully everybody's familiar with that. Going from the bottom up, I highlighted some of the orange, right? You're required to log and how you're disposing of every point in your dealership where you're capturing consumer information, right? How are you doing that with driver's license? You also have to ensure that that information is encrypted at rest. Over 60% of dealerships today are still utilizing paper deal jackets, right? Are you making copies of driver's licenses on copying machines, and you're putting the paper images in that paper deal jacket? Well, how are you governing and auditing that process to ensure that you're securing that consumer data? Not easy. And 80% of those dealers, right, are putting that copy of that photocopy of that image in the paper deal jacket. 60% of dealerships today are utilizing a paper dealership. That's a big number. But what's bigger is that 40% of dealerships have moved off a paper deal jacket. That number is just going to get larger and larger, and where are you going to fall in that, right? Are you going to wait till it's 20%, 10%? No, if you're not thinking about moving to a digital deal jacket, you need to. Now I can capture that driver's license, I can capture the image, and I can automatically put it in the deal jacket. I don't have to have employees handling the consumer's license. I can keep those images in the deal jacket, and if your lender requires you to submit it through your lender, you can do that through your DMS, Route 1 dealer track, right? And you don't have to worry about that physical copy. Also don't have to worry about the consumer, right? At a dealership yesterday, come up to our booth and say, my sales rep is texting the consumer and asking them to text them a copy of their license. How is that securitizing consumer information, right? Are your sales reps doing that to consumers they're working with remotely? You want to standardize that process, take that process out of your sales rep's hands, and automate it inside your dealership. Right? The results of these bad processes, right? You're exposing the consumer's PPI. You're probably in violation of the Safeguards Act by having consumers email images of their driver's license, right? How are you securitizing that? That image of that driver's license now is in the email system. at your servers, maybe your backup systems, your file systems, and it'll be there for a long time. And one of the things that you don't, right, if you are audited, you have a data breach, right, the auditors are going to come in, and I think we all know that, you know, data breaches can happen to anyone, but if you do have a data breach, they're going to come in, they're going to audit your processes, and they're going to audit how you are safeguarding information. So have your ducks in a row, so to speak, before any of this can happen. Again, the digital deal jacket, it stores all that information, it's encrypted at rest, and if you automate the process to get it into that digital deal jacket, you don't have to worry about handling, or again, paper copies laying around your dealership. Key takeaways, right? Fraud and theft are on the rise. I hear a lot about first-party fraud now, credit washing, right? You want to do everything you can to get to know your customer, have some type of credit washing detection scorecard in place at your dealership. I think paper deal jackets are going away. That number of 60%, that was a year ago. I think in another year, we're going to be above 85, 90%. So if you haven't put a strategy together to move from paper to digital, you should be looking to do so. And that's my speech. Thank you very much.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the auto industry event of the year.
So what, you knew you were having a stroke, and at the same time you're like, let me make sure the customer is taken care of.
Yeah.
Car dealerships don't always have the best reputation, but we wanted to know, is the legend still reality?
This isn't a makeover show, it's not a roast. It's a raw look inside dealerships across the country.
There's nothing like some good, fun facts. Those are not only fun facts, those are history facts. I don't know if you caught it, but 2017, we celebrated 100 years, which means when I see you all in Orlando next year, we'll be at 110 years. That's absolutely unbelievable to think about the NADA conference going that long. My name is Errol Balmar. I am the NADA Live Stage host. I'm excited to have you here. Glad that you're hanging out with us and hope that you're enjoying and getting all that NADA 2026 has to offer. Now, if you were here yesterday, you know we had our 4th annual pitch competition. And the great thing about the pitch competition is we do 2 parts. We do a student pitch competition, which is hosted and held and helped by Northwood University. And then we have our vendor pitch competition. So they came yesterday, they showed up, and they actually took home the W. So do me a favor. This is their full presentation. They're coming back for round number 2. They left us with a cliffhanger yesterday, but they're back to finish the story. So this is DAS Technology. Please do me a favor. Let's welcome up Josh Leader, Director of Dealer Relations for DAS, and Scott Pechstein, Senior Vice President of Business Development at DAS Technology. Let's give them both a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, say, what's on this QBQ card? I seen you got the Q card. What's on the, I want to know the plays.
Omaha.
Enjoy.
All right. Hey, everybody. So yesterday we had
Hello?
2 minutes. We had to squeeze everything into 2 minutes. Today we've got 18 and counting. So we won a pitch competition. How about that? Second year. Last year we won it as well. Or 2 years ago in Vegas. We didn't do it last year.
2 for 2.
So we've got 18 minutes to pitch everybody. I don't like pitching. It's not our style. So we'll just kind of talk to you. If you've got questions, scream them out. But we are here to talk about Power AI Search. Right? So search has changed. Historically, it was SEM and SEO. Now it's different indexing. It's a different way to index. It's based off of your reputation. It's based off of consumer sentiment coming from review sites, coming from social. It's an AI product. Who better to pitch an AI product than our AI person?
Expect to see a lot of AI at NADA. Bolt-ons, bots, and even AI agents, like me. But no one has the DAS X factor. We're AI native, with AI built into the foundation of our platform. We set the standard for AI native sales and service communications that drive revenue. From AI search to our customer data and experience platform, everything we do improves the consumer experience. That's the DAS X factor.
We're celebrating the industry at Allegiant Stadium, Thursday night, February 5th. Get your party pass and see our newest tech in action at the DAS Technology booth.
If you have nothing better to do tonight, you can hang with us. Just come to, you got to sit through a pitch. This is a pitch. Just follow us back to the booth. We'll take care of you. With that said, we do a lot. We are Digital Airstrike. We're based out of Scottsdale, Arizona. We're an A to X provider. We're not an A to Z provider. An A to Z provider doesn't exist. That's a unicorn. We do everything in auto but websites, CRM, and DMSs. So we're here just to talk about a sliver of what we do, really the AI portion and the portion that's specifically indexing so you show up on AI search. So I went ahead and I highlighted things in the funnel that we're talking about. We'll start off with how do you index, Josh, for AI search? All these searches are taking place on Grok, on ChatGPT, Claude. The old days of how people find us are gone, huh?
Man, it seems like we're on a speed dating right now. I'm just talking real fast. Missed a couple things. I want to talk about the funnel. There should be a cylinder targeting the exact customers that is engaging and in the market buying. But right now, you know, it was always a race to be, you know, on page 1 of Google. You have to be the answer source, right? So how do you get to be the premier dealership in AI search? Well, reputation matters. You have to have recent reviews. You have to have responses in a timely manner. And you have to have the answers that people are searching for. Those have to be on your websites. Those have to be talked about. And that's what we do. We help you do that.
So the AI search bots are looking for backlinking, right? They're looking for consumer sentiment. It's really important that you've got your reputation sites, your Facebook, your meta properties, all linked up to your dealership. We take it one step further. We'll actually go out of our way to ensure that your positive reviews are getting put on your website, right? We'll build a microsite out. It's all about indexing. And it's not indexing the old days where you put a bunch of stuff on the bottom of your website as far as where you're a Chevy dealer, yes, Ford, Toyota, Honda, so you can be found for different makes. It's consumer sentiment. It's what the consumers are saying. Not only the conversations as far as what they're saying about you in those posts, how you respond as well. That's all being indexed. A good way of getting reviews out is video. We see 2x open rate over just text or email. If you're not doing anything at all, we see a 6x rate, a 600% increase by running videos for your review solicitations, whether it be service or sales. They look a little something like this.
Thank you for your recent visit to our dealership. We value your feedback. Please click the Yes button below to leave us a public review. Or, if you prefer private feedback, click the Provide Direct Feedback button to submit your comments directly to us. Thank you for sharing your experience.
So videos are going to have a much better take rate when you're communicating with your consumers. Embracing AI to run these videos is a no-brainer. It's the only way you can scale them. Yes, you can have your service advisors and your sales representatives sending out videos. It's not scalable, one potato, two potato. So AI, a solution like ours, allows you to scale it for a couple $100 a month. We will solicit anybody and everybody in your DMS, again, on the service side and the variable ops side, with a configurable video like that.
And on that video, it will call out the customer's name, and that will be released here in the next couple of weeks as well. So that's important. And just real quick, I sat in the seat she sat in. 26 years in the car business, all the way from sales to general manager. So, and Digital Airstrike was a partner of mine. So I'm coming from you from, the eyes of a dealer and the importance of being relevant in today's business, for your business. Power AI search, right? We allow the dealer to kind of control what you want to be found on and what you want to be relevant with, right? And we assist you with AI and humans behind the review that gets posted. And we bake that onto your website, so you're constantly being seen by the AI search bots.
So you have a daily report card that looks a little something like that on the screen behind me, showing you where you need the love. One step further, we know where you're indexing. We have an AI system that's going ahead and constantly every single day saying, okay, this dealership's solid on the variable ops side, right? They've got a lot of consumer sentiment saying that's the right place to buy a car, but they're lacking a little bit on the fixed side of the house. So we'll go to your Google business profile. We'll go to social. The bot will drum up conversations so we can get more consumer sentiment on the fixed ops side. So now you're showing for service too. So if anybody hasn't already done it, please go to ChatGPT, go to Gemini, go to Perplexity and say, where is the best place to buy a Ford in your geo, wherever it is? And are you showing up first, right? Historically, over the years, from an SEO perspective, you may have been number one. You're the biggest Toyota dealership in Boston. You may not even be on the page right now because, again, it's indexing from much different places, not your website, but rather social sites and review sites.
And here's an example of all the different social sites that get your reviews posted on behalf of your dealership from us and our human AI, as I like to say. Facebook, X, YouTube, what else? TikTok and Meta. Just to make sure everything's frequent. It's not about, before you had 5-star rating, 4.9, that's good. That's no longer as relevant as the continuous activity, the continuous responses, right? You can turn a 1-star into a good call because you're solving a problem.
Yeah, so, I just want to touch on something you talked about a couple of minutes ago. It's not all about 5 stars, right? You can be 5 stars. You could be a Volvo dealer. You could have 5 stars and 100 reviews. That's great. That's not a lot of critical mass, probably not a lot of recency. If you're a Volvo competitor and you've got 600 reviews and you're a 4.7, you're going to index a lot better than just the 100 reviews. So it's about critical mass, too. It's not just about your score.
And also, it is important, before we get into the lack of pricing we're showing, 30% of all searches on AI search now. They're number 3 in volume of searches, right behind Google and YouTube. So it is imperative that you focus on this for your dealerships, for GEO and AEO.
A third of all searches are AI search today. A third of all searches are AI search. 16 months from now, it's estimated that AI search will take over traditional search. So that's like an NADA and a half away that, the term just Google it may very well just be a thing of the past. So, build the foundation of your house now. Make sure that you're doing these things. Here's our rate card. I went ahead and I took all the prices out just because there's probably some secret squirrels running around. I don't want them to see our rate card. We are running a special 50% off. To get the price, you can follow us right back to the booth. We're in the West Hall, right behind the wall. We do have some specials going on.
That would be Scott and Josh. My last name's Leader. I like to say follow the leader. Here's the thing. DAS Technology, Digital Airstrike, we started 17 years ago in reputation management. We know how to get you there, and we will get you there.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a long time, right? And it's a lot of people argue with us, oh, you know, reputation's been a nice to have. Yeah, I would argue it's always been necessary, right? People don't want to service their vehicle and get a bad experience where there's prominent 3.9, 3.8s, but it's more relevant than ever because you're not going to be found. Let's face it, you know, walk-ins are a thing of the past. Anybody and everybody that walks into the dealership has gone online in some way, shape, or form. So the question is, are they even finding you today as AI search is becoming more and more prevalent?
So with that in closing...
we're not closing yet. We got another product we're going to talk about.
In this section.
Oh, sure.
My apologies. As you can see, I'm not going to read it off to you. There's a quote there by a very good client of ours. And at the end of the day, AI search drives not only profits for sales to be visible, it helps you with fixed ops. We all know that's where the profit center is, to pay all the bills and let the stars shine in sales and take all the credit.
Okay, so along the talks of AI, CDP, this was a buzzword 2-3 years ago. It's kind of like the big data and transparency. CDP, hopefully everybody's got a CDP right now, consumer data platform. If you don't, you need one. We have a very inexpensive one, and ours, I'm going to resist the urge to say we're better. We're a little bit different. We embrace AI. We embrace video to engage with the consumer.
Scott, you forgot the X. We have the X factor.
We have the
Ours
X
is the CDXP. The X stands for experience. It's all about experience. It's all about relationships, right? You got to have relevant messages at the right time. That's what keeps people captivated to your dealership and your brand.
So what a CDP is, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's basically tapping into your DMS and your CRM and sending out the right message at the right time to the appropriate customer. Our intelligence even goes along the life cycle with the consumer. So let's say Josh came in on the Silverado, I'm a Chevy store, but he's browsing around my website and looking at a Ford F-150, a pre-owned one. Our antenna goes up and it changes the vehicle of choice, and now we're chasing him on the F-150. Let's say I came in on a Silverado, but I never pulled the trigger, but I'm now looking at buy 3, get 1 free tire specials or oil changes. Digital Airstrike's antenna goes up on your behalf, and they start chasing me for fixed ops. I'm now a fixed ops intender. So we evolve with the consumer based on their behavior, the experience, whether I'm on your website, whether I'm clicking on the monthly newsletter. In short, why you need a CDP is, again, you spent all that money acquiring that consumer from Car Gurus, Auto Trader, traditional marketing. Now what are you doing with them? Because we only know 5, 6, 7% came and buy. What about the other 92, 93% that never bought? Why give up on them?
Well, imagine this. You have the ability to look at your data, right? All the customers in your database, and you get to know exactly where they're at in their relationship with you. Are they dormant? Are they a service customer that's just getting ready to start searching cars and buying? We're going to do sales intent. If they haven't done a service in a while and they're coming up on a recommended factory maintenance, guess what we're going to do? We're going to let them know about that. We're going to send out a personalized video saying, hey, Scott, you know, it's imperative that you keep your vehicle serviced. That's how you get longevity and your vehicles last. Why don't you come in today and we take care of you?
Yeah, there's some stats there. You see a 22% lift in service transaction in volume alone, 33% higher ROs per service. So just staying in touch with that consumer, especially on videos. On the variable ops side, lease penalty, lease expiration, it's full on. It's not only data mining, but it's equity money as well, positive equity, negative equity, extended warranties, and you can see some of the creatives that go out. Where it gets really exciting is the videos, the AI portion, which we'll touch on here in a second. Go ahead and play them. So I'm gonna play you a lease retention, then we're gonna go to an equity position. But a consumer in your database that comes up with the antenna that if there's a lease retention play or an equity play, gets an AI video that calls them out by name, make, and model, and sounds a little something like this.
Hey Bianca, just a quick heads up. If your lease on the 2023 Acura MDX is wrapping up soon, now's the perfect time to chat about your options. Whether you want to upgrade to something new, buy out your current lease, or just get ahead of any end of lease fees, Piazza Acura has you covered. Let's make the next step easy and stress-free. Give us a call today or stop by. We're here to help.
So that's great. We also, sometimes people get in a lease and their mileage is a little bit off and they're going to be, at the end of it, find out they owe a bunch of mileage penalty. We're ahead of that curve. We know what the mileage are because they're going to service with you. We're going to talk about that earlier and getting them out of the vehicle sooner and creating another deal for you.
So there's videos constantly going out. Could your dealership do this? Could your sales staff do this? In theory, absolutely. Is it scalable? No. Again, it's leaning on AI and leveraging it for scalability.
Hey, Tony, we've got some exciting news for you. Your 2023 Kia Optima is in high demand right now, and that could put you in a great equity position. Here at Dennis Eakin Kia, we're making top dollar offers for vehicles just like yours. And the best part? You could upgrade to a brand new Kia while taking advantage of the latest rebates and incentives, saving you money and getting you into something fresh. Imagine driving off in a new ride by the time the sun sets.
And again, the way in which this communication goes out is both text and email. So we see a really good open rate. 98% of texts are still read. The email, even though it's 22% open rate, I think is the industry standard, we still see a lot of traction on email. But when you combine the two, it's a great delivery method for the video.
And it's not just equity, it's vehicle acquisition, it's negative equity, it's finance warranty. If they decline that, we attack that as well.
So on the service side and the fixed op side, everybody, life cycle messaging, decline codes. So we're pulling the decline codes. Josh comes in for a brake job. He does the pads. He doesn't do the rotors. He turns on the cabin filter. When he gets home, he's got an email and a text and a staggered cadence showing him a picture of a dirty cabin filter, clean cabin filter, posing the question, what kind of air do you want your family breathing? We see 1 out of 8 consumers turn their cars around and go back to the service. We work with you to present them with a 15% off, 10% off, 20% off coupon. You know, what's it worth to get that consumer back in for refound service?
So with that, why don't we just play a video?
Yeah, we're going to have the AR do the talking for
now
us.
Keep in mind, with the recalls, we're not going to send out videos unless there's a remedy and the part's available.
Yeah, so we get a notification about 3 weeks before the OEM's communicating on recalls. The very next thing we're going to do is ping your DMS, make sure that you've got that part available. If and only if you have that part available, the video like this is going out to your database for the consumers that own that make, model, year.
Hello, Eric. Did you know you have an open recall regarding a rear-view camera image may not display on your 2019 Kia Sorento? At Dennis Eakin Kia, we have certified technicians that can get this recall repaired for you free of charge. Please call the phone number below or visit us online to get your free appointment scheduled.
I used the example earlier with Josh on the brake job. He turned down the rotors, he turned down the cabin filter. He would have a message emailed and text to him by the time he got home in a staggered cadence that looks a little something like this.
Kick off the new year, the last thing we want is vehicle issues to slow you down. In looking at our records, the last time you serviced your 2024 GMC Canyon with us was on August 14th of 2024. As you know, routine service is crucial to your vehicle's longevity. We would like to offer you a $125 coupon to go towards service work needed on your vehicle. Call us or visit us online today to schedule the service for your 2024 GMC Canyon and enjoy a worry-free new year.
Your call to actions is up to you. We bake it in. You want percentage off. You want dollar amounts off. It's totally up to you. And the other thing, too, is isn't it great when somebody misses a service that someone reaches out on your behalf? We'd love to think our service advisors, our BDC, is on top of it, getting everybody, but we all know what the truth is. They're just too busy on social media or something. I don't know.
So again, we know you have a service BDC. We know you've got an internet department, and we're not replacing them. We're softening the beachhead, right? We're making it easier for them to scale. Remember the picture of the funnel that we showed you in the beginning of the presentation? We're massaging that funnel constantly through AI, through this messaging, through this video. So we're putting antennas out, we're putting flags up for the people that are ripe. So your folks have to, well, quite frankly, work a lot less to do a lot more. You may find you need less people. You don't need as many people, but we're helping you scale. We're helping you scale with community.
What's the biggest stat on there that you like, Scott?
I like the 70% average RO spend with AI videos.
That's pretty impressive.
I like the 9x engagement rate with video.
Well, I like the other two, so we like them all. We can help you with that.
How much, Josh?
Man, looks like 50% of nothing is nothing.
Wait, there's more. We do have a 50%. No, 35% off.
35% off.
So we do have some very attractive pricing, especially over the next 2 days. Again, Josh and I will be leaving the stage here in about 13 seconds. They're counting us down. But come on over to the booth. We're right behind you in the West Hall, 1311.
Yeah, but I thought we had 20 minutes. That was 18.
I don't know. You got anything else to say?
Thank you.
Thank you. We know you guys have choices. Thank you for sharing your time with us.
There's our cell phone numbers. Shoot us a text. We'd love to talk to you. Hey, if you don't use us, that's okay. We prefer it, but you got to get a CDP and you got to use some AI.
Even if it's not through us, you need a CDP in place by now. It's 20. What year is it? 2026. You probably needed one in 2024, but it's never too late.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let your voice be heard. The NADA Winter 2026 Dealer Attitude Survey is now open. NADA encourages all dealers and general managers to complete this important survey. The Dealer Attitude Survey captures dealer opinions on key industry issues affecting relationships with their manufacturers. As the dealer's report card to manufacturers, the semi-annual and anonymous Dealer Attitude Survey enables NADA Industry Relations staff, your NADA Industry Relations representatives, and your National Dealer Council representatives to address your concerns at meetings with senior OEM management. NADA completed over 90 meetings with OEMs, dealer councils, and captives in 2025, sharing your concerns, outlooks, suggestions, and passion for the franchises you represent. All surveys are completely confidential. Survey results are reported by franchise or by market, not for individual dealerships. Go to nadasurvey.com to complete the survey today. Survey closes in less than 1 month on February 26, 2026.
Bring your dealership into the future with CarRx real-time vehicle data that protects your inventory, keeps deals moving, and brings customers back. No more guessing when service is needed. CarRx alerts you and your customer. Leading dealer groups add up to $1.8 million in annual service gross. Level up your dealership at booth 5143 by the cafe in the West Hall and see how CarRx turns every sale into long-term revenue. CarRx. Data powers your future.
So one of the big parts about being a dealer in the community is not how much you do or anything like that. It's really about how much you give back. So we're going to focus in on some of that dealer philanthropy and specifically look and talk about ways that the dealer helps to build the community. Each day, dealers offer customers high-quality sales service to meet their needs and transportation. And they offer good-paying jobs that lead to fulfilling and lifelong automotive careers. But dealers also understand that building culture and giving back not only helps to build communities that they serve, but of course it's also good for business. After any natural disaster, dealers are one of the first groups to actually be out there and set up aid in the efforts to help the community. And the industry level, the NADA Foundation Emergency Relief Fund provides financial assistance to dealership employees that have lost their income. NADA members and partnerships with manufacturers have built nationwide philanthropy programs to support local community initiatives, especially during the holidays. Dealers rally around their communities, providing food, gifts, and critical support. Across the country, NADA dealers raise funds and donate essential items to help ensure that the season brings hope, dignity, and joy to families facing hardships. Our panelists today represent those dealers who have instilled giving back into their dealership's DNA every day in their hometown. So, NADA Live Stage Living Room, do me a favor and please help me welcome up Rita Case, President and CEO of Rick Case Automotive Group in Sunrise, California, and Brian Kilby, co-owner and president of John's Junction Automotive Group in Bel Air, Maryland. Let's give them both a round of applause. Please come on up, grab a seat.
John's Junction.
All right, so Rita, Brian, pleasure to have you both here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
So I've got to tell you, right, I've seen both of your dealerships between the multiple ads, news clippings, social media posts. You guys are synonymous both in your own right for giving back and being involved in the community. And either one can start this answer, but how did that come to be? How did that become part of your DNA?
Well, you know, I think everybody has to have a spark with philanthropy. And our spark was we had 14 bicycle and motorcycle stores in Northeast Ohio. And every Christmas, the kids would come in, see the bicycles that we have, and dreamed about having a bicycle. And so one day in Cleveland, I said, you know what? I've got to figure out how do I get these kids bikes that their parents can't afford them. And it's your first, you know, freedom. Everybody remembers their first bicycle. It's your first freedom. So what I did was we came up with the idea. We started the Rick Case Bikes for Kids 45 years ago. And we asked the public, if you have a bicycle you no longer need, bring it to any one of the Rick Case dealerships, which we had 14 of these bicycle stores. We'll fix it up and get it to a child that wouldn't have the opportunity to have a bicycle for the holidays. So we were able to to expand. We've always done it. We've never stopped for 45 years. And that was kind of our spark with philanthropy. And that got us involved in the community and was a win-win because people had bicycles in their garages they no longer needed, didn't know what to do with them. They brought them to us and we matched them up for a child to have that. So we did some PSAs. We'll show you one of the commercials. These are the current commercials that we ran last year, asking people to bring in their bicycles that they no longer need. This is an example. For over 40 years, the Rick Case Bikes for Kids program has collected thousands of bikes for kids in our community.
So if you have a bike you no longer need, bring it to any Rick Case dealership.
And we'll get it to a child in time for the holidays.
So we've done it for 45 years. That was obviously a long time ago. But, you know, it's really, we started with the Boys and Girls Clubs. And then now, after 45 years, the local school system, synagogues, churches, they all know that we collect these bikes and they all come and they get them. People don't bring in bicycles that need major repairs. They understand. And it's just a great, it's a great program, and that's how we got our spark. And from there, we've just continued our philanthropy through like all of us, all different areas.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing. And that's great. I think you're absolutely correct. I mean, that bike, I remember my first bike, and then that was kind of the first thing I customized, actually. I remember adding pegs and doing the wheels and all the handlebars and the seats and all that fun stuff. So I think you're absolutely correct. Brian, how'd you guys get your spark, as Rita called it?
We've been in business 109 years, and it's always been in our culture to give back. But for me, it really started with the Jimmy Fund, which is now Hope on Wheels for the Hyundai franchise. Me and my wife and Danny Jones, my partner, we got involved in that. And we, in our community or in our Hyundai group, we give back to John Hopkins. And when you go there and you see the kids that are surviving and using it, and the doctors that are using the money for the research, it really got me to thinking about how important it really is to give back in a local community. And over the years, we've done this stuff with the Sheriff's Drive and the Toys for Tots and the stuff for the Christmas. So we just feel very blessed that we can do it. And our employees like it as much as we do. So it's been a big part of our career in my life.
That's great. I love that. I love that. So let me ask you, because you both mentioned it and talking about the people. Now, because you've been doing this so long, how have you organized like the people at the dealership level? Do you have staff that's specifically dedicated to the philanthropy side, or how do you work this out to maintain it and then obviously, of course, grow it every year?
Well, we have a pretty structured system. We have our own website. We have our own email address, because we get asked for philanthropy like all car dealers do. Car dealers are the #1 in every single town that gives back the most as a group. There's no other group of businesses in any town that gives more than the car dealerships, whether it's the baseball teams, whether it's the American Heart, whatever it is. So we have a website where all these different organizations can go. They submit what they'd like us to do. They submit their ask for the sponsorships. And then we do have a staff that goes through those, coordinates those, and then asks me what we want to, participate in. We can't participate in everything. We always have a very well thought out response if we're saying no, because we do have to say no often. And so that's what we have as far as that goes. And we do have the Rick Case Cares, which is our brand for our associates. Our associates are very much involved. We ask them to volunteer, but we do pay them their rate, their hourly rate or whatever, when they do come out and they do work at the Habitat houses. They do the shoe program with us. They do the Heart Walk. We're involved with Junior Achievement. They come out and they volunteer there. They want to volunteer. They wear their Rick Case shirts. And it's very coordinated so that we can get as many of our associates involved and building our image obviously building our image in our market, that we do give back and we do care about everything, whether it's the shoe program or American Heart Walk or Habitat, and that's how we get our associates involved. They're all volunteering to do it, but it's been it's been something that is very rewarding for us to be able to offer it to our associates as well.
That's great. And then, Brian, I'm going to give you a chance to answer. And then after, I want to show, we've got some video to show some insight for those folks out there about some of the things you're doing as well. But please, go ahead and give you a chance to answer.
And we do run a Jones for a Cause. It's a website that we put everything through, and there's a team that goes through the charities and that ask, and then we just make our decisions. There's a group of us that make the decisions. So we do pride ourselves in that. And, of course, any employee that has something they would like for us to look at, we look at that also.
Oh, that's great. So you give the employees a chance to kind of bring suggestions in.
Yes, or causes that they would like to support.
Okay, so if it's something personal to them, they get that opportunity. Is great.
Yes.
Let's give, so folks have an understanding, let's give them some insight. I know we've got a commercial that you've put together.
Yeah, so real quick, my partner Danny and Gail Jones, they just gave a significant gift to a local hospital that's within 5 miles of our dealership of $20 million. Wow. And I think that's what you're going to see about right now.
That's amazing.
It was
For more than 108 years, Jones Junction has been more than an automotive group. It's been part of the fabric of our community, and we're just getting started.
I think it's just in my nature, being in business, any of our employees that have any problems or issues, I just want to help just because I can help as far as really helping. I think the money through being in business and investments we've made has afforded us the chance to make a huge donation that'll help this hospital and this whole community, which will help the most people that I know how to reach.
Primary care is really the center of the care that we provide our patients. This gift is really going to allow us to expand the services that we provide and really be on the cutting edge of what's needed for the community and the type of care that they need to receive.
I think a lot of people struggling with a mental issue. It's huge. And about the primary care, I think that's just something that we really need here in the county because there's not that many places to go. And people need attention immediately.
You're only here for a flash, basically. And I think you just have to do what you can while you can, you know, to try to help the community, the people, even other businesses.
That's what makes a community, helping each other, setting a good example for our younger generations to watch us give and help. You know, instills in them that they should follow suit.
Yeah, the Jones support for the community will be transformational for Harford County, for all our employees, for all our customers, and just, it's huge for the community.
We need to pass it on. People support us in our business, and, you know, they've allowed us to build a wonderful business, and it was a family business, and it's third generation, and it's like, but you have to keep passing it on. And I think that's where we're at. We just want to help. We want to pass on.
I think, you know, employing all the people that I do, my employees are number one. And I just want them to know that I do care about each and every one of them, and what they do means so much. Gail and I are very giving and caring people for the community, and we just like to help take care of people. That's our legacy.
Nice job. I love it.
Absolutely amazing.
Yes.
So, a couple takeaways that I hope everyone out there caught. Of course, it's about the people, right? That was the biggest thing. And I love how he said, this was the idea for me to be able to help as many people as I could. And then his wife kind of sentimented that with saying, hey, you know what? We're here for a flash. That's right. You have to do what you can while you can. With that in mind, you both have obviously been doing this for a very long time. Are there any moments or any kind of, you know, things that have happened where you can remember, and there are those memories where you say, this is why I do it? Any special moments or memories that you have that you'd like to share with the folks out there?
Go ahead. You want to go first?
You go first.
Okay, I'll go first. Ladies first.
Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely. We started a shoe program because I'm very much about education. My number one goal and my number one priority in philanthropy is education, because I believe that education is the greatest gift you can give someone at any age. Once it's given, it can never be taken away. And I also believe that education opens the first door of opportunity. And from there, it's determination, perseverance, persistence, and passion that's going to get that person on in life and hopefully to a career, and a happy career. So I'm really centered around education. And one of the things I discovered over the years was that children, I'm talking about grade school children, if they don't have branded shoes when they go to school, it affects self-esteem, it affects going to school, wanting to go to school, staying in school. So I started a program called For Every Kid, which is a shoe program, which I think you saw in some of the video, some of the pictures that were up there, where every single child in Broward County, which is 135,000 youth in Broward County, we're a very large public school system that's been identified as homeless, which was 7,500, get a brand new pair of branded, meaning Nike, Reebok, Adidas shoes in the fall and in the summer from my program, which is called For Every Kid. And I'll tell you, when you try those shoes on, which you saw some of the pictures, that is a joy, a tearful joy of happiness. It's just an amazing joy to see these kids go, I've never gotten a pair of shoes in a box. I've never, had a brand new pair of branded shoes. And that has been something I started several years ago, and it's proven to work. These kids are making it through school. And so I'd have to say that's number one. That, and then giving on stage the diploma at the local university where we have scholarship funds, the Rick K. Scholarship Fund, and handing that diploma to a Boys and Girls Club alumni for a 4-year graduation program, and seeing them go on, generationally change the lives of their family, because they're all first generation from the Boys and Girls Club to ever go to college.
That's great. That's phenomenal.
A couple of thoughts, but I think the Jimmy Fund was a big one for me, which is now Hope on Wheels, where you see the survivors speak about their cancer, survival and what they did. That was a big one. And I think we just did one last year. And then where we're in Maryland, Baltimore would say, but we're north of that. Last year we did a deal with a local middle school that my wife participated in, and we had 26 employees from our Jones store and our Bel Air Subaru store, and we gave jackets, hats back. And one of the principals or the teachers told my wife, they're going to say that the students are going to say they just came to school today and they didn't have a jacket because they left it at home. But what we did know, and the principals and of course the staff knows, they didn't have jackets at all. So just hearing that and how that made them so happy, multiple, Janie said that, she's here today, that it changed their lives in such a way, it was huge.
Yeah, and it's amazing because what you both mentioned is something that I think sometimes a lot of us take for granted. Very practical things.
Yeah.
Shoes on your feet, coat on your back.
And we just did a shoe campaign a week ago at the same middle school, and it was huge, huge again.
Yeah. And being able to do something so practical, because those are the things that, like you said, they change people's lives. And it's a little thing to some of us, but it's a big thing to others. And so being mindful of that, I think, is great.
Yeah.
What about, so I know that, of course, through the years, there have been programs that have been phenomenal, right? And they have done great things. Has there been any programs where you thought, this is going to be a great idea, and maybe it wasn't such a great idea?
Well, I have one story, and that was in September. There's a campaign. It's a national thing about making sure your child is safe in the car seat. It's a car seat, awareness month. So I thought, this is going to be great. I'm going to ask, like the Bikes for Kids, I'm going to ask all of my customers to bring in their car seats that they no longer need. And I'm going to tell people that if you have a child, come in, you're going to get this free car seat. This is so smart. Well, it wasn't that smart, because people don't want to use somebody else's car seat. There was a giant liability involved where the dealership was giving a car seat, maybe your car seat, to another customer, but we were the person in between, and there was a liability involved. What if that car seat didn't perform and there was an accident? But the idea I thought was great, because these car seats today are like $400, and the kids outgrow them now in 6 months because there's all these different levels. My kids had one car seat through the whole time, but that was 40 years ago. Now you have a car seat for 0 to 5 years old or 5 months old, and then it goes on.
Yeah.
So that was a flop idea, and so we never ended up doing it, but I thought it was a great one.
Listen, as a father of a toddler, I definitely get it. It's a lot that goes in that car seat. You pull up the back of that car seat, you're like, how did this even, when did you have strawberries? Like, right? So I definitely understand. My parents out there, they know. They're like, wait, where did this come from? What about you, Brian?
I'm gonna say a funny one that turned out to be funny. We were supporting the Marines on a toy drive at one store, and we're supporting the sheriff's toy drive at another store. So I have a very aggressive Toyota manager on staff, and he decided to give both of them to the Marines, all the toys we collected to one. So we just thought it was fine, right? Everything's fine. So then the sheriff's department shows up for their toy drive, and we'd already given all the toys away. But we made amends to it, and we figured it out. But I just thought that just give you a little humor in that. But it was a lot of fun that day. Everybody's looking for the extra toys, and they disappeared. Deborah, my CFO, she calls me, and she says, I think we got a problem. We gave all the toys to the Marines instead of the sheriff's department.
I love that. I love that. That's, well, I mean, hey, it's, it works out. The reason I asked that question, because I wanted everyone out there to know, right? Sometimes it's not that it's going to go perfect. It's not that you've got the best idea and that it's going to go the way that you plan, but it's about consistently doing, trying, and figuring it out. I think the biggest piece is identifying the needs of the people and then just asking that question, how can I help fill the need?
Yeah.
And I think that's something that you both have captured in a great and phenomenal way.
Thank you.
We definitely appreciate all the efforts that you continue to do. We appreciate you being here with us today. And as NADA, we're proud to have you up here and continue to support as you continue to serve the communities that you're in. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them both a round of applause and thank you for being here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Absolutely.
High-packet value is driven by data.
Driven by verification and facts.
This is simply the purest pricing and market data ever provided.
And better data means better profits. It's that simple. This is high-packet value.
Driven by belief.
Driven by integrity.
And driven by data.
We know the problems your dealership is facing. Your customers are reaching out and dealers are not responding. I'm Pam, the AI customer experience platform for car dealerships. I handle inbound and outbound conversations across sales, service, and parts.
That is slick. I feel like we're definitely missing something, and this could be the answer to.
With natural, human-like conversations and real-time scheduling, I keep your digital doors open, more appointments booked, better CSI, more revenue captured. This is always on customer experience. Book a demo and meet Pam.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you got to be able to get the bigger pictures. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
You know, it's very important to have a voice and a say. And if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
All right, so we're, of course, in full go mode. There is no stop. We are all gas, no brakes. Yes, all automotive puns. I'm going to keep them going, as many as I can think of. Now, with that being said, we're going to hear from Conversica, and what they're going to be discussing is actually talking about the AI platform that turns your dealership data into booked appointments. Well, that's pretty good. That's a good one there. So, to help lead that conversation, please do me a favor. Let's give him a big, welcoming, huge round of applause. We've got Mike Gilson, CEO of Conversica. Mike, come on up. Wait, Mike.
You can critique me all you want.
Wait a minute. No. My microphone, you heard me say, give him a big, warm round of loud applause.
You got to listen to this guy here. He's going to give you a hard time.
I did say loud applause, right? That was like a mediocre round of applause. They can do better. Give me one more.
Okay.
Just stay right here.
All right.
Okay, living room. Listen. You guys have one job. Okay, you have to make me look good, make NADA look good, just make a little noise. All right, you ready? We're going to try it one more time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big round of applause. Mike Gilson. There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Mike, stage is yours.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Well, hi, everyone. I'm actually new to the automotive industry. I took over the leadership of Conversica back in April of last year. Fun fact about Conversica, Conversica was actually the first vendor to bring conversational AI to the automotive industry about 15 years ago. It had a great run, and I think a prior leadership, made a very bad decision, in my opinion. They decided to kind of neglect this industry and expand it in different markets, and kind of turned its back on the industry that got them started. And when I took over the leadership, really back last year, it was very clear where we had the biggest opportunity based on the customers that I was speaking to directly. This industry faces a lot of challenges, and I've been in the software industry for over 15 years, and one of the things that always drives me is learning what are the problems that we're facing, that we're solving with software. And it's very clear that this is a moment where this whole industry is kind of emerging to really try to figure out how can they leverage new tech. We're now in a world of self-driving cars. We're in a world of ChatGPT that has really changed the game for a lot of us. I know it's changed the game for me personally. And I think my goal really is to show all of you really what's possible and what's coming. And I made the decision pretty early on to invest and make automotive kind of the focal point of the company's focus and strategy going forward. And I'm going to show you just a few of the things that we've been working on, and hopefully you'll get a sense of that we're back and we really want to invest in this industry and develop relationships with you. So maybe with that, I don't know how to work this remote here, but why don't we just start at the beginning. So there's really two challenges that I see after talking to many of you with major groups, individual rooftops, what have you. It's just being able to identify opportunities, figuring out where to spend your time day to day. Your teams are busy, right? Oftentimes you own multiple rooftops. You have years and years of data buried in your DMS or your CRM systems or your conversational engagement systems. Trying to make sense of that is a very real problem. And I've heard that from every customer that I've talked to, not only in automotive, by the way, but in other industries, but automotive specifically. A lot of these systems are very archaic. It is not easy to get information out of these systems. And honestly, that's where a lot of your revenue is buried. It's just an old data that people can't activate or access. Trying to make sense of that is a very real challenge. The second piece is just once you have a conversation with a customer, having the memory and the recall of understanding when was the last time we spoke to them? What does their service history look like? When was the last time we actually marketed to them or picked up the phone and called them? Trying to understand, what their needs are, what their specific preferences are, and then trying to get them into the dealership to schedule an appointment or test drive or get their car in for service. That's not an insignificant challenge in automotive. And trying to make sense of that in real time is something that really hurts this industry right now. And I think at this show, what you'll see, there's a lot of AI vendors. There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk about business jargon. There's a lot of talk about the newest next-gen capability. But kind of the ugly truth is a lot of this information or a lot of these tools require multiple different tools to function. You need a different tool to run campaigns. You need a different tool to handle your conversations with customers. You need a different tool to segment those customers. So oftentimes it's a CDP platform, it's a CRM system, it's a DMS system, it's a conversational AI platform. It's not cheap, it costs money, and trying to tie it all together is a very real problem that I'm very in tune with now, having spoken with many of you. So Conversica is announcing a new platform at NADA. And we've been investing over the last 9 months, really since I've come online, around how can we make sense of all of this information? How do we make sense of a DMS system across multiple stores that has, say, maybe 5 years of data in there? It's very hard to get information out. But that's where the gold, in terms of just who to target, what their service histories are, what their preferences are, when was the last time you upsold them, what models or makes might they be interested in, where's their untapped revenue, and being able to quantify that is not possible today. And it takes a lot of work to make sense of that information, and worse yet, being able to tie it into a CRM system or your emails or your text messages or your web chats is not something that is easy to do. So Conversica really is focused on 2 layers to this problem. The first layer is where we started, which is the AI that talks to your customers. It interfaces with your customers. It understands how to answer their questions about a specific make or model. It understands when they can schedule an appointment. It understands their availability, what time or day might work for your dealership in terms of getting them in for service or getting them in for a test drive. It understands that because it has access to this data, this complex data, and is able to reason across it. It sounds simple, but it isn't in practice. And the second piece is, it's not only the AI that talks to those customers and interfaces with them, but it's also the AI that talks and helps your internal teams. That same intelligence platform that powers those conversations is the same intelligence that your team inside of a dealership can leverage day to day. So just to give you perspective, this is the typical way of, say, targeting customers, segmenting them, reaching out to them, and then kind of the next generation of this. So a very common workflow that many of you might be experiencing. Typically, you might try to start in your DMS. You might be building a report in one of the major ones, Ray, Dealer Socket, the list goes on. That's not easy in and of itself, trying to pull information out of there and trying to find the right segment. And then you might export to Excel. Then someone on your team or multiple people will try to manually segment those customers. And so you might be leveraging a CDP platform to help you do that, to help create audiences that might help you do that. But then you have to build a campaign. So you might need another system to go and run a campaign with all that information. That's a very real workflow right now. Once you hand it off, then comes a manual outreach component. So someone on your team will have to take that data after those campaigns have been sent live. There's going to be a handoff if the AI qualified it or not, and then it's going to someone, usually your BDC team, a service advisor, someone will have to get involved and then try to manually interface with those customers. That's not easy in an environment that's all about scale, it's all about velocity. This is something that's hard to do from that perspective. And then on top of that, the last phase in the process is scheduling appointments, checking for availability, checking if the right inventory is in stock. All that has to happen before someone comes in for a test drive or to schedule service for their vehicle. Fast forward to today, and this is what we're announcing at NADA. The AI should automatically segment those customers. It should automatically match them to a specific campaign. The system should automatically run that campaign on your behalf. We live in a world now of self-driving cars. Your marketing system and your outreach campaigns should be self-driving. We should not need human involvement to do this at scale. So it's not about eliminating your team. This is about augmenting them so they can do their jobs better and focus on developing relationships, because at the end of the day, that's what this is about. People trust their car dealer because they have relationships in them. Many of you probably have relationships with your customers going back several years. That's what we want to enable and help you focus on. In the last part of this process, we don't need a separate scheduling tool. It's part of one continuum. It's part of that same process, that same workflow. It's all embedded under one solution. And you can see just where we are focusing on driving impact across a dealership. This is not just about empowering a B2C team. This is not just about empowering a GM or someone that owns a group. We think about every function within a dealership and what are the specific challenges that each function has day to day. And there's very real challenges in each one of these functions. On the service drive, it's being able to identify who's right for service, their specific requirements on specific makes and models. It's understanding when was the last time we touched them, can we re-engage them autonomously, and how much effort is required to actually do that. On the sales floor, this is really about how can you qualify internet leads, which is a rich source of traffic for many of you. How can we convert them to appointments? How can we take complex information about specific makes or models and answer questions in real time without scripted responses and things that sound like a robot, which actually sounds empathetic and human? That's the challenge when talking about new sales leads. Being able to do even more complex things like doing trade-in valuations or payment queries via each channel, SMS, email, or web chat. Your F&I department, it's a rich source of profit for many of you. Being able to understand what your lease maturity pipeline looks like, how much of your business is captive-oriented versus traditional bank lenders, being able to pre-qualify based on their credit score, being able to complete that end-to-end journey is something that we're laser focused on. And where we all began, where it all started in the B2C. It replaces this manual blast marketing, these static email blasts that might be being generated from your CRM, and these are actual two-way intelligent conversations. Much like we're talking now, the system has the capability to interface with you and have perfect recall, perfect memory, perfect context about who you are, what you're interested in, and what the next best action should be. And really, this is how it all happens. So all of this is contingent on data. Data in any form across any system of record. These are the most common ones: repair orders, understanding declined services, customer messages from your conversational history, what your service history might look like, again, buried in your DMS, any type of specific vehicle and warranty information, and then the actual intelligence that gleans from that data, your AI summaries, it identifies opportunities, identifies next best actions, very smart service campaigns, and then appointment recommendations. The system handles all of this. And so now you have basically an autonomous insights engine for automotive dealerships that closes that last mile strategy loop, which is a huge pain point for many of you. As I referenced before, this is what you all need to be wary of as you evaluate AI tools. Scripted, templated responses, things that don't sound real. There's a lot of that, unfortunately, in this industry and in this market and in other verticals. So what is the differentiator? It's really being able to have personalized interactions at scale. Being able to answer very specific technical questions about a specific make or model or campaign or what's working historically or not, or how your dealership might be performing in a specific product line or by a specific service advisor or by a specific BDC. All that information should be at your fingertips. And this is what customers expect now. We're now all in a world where many of us work with ChatGPT or Claude or some of these other models every day. Customers don't have tolerance for things that don't understand them, things that don't know their service or their service history, or how much equity might be in their vehicle, or what cars they might be interested in, or certain preferences around when they might want to schedule an appointment. And they expect to be keeping updated on specific relevant offers and updates about cars they might want to buy or when they should come in for service. And they expect you to respond fast. This is what modern commerce looks like, and AI should power a lot of this to remove that burden from your team. As I referenced before, we really do two things. There's two focus areas for us. One is focusing on your customers. How can we solve their problem? How can we respond instantly, reduce the amount of time required to actually schedule an appointment and answer their questions and gather that information that you can use internally to drive more revenue, either at the dealership level or at a group level. And the innovation that we're announcing is really, it's not just about the customer, it's about your teams themselves. That same intelligence that you're using to power these conversations, your team should have access to internally. Being able to surface queries and ask the system questions, complex questions, directly like you might be interfacing with Google Search or ChatGPT, and having a very intelligent response that would take anyone on your team maybe hours or days or weeks to replicate that type of information is now available to you within seconds or minutes. What I've learned from having implemented some of this inside of dealerships and groups is there's a lot of buried revenue in many dealerships. There's a lot of untapped revenue. There's a lot of segments that have not been contacted. There's a lot of cars that need to be serviced. There's a lot of inventory sitting on lots that could be moved if it was matched to the right person with the right campaign. That is a reality. And I think it's all about how can we let the system do the heavy lifting of identifying where those opportunities live, and then how can we contact them so we can get them in to schedule a test drive or to schedule a service appointment. That's what the AI is designed to do. And I want to call out just one other distinction, which is many tools are reactive in nature. Someone calls in, someone emails your dealership, someone texts your dealership, the AI system will respond in that moment. But what about the years and years of data that could be used to power these campaigns in the future? That's where the bulk of the opportunity lies, outside of just the day-to-day monotony of the work that happens to make a dealership run. It's all the history that can power these next-generation campaigns. That's where there's a lot of revenue to be captured. And when we think about these solutions, I think it's important to think about it from a customer journey standpoint, right? It starts with being able to engage intelligently and quickly, oftentimes less than a minute. And it can function 24/7 depending on when someone engages with your brand. Second, the AI needs to understand the customer. It needs to understand the specific vehicle. It needs to understand the specific geography of a dealership and what the market dynamics might be. It needs to understand all of that to be able to engage intelligently and to capture the most revenue at your dealership. It also needs to be able to qualify people. Does someone have a specific credit score that might limit their options? Is someone budget constrained? Is someone looking for a luxury car? Are they looking for a specific make or model? All of those things should be captured autonomously during the qualification process. As I referenced before, it needs to schedule appointments. Appointments are the lifeblood of this industry. The nurture element here, this is something that all of you contend with. Someone on your team or groups of people have to nurture the people that come in and outside of your dealership. You have to develop relationships over time. It's just part of the automotive industry. AI can handle a lot of the heavy lifting with keeping those relationships alive and keeping people coming back, and that's what we're seeing from AI nowadays. And lastly, it's just the handoff. This is a very important piece. You know, this is not about replacing people. This is about enabling those people inside of your dealership, again, to focus on the thing that really matters, which is developing relationships with people and with customers. That's what we're focused on. When we think about intelligence, there's really three layers. There's the customer piece. This is the part that many of you are familiar with. This oftentimes lives in your CRM. It might live in your DMS. But now, even more specifically, this is unique to automotive, is that VIN level intelligence. Does it understand everything about a make or model? Can it answer questions, technical questions, about a specific vehicle in real time, on demand, in email, text, web chat, and feature voice? And service is this last layer, the profit driver of many dealerships. Can the AI system understand complex service lines? Can it understand repair orders? Can it understand how to make sense of this complex information, which is buried in very archaic, complex systems like DMS systems? Can it ingest that information, reason against it, identify where there's opportunities that are buried, tee up campaigns, execute those campaigns, engage with customers, and get them inside of your dealership. That's what your AI tools should be able to do. To give you a sense of just what's possible, these are example queries that you might ask the system, much like you might ask your best service advisor or your GM or the head of a group. It knows everything about Sarah Rodriguez. It knows potentially how much equity might be in her vehicle, that she has a teenager turning 16 next month, that she's overdue for service by 2,000 miles, and she prefers the name Jessica, and she likes to book on Saturdays. Another one is, what services is she overdue for? Maybe it's a $45K maintenance service, depending on the car. Maybe she's overdue by 2,000 miles. And maybe it even tells you how to start the conversation. It's always important never to lose sight of what really matters, right? So start with the outcomes in mind. This is not about features. It's not about capabilities. This is what it's about. More test drives, more service appointments, higher repair order values, and less manual work for your team. Really boiled down to its essence. That's what AI solutions can do for you. Just to wrap it up here, this shift, largely powered by next generation AI technologies, more specifically large language models. The old way was separate systems, robotic AI that was templated, and a lot of manual work that was associated with that work. Now, there's this new intelligence layer. This is what was always missing from these systems. It has perfect context, perfect recall, perfect memory at all times. And it can guide your team in real time without being prompted. I like to just end it with this. This leads to more appointments, more repair orders, and happier customers. So thank you, everyone. That's really all I had to say, but it's very nice being here. Hopefully I get a chance to meet many of you.
All right, I'm out here at the Automotive Mastermind booth, 3923 in the West Hall. You got to come check it out, but I'm sitting here with my good friend, Bill Egan. Bill, thanks for joining us for a moment.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. So I want to dive right into the product because you all have really come to market over the last, 90, 120 days with a whole new way to visualize the day for a salesperson. Talk about Command Center and what it's enabling for someone when they go into your platform.
Yeah, so it's a brand new experience for our sales teams. And now we have a signified central landing page that when they log into Mastermind, that answers the most important question. Where do I start? Right? Who are the most important customers that I need to be talking to? But ultimately, why are they the most important, right? From a scoring model and stuff like that, there's a lot we know about the person, but really the cream of the crop. If I only have an hour today, or even if I only have 15 minutes today, I will show you exactly who you need to target, but ultimately tell you why you need to target them based on consumer activity, the data science, everything. It really drills it down to not say who, but why, and then what are you going to do with it?
So what are you going to do with it is always the question, especially in an industry that's hiring a lot of new salespeople over the last 5 years. How do I engage with this person? How do I engage with that customer? And Fritz kind of solves that. How does Fritz lay on top now, even though it's been there for a long time, lay on top of Command Center?
Yeah, Fritz has been the robot that's really controlled all of Mastermind, and he's the mastermind of Mastermind. And now with some of the AI capabilities and stuff like that, now we're actually getting into conversational side of it. And so as a salesperson, hey, what do I say to this customer? You told me to go talk to this customer, right?
Yeah.
What do I say to him? What's an effective message? And we came out with that last year, but now we're actually got the interactive capability within it. So as a salesperson, I can say, hey, make it shorter, make it bullet points, make it longer, focus on the redesign, include price, don't include price, translate to whatever language you want.
Amazing.
And now you can really hone it in so you feel like it's your message as a salesperson, but utilizing all of our intelligence that way.
Now, salespeople hate logging into two dashboards, two tabs open, and it's a problem. We've always had that ever since things were just like loyalty retention type platforms, right? You guys have recently announced a massive integration with DriveCentric. Talk about what that enables for salesperson efficiency.
Yeah, I love this integration so much. It's not even integration, it's a strategic partnership, right? There's no money changing hands. We're not going to any dealer and saying, hey, we want you to pay more, right? We're actually coming together as two companies and said, you know what? Everything that lives in Mastermind and all that intelligence, I'm now going to make that in DriveCentric, and vice versa.
That's
right?
awesome.
And so as we're thinking about over-communicating with consumers, we'll be on the same page. If something goes out with Mastermind, you'll see it in DriveCentric and vice versa. And so we can make sure we're not over for communicating with consumers and things like that, but really making it sink that if you don't log into Mastermind, it's going to hurt my heart, but I completely understand it. You're still going to get the value out of it inside of DriveCentric.
That's amazing. Bill, you come to the show every single year with really cool new
For
stuff.
Pete.
For Pete again, thanks for hanging out with us today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Oh, this should be fun. All right, I'm going to try something. We're going to see if they're really in the building or not. First, let me stop that alarm that's going off. So, I heard something, and I'm going to see if they're really in the building. If I say roll Timbies, who out there knows what I'm talking about? Let me hear you make some noise. There we go. I got some Northwood University folks in the building. Roll Timbies. Let's go. All right, so if you haven't guessed, our next segment, we're actually talking about premier education opportunities at Northwood University. Now, if you were here yesterday, or actually I think that was yesterday, day before, I don't know, it all runs together. I know this is day 3. I'm keeping up with that part. But we had a lot of our Northwood University students that participated in our pitch competition. And what I talked about after was the fact that some of these ideas and things that they came up with were things that we're going to see on the floor probably by next year, right? Because the speed of application from idea is extremely fast in the world of technology that we live in. So, in ADA Live Stage Living Room, we're going to talk about what Northwood has to offer. And to help me in that conversation, and remember, this is a celebration, not a graduation, so make noise as they come up. Do me a favor and please help me welcome up, first and foremost, Mike Stanton, NADA President and CEO. There we go. We've got Dr. Matthew Bennett, President of Northwood University. Louder, louder, louder. There you go. And Cameron Wilson, NADA Vice President of Education and Training. All right, come on up, come on up. I'll give you the responsibility of the clicker. First off, how are all of you doing?
Wonderful.
Doing great.
So happy to be back.
Yeah.
I'm happy to see you all. This is exciting. I'm going to take a personal moment, right? So we were talking backstage. My son has actually been to the Northwood University Full Tank Camp Automotive Program 3 years. This is be his 3rd and final year because he's graduating this year. So this is always an exciting thing for me to talk about, and I'm excited for everyone out there and watching us virtually to be able to hear some of the great news. But let's first start here. Mike, I'm going to start with you. So for you, why is it important that NADA has gotten involved and established the Premier Education Partnership with Northwood University, and how does that align with NADA's long-term commitment to dealer success?
Is this working? Yeah. No, thanks for the question. You know, this has really been a long time coming. If you think about what we have been really good at is practical training in the NADA Dealer Academy. We also have a 20-group program. We offer a professional series. But to tie that in to what is the premier automotive undergraduate program in the country kind of always made sense, but we had to get our act together, and we're there. So it's just more options for our industry, for employees to develop a career in automotive retail. And then hopefully, if they want to, they can get an undergraduate degree on top of that, which to me, there's been a lot of talk about. To me, an undergraduate degree keeps doors open as you move throughout your journey through really all of life.
I love that. I'm going to ask you a follow-up question too, because of course, we talked about yesterday, you speak to the most dealers out there, right? And so with that in mind, what type of message do you think that this conveys to the dealership when it talks about like the leadership development and just that commitment that NADA has to that process?
Well, dealers invest in their people, and we as NADA, one of our core missions is to help with dealers improve, and you improve through education. And so we are just furthering our investment in our support of helping dealers get better.
I love that. All right, Matt, you've got the clicker in your hand. We've got some big stuff to talk about. So let me kick it over to you. From your perspective, what makes having the automotive retail industry and NADA dealer members such a strong educational partnership? Like, why is this the great team coming together?
Well, I mean, is it on? Is it working? I mean, it's tough to follow Mike Stanton, but I think the reality with all of this is when you bring the two preeminent educators of this industry, what wrong could happen? Northwood's been educating industry leaders and shaping industry leaders in this market in automotive retail for over 60 years. Wow. We wrote a book together in 1967 called The History of Transportation. And at that time, they were called Certified Automotive Merchandisers. But it really aligns well with Northwood and all the values that the dealerships within the NADA Association value, and that's entrepreneurship. Northwood was founded on entrepreneurship and free enterprise. And our former president, God rest his soul, David Fry, remember Dr. Fry, Mike, would always say, who illustrates entrepreneurship more than a dealer? It doesn't exist. Because of the risk, the return, the necessity to be innovative, creative, make your mark, but also to contribute to the communities that you serve. So it really is an alliance, as Mike suggested, we've been working through with Cameron and others to make this happen, where America's Automotive University is now in great alignment with the National Automobile Dealers Association, and it's really about filling that talent gap, not only for development, but actually developing leaders that can come be the next generation of opportunities within the organizations.
That's phenomenal. All right, so you got to walk us through and run us through the play. All right, let's talk about some of the practical things that are happening. What are some of the programs going to look like? Tuition benefits. What are some things that they're going to see upcoming with the offering that's available?
Yeah, and I do have the clicker control, so I'm going to advance just as we are updating. But I will highlight real quick as we talk about the history and working together. I mentioned Dr. Fry. But we talk about that free enterprise piece, and I wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if I didn't bring a quote that he put out decades ago about vehicles are mobility, and mobility is freedom. And the dealer's ability to engage and innovate really drives what we stand for, and it makes this partnership so special. But if we look at all the great things, I'm going to go to this last slide, that NADA and their academy, and as Mike mentioned, their training initiatives, we are literally the next step in which you can drive that educational experience. So whether you're participating in a seminar, a workshop, the NADA Academy, the hundreds, if not thousands, of NADA Academy graduates that are also Northwood University graduates is unmatched. And so from that standpoint, this is the next logical progression by which an individual who participates in NADA training can take that education and it automatically transfers to credits at Northwood University at no additional charge or no additional time commitment. But the beauty of it is not only those trainees, but also giving access and benefits to dealer members, sons and daughters, so that they can, as we heard Rita Case say at a breakfast this morning, Mike, I think you mentioned it, or remember, Rita talked about we're born into zip codes.
Yeah.
And the only way to get out of your zip code, if you want to get out of that zip code, is with the key, and that key is education. So whether a service manager, a parts manager, a porter, their sons and daughters, through this partnership and alliance, now have access to an unmatched Northwood University education.
Yeah, it's amazing because, and for those that have been with us and going through for all day, every conversation has related back to the people and the importance of the people, and not the title, not the location, not the amount they've contributed. It's about the people and who we serve. And then ultimately, that's the value, right? That's the key. And I think that's a beautiful point. Now, Cameron, I know you and we can talk about the educational piece and the escalator and all day long, without a question. But for you, from your perspective, and especially with the role that you're in, how does this partnership and the alignment between Northwood and NADA, what is exciting to you about it, and how do you view this from your perspective?
What I really appreciate about this is we surveyed our members probably about 2 years ago to ask about their education status. And many of our members responded that they had some college. And for a lot of students that we talk to who come through the academy, they say, well, I don't really have the time to finish my degree. It's not convenient. I don't know if my credits will transfer. And the great thing about this is you can have, if you come through the academy, you get credits for Northwood, guaranteed. And so any student can go to Northwood and find out how many credits, based on what they've done with the academy and any previous classes, they can have upwards of 75% of their degree already completed and finish with convenient online ways through Northwood.
And if I may, the beauty of that is it's not just credits that they may have taken through the NADA Academy or community college or anywhere, but through our proprietary credit for prior learning process. I see Jimmy Crone here, who's our guru in that, and our director of enrollment, Christy McDonald. they will assess your work-life credits too. So if you're a manager of people and have gone through sales training, it all transfers in to make sure that your time and energy spent is focused on your development in the most cost-effective and time-effective way.
Absolutely.
That's what makes it special for folks who might be in their mid-40s or 50s and think, man, I'm never going to complete that program. It's a lot closer than they think. And that's a benefit of this partnership to dealers and their membership.
That's really exciting. So what would you say for like the dealers, like what do they need to know about the ability to access, the ease of how they're able to actually, if they already have their people involved, how easy is this for them to really like make this real world, like, hey, tangible, here it is?
They just have to pick up the phone.
Yep.
Northwood.edu. We in fact have a northwood.edu. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe, Jimmy, it's /NADA, and they can go see their own homepage where NA dealer members can see what opportunities exist. And I think the reality and the message we hope to get across is not only the continuous development and training of Dealer Academy graduates and members, but the key catalyst in all this to ensure the next generation of automotive retail leadership is to get those sons and daughters, your son, getting them into institutional opportunities at Northwood, experiential learning opportunities like at Northwood. I see our general chair, I think Chase Southwick is here. We're going to have the 63rd annual auto show on our campus. For those that don't know, it's the largest outdoor new car show in the world, and it's run by our Northwood students. So mark your calendars for September 18 through 20, and that's a long-winded plug to say this is where experiential learning takes place. So you can't learn it all in the classroom. You have to be able to have exposure on campus, in dealerships, working with Cameron's talented team of trainers who, by the way, have dealership experiences and really making those opportunities go. So give us a call, look online. You can visit the NADA folks there between Cameron and Steve and Mike. We've tried to put we call it a fast pass in terms of that blue carpet or white glove service to give people the opportunity to see where they stand and have the most frictionless experience they can have.
That's phenomenal. Yeah. I think, Mike, we obviously were here yesterday and we talked about the apprenticeship program and how that has real world application, and the students or those that come through that program are going to be able to put the work actually into what they're doing. And I think this is also that same type of alignment where you're going to be able to get real world experience, not something that's conceptual, but something that will translate to value. Because I think that's one of the big things, and I'm sure we've all maybe personally experienced it, where you go to try to apply for a job or do something, they say, well, what's your experience? I'm trying to get the experience by getting this job. Yes. You know what I mean? Like, and so being able to take those kind of walls down, I think is going to be very big. What are some things like, and maybe this, each of you, let's look to the future for a moment. What are some things that you see that's going to come out of this from a dealer standpoint with this partnership, with this new education initiative? What are some things that are going to be able to benefit those future leaders, those that are going to be shaping our industry and ultimately taking our seats as we continue to navigate into the future?
Well, to me, it's just a victory for common sense. You know, show somebody what they can do and make it really easy for them to do. I took astronomy in college a million years ago. Now I can point out some constellation in the sky, but that didn't help me one bit, other than getting those 3 credit hours. So this is much, much different. It's just making it easy, and getting these potential future leaders exposed to more than just one or the other. It puts it all together. And the more people we get exposed to, and we don't just learn from our professors, our academy instructors, we put kids in a class together. They can be big kids like us on the stage, and we learn from each other. So it fosters that continuous improvement, lifelong learning journey that we all should be on if we want to keep getting better.
I love that. That's great. That's a great answer.
Yeah. Well, and you took astronomy. I took bowling.
Did you say bowling?
I said bowling.
Can you break 100?
Yeah.
Cameron, we're launching bowling in the fall if you have some eligibility.
They gave you credit for bowling?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and to follow that up, I mean, this program, Northwood, automotive specific. And so we're talking about educating the future leaders of automotive. NADA is doing it, Northwood's doing it. It's just the perfect match. And if I'm not mistaken, all of these benefits extend to family members of NADA members.
They do.
Yeah. So anybody that is a member of NADA, their direct family members are also eligible for all of these great resources.
That's great.
Well, and hailing from Detroit,
yes,
you know, the wise philosopher Kid Rock said it's not bragging if you can back it up.
Yeah, this is true.
Fair?
Yeah.
So no other university in the world has placed more automotive leaders than Northwood University. By last count, we had over 8,000 alumni in some way in this industry. And so from that standpoint, we're building on that foundation to provide opportunities. As Mike said, when you listen to the customers, and no one listens to more dealers than probably Mike and Cameron and Steve and their teams, we might be a close second just because so many of them are alumni, and they'll tell us what they're needing and what they feel. And we've got partners out here from Lithia and Driveway, right, the largest automotive group in the world, right, and they're looking for talent. That is the biggest gap. Who's next? And so it's on us not only to treat our students, some are here in the audience, as clients, but also the employers. If you walk your show, which I'm hearing by all accounts is one of the best in years, if not the best, walk the show, the Cox Automotives, the Reynolds & Reynolds, the CDK Globals. Dozens, if not hundreds, of Northwood alums are there, and they congregate on our campus 3 to 4 times a year to hire our graduates. But that tells us we're doing something right, but in the end, we need more. And so if we can open up the door, provide that key to aspiring leaders to get some experience at Northwood, our goal is to work with them, give them an unmatched experience, and then put them back into the industry. And then we'll have them up here in 3, 4, 5. Well, from some of these students, probably next year, Kennedy will be up here. But the reality is that's what we do in coordination with Mike, his team, is to continually put that talent back into the industry so it can grow.
That's great. So listen, Matt, microphones are expensive, right? And that was great. That was a mic drop moment. But we can't drop a microphone. But you have a clicker, so I want you to just take the clicker, take it like that. Just go ahead, drop the clicker.
All right,
drop.
good.
Boom. You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. He said it's not bragging if you can back it up, and I think that's absolutely true. The proof is in the pudding. Whatever you want, a slogan you want to say, it's absolutely true. Mike, Cameron, Matt, I can't thank you both, all three of you, enough for being here. It's super exciting, and I think if you want to know more information, find it. Northwood University, you can go to NADA, anywhere the information is out there and available. You can even, I'm sure, get it on the pavilion floor. All you have to do, you said it, make a phone call, send an email, smoke signal. I think that will even work. We'll figure it out. But listen, thank you so much for being here. It's always exciting. Education truly is the key, and we're seeing that key every day unlock more and more potential opportunity and continue to create auto industry leaders, and that's what we're excited about. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't let closing time limit your sales. With over half of in-market car buyers shopping out of hours, make sure you capture intent, even when your dealership is closed. Trust App lets you accept deposits and sell vehicles directly through your website, 24/7. Close more website deals, gain high-intent leads, and generate more revenue from a faster inventory turnover with Trust App.
Set the standard for sales excellence and pinpoint customers most likely to trade. Create the ultimate lane experience and set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Grow lasting relationships and turn customer churn into loyalty. And establish your brand with affinitive advertising with media placement, search, social media, and more. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
Expect to see a lot of AI at NADA. Bolt-ons, bots, and even AI agents, like me. But no one has the DAS X factor. We're AI native, with AI built into the foundation of our platform. We set the standard for AI native sales and service communications that drive revenue. From AI search to our customer data and experience platform, everything we do improves the consumer experience. That's the DAS X factor.
We're celebrating the industry at Allegiant Stadium, Thursday night, February 5th. Get your party pass and see our newest tech in action at the DAS Technology booth.
All right, we are keeping the program going. We are going in go mode. That's right, going in go mode. That's a real thing. All right, so next up, we're going to hear from Dynatron. And what we're going to be discussing and hearing about is the revenue lifeline, elevating fixed ops in a shifting automotive economy. And we know the economy and the automotive industry is always shifting. To help lead that conversation, please do me a favor. Let's give her a very warm, loud, remember, living room, you have one job, just to be loud. That's the one job, that's it, just one. All right, so let's give her a big, warm, loud round of applause to Maureen Martin, who is the Vice President of Strategic Alliance at Dynatron Software. Maureen, come on up, stage is yours. You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I love it. I see many partners right here. Got Lithia, we got Northwood University. Well, we are just delighted to be here today. We're really about elevating the conversation on fixed operations. And when you really think about what's happening with the tariffs, you look at the slowing car sales, you're looking at the margin compression that's happening on the variable side, we're really having to lean into fixed operations to really stabilize and grow our business. But we know that we're under a lot of pressure. Technician shortages, price increases, and looking at increasing customer expectations. Well, there's nothing better than to have some fantastic dealers that are a part of our panel that have so much experience that they're really going to share with you. And we're going to really delve into a couple of things we'd like to talk about. So I'd first like to introduce our panel to you. To my right is Robert Martinez, and Robert is the owner and manager of the Drive Family First Auto Group. We have to my left, we have Bob Giles, CEO of Giles Automotive and a 2022 Time Magazine Dealer of the Year. And William McCurry. William is the Vice President of Fixed Operations for Del Grand Dealer Group. Most of you know them as DGDG. Thank you so much, all of you, for being here today and sharing your thought leadership with everyone. So I'm going to start with you, Bob. You know, as vehicle sales slow, as we talked about, and margins erode and costs rise, fixed operations, we have to lean into it. So I'm going to ask you, as a CEO of a dealer group, what mind shift change has to happen in the dealerships to really make fixed operations the profitability center and identify revenue leaks and where is it eroding? How do we make that happen today in dealerships?
Well, first of all, fixed ops and fixed coverage is extremely important today with the margins in the front end shrinking. And dealers need to have a way to identify where they have revenue leaking, discounts going on, broken labor op codes. Maybe their parts matrix isn't correct where they're maximizing parts revenue. So all of those areas are important. In our organization, fixed ops is what takes the highs and the lows out of the car business that we always have, and so it's extremely important. And I think every dealer should focus on parts and service or fixed coverage so that they can always remain profitable no matter what the situation is with the vehicle sales in the front end.
And we really think about it, it takes us starting it from the top of the organization about creating that culture that really embraces fixed operations. And I know you and the Giles Automotive team have definitely done that. William or Robert, would you like to add a little bit to that?
Yeah, kind of just going off what Bob said, I think sometimes we forget how important that part of our business is and looking at it from the same lens as we often do as our finance department, right? So those advisors see more clients on a daily basis, so holding them accountable, giving them the tools and the training to be successful goes a long way in helping us, like Bob says, take out the lows.
Love it.
Yeah, I think I would say, you know, the irony is the symmetry between the two halves. You know, everything that we focus on in the variable department in units and PVR, we're looking at the same things in fixed when we're looking at our row count and when we're looking at gross per our row. And so there's a ton of parallels between the two. And I think for a long time, fixed was an afterthought. And then when you get into the tough times, you know, as Bob alluded to, that's sort of what keeps you afloat and keeps the ship going, you know, in those times when maybe the variable side isn't, you know, at its peak.
And Maureen, I'd like to add that I kind of had a shift in our focus with service advisors about 10 years ago, realizing that we need to treat them just like we do our sales staff. And they're not order takers, okay? We need them to identify customer needs and sell the customer on the needs that they have found on their vehicle and maximize the gross profit on every repair order.
And being able to really see that data to drive those decisions and coaching.
And I think if most dealers would look at the amount of gross profit produced per person, that your advisors produce way more gross profit than any salesperson you have on the floor.
And at a higher margin, I would say.
And at a higher margin. We love that, right? Yeah. Erosion margin has been a very big topic here at NADA. And we really have had the benefit of talking about the uniqueness. And Robert, I'm going to go to you. You are really unique. You started out in fixed operations.
Correct.
You became a managing partner of your dealer group, and then you bought the dealer group. And I find that to be a very unique perspective coming into it. So let's talk a little bit about profit leaks. You know, in fixed operations, sometimes they're obvious and sometimes they're not. In a matter of fact, pricing is one of the most emotional and inconsistent things that happen in dealerships. So when we want to really leverage that fixed operations profitability, where do you see dealers hurting themselves? Do you see them, you know, over discounting, underpricing, lacking pricing discipline at all? Where do you really see those leaks, and how do dealers need to address it?
Well, I think the first area is you have to have a pricing model that fits your market, right? So it's got to be properly vetted. Without that, I think that leads to heavy discounting. And so when you don't understand what your market's going to be able to provide you, the advisors having to justify the benefits of that service often have to discount parts or labor, right? Which then erodes profitability, gross profit. So the good thing about, and not a plug for Dynatron, but there are tools within the system that help you understand that. And so when you see discounting at a large rate, especially let's look at effective labor rate, it hurts gross profit and all the other areas that go with it. So I think first off, you have to have a vetted pricing matrix and market strategy, which will then help you control the discounting.
So it's kind of clearing that data fog, giving some clarity, and being able to really coach your people on it.
Correct.
Love it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think I would add training and consistency. You know, to Robert's point, if you know, in the absence of value, price is the issue. Yeah. And I think a lot of that boils down to properly training your staff on how to communicate the value in the services that you're doing. And then the bigger piece is the consistency across multiple people. You know, depending on the size of the dealership, you could have 2 advisors, you could have 20. And being able to have structure and consistency across all of them is what's going to build the kind of value with your guests that you need to have so that you have long-term retention.
Yeah, and I'd like to add, I think, I don't know the exact number, but I believe it's about 60% of the people after warranty don't come back to the dealer. And so I think retention is very important. So while they're in warranty, while they're coming in for maintenance, we need to be competitive on those items. If we're high on those items, when they out of warranty, they say, hey, it cost me an arm and a leg to do an oil change, I'm not going to go back there for a transmission repair. So that's very important to take that in consideration so that we can retain our customers way beyond the warranty period.
You know, it's really understanding what are like franchise dealerships doing. What is your aftermarket? Because even if you're a large dealer group of 100 stores, every one of those stores has a different market around them, and how we really understand that and really dig into it. Thank you so much for that. So, William, we've talked about technician shortages. We've talked about warranty pressure and rising labor costs. You know, most dealerships are being squeezed operationally. How are we going to help our leaders to understand profitability? You know, is it important for them to understand and dig in, looking at like work mix, a domestic versus an import, understanding by advisor, by technician? Is it okay to just be at that super high level, or do you really need to dig into that visibility?
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, if you're only looking at things from a high level, you die by 1,000 paper cuts, because there's a lot of nuances, you know, in the building. Again, you know, as we talked about, you may have, you know, 10 service advisors, you have 40 technicians, and And I think the thing that is important is leveraging technology. So obviously, our organization has a great partnership with Dynatron, and the data that we're able to get is invaluable because you're able to quickly, at a higher level glance, but quickly look at the details, and it enables you, you can't fix what you don't know, and because there's so many moving pieces, it's really critical to understand where you have those gaps or where you have those areas where you're missing out on opportunity. And so really, I think embracing technology, to get that data of how an advisor's performing, like Robert alluded to, if you've got an advisor that's below the benchmark of where you need to be in ELR or whatever metric that you're focusing on, then you have an action item of where you can go back to, how you can coach that individual. At the end of the day, it's not about necessarily doing it wrong, but it's about giving your managers and your leaders in the store an opportunity to go back and coach your team members on the right way to do it so that you have long-term sustained growth.
Yeah, you know what I love about Dynatron is that I'm a data guy, and I got a lot of data dashboard, and it's easy to drill down all the way to the technician and find out where you have leaks going on, where you may have an advisor that has a lower effective labor rate. And it makes it very easy for someone like me or the service director to quickly identify where there's opportunity to improve sales, gross profit, and net profits in the fixed operations department.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, go back to it again. And the data is so important because that's what we use to coach and lead, right? And so giving people an idea of how they can get to a certain level, why there's a certain benchmark, it helps out, right? They have a way to see how they're going to get to the desired results. So it's just data is extremely important, and Dynatron definitely provides it.
So, we talk about that data is power. You're not short on having data. What we're short on is the clarity to be able to take data and make it actionable. A couple of things have come up on the amazing panels we've had in our booth over the last 2 days. Liza Borges from Carter Myers was talking, and she said that for the first time she's got GMs that came up through the fixed ops. But one of the things that stuck out, which seems very simple, but she said we stopped calling or having separate meetings for parts and service. We started calling it fixed operations. And when we bring each other together, we can really have an impact, and we have innovation. So we have partners here from Northwood University, which I've had the privilege to go and speak to their students. We need to get the next generation coming into the automotive industry. So if you were talking to a prospective graduate about why should you come into the automotive industry, and particularly in fixed operations, what might you say to them? William, I'm going to start with you first.
Yeah, I think I would say the thing that I love about this business is that you truly can write your own paycheck. The effort that you put into what you do, the investment that you make in yourself from a training standpoint, honing your craft. Honestly, it's immense. Hearing a little bit about Robert's story, I started off as a lot attendant when I was in college because I needed something to do to make a little bit of money on the side. And if you put the time and effort into it, you can have a very rewarding, successful career in what you're doing. And honestly, if you do it with the right people, it's a ton of fun.
Love it.
Yeah, I'll echo that. And again, I keep going back to the opportunity that exists in parts and service, particularly from an advisor perspective, selling the amount of dollars that they can make in income can oftentimes far exceed what a salesperson on the floor may make. So there's tremendous opportunities in the fixed. And to me, it's a really interesting business with a lot of moving parts, a lot of data that's available, and a lot of opportunity to maximize profits. So I would recommend to anybody thinking about getting in the car industry to definitely consider the fixed operations part of the business.
And it's ever changing, right?
Yes.
What we think we know today and what's happening today is going to almost definitely change tomorrow. So it almost requires you to become students of your profession. And so if you're not staying abreast of technology or changes in the market, you tend to fall behind. So, and it's a fun business. I mean, I am very fortunate that I was asked to be a service manager before I ever learned the front of the house, because it gave me kind of a different look, a different foundation than most.
I celebrated my 40th anniversary in the automotive industry on Tuesday. And I look back on the industry and where we've come in those 40 years. It is so impressive. And where the dealerships are really embracing technology, embracing AI, looking at how do we really help to elevate fixed operations, we have to do it more than ever. And so I am so thankful to this entire panel right here that are sharing with you. They've been very successful dealers and their groups and their huge community leaders. I was really excited to hear in our booth today, we had Michael Hayes, he's the chair of the Academy for NADA, talking about the partnership with Northwood. And for me, it begins by all of us starting to reach out and to really think about automotive as being a driver for the future. And as we embrace more technology, we need to encourage more with technology. You know, in the old days, there was a part broken and you fixed it and then you replaced it. But one thing is for sure, how we leverage data and how we work together is really going to elevate not only the profitability, but car dealerships are the backbone of every community in this country. And when we do that, we acquire more stores, we put more people into work, and we're a little partial, I would say, obviously at Dynatron about fixed operations, but we know that's the future. And so we thank you for inviting us to be here today to really talk to you. And I want to thank William, Bob, and Robert. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. With the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event.
It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most look forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate, improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
It's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Oh, this is exciting. Listen, it's unbelievable that we can just go from excitement to excitement to excitement to excitement. And that's what day 3 has been here today at the NADA live stage. So next up, we are going to hear from the American Cancer Society. They have been off to a great start. If you don't know, this is their first year, but definitely not their last year, being here with us at NADA. And they are on a great fundraising campaign. And so far, they've been doing phenomenal. But I don't want you to take just my word for it. What I'd like you to help me do is welcome up our next guest. I have Jake I was just about to say, so Jake told me, I said, hey, Jake, how do you pronounce your last name? He said, frat like fraternity and jello like angel. So let's do me a favor. Let's bring him up. We've got Jake Fratangelo he is the Senior Corporate Relations Manager for the American Cancer Society. You ready? I am. You ready? I don't know if they're ready, but you're ready?
I'm ready.
Let's do it. Stage is yours.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Thank you.
Following this man with something you bought off the rack is, that's really, really tough to do. Well, thank you so much, Errol, and thank you, NADA, for having us here at your show in 2026. Last night, I had a little crisis of confidence. I added this jacket to my ensemble at the last minute because I saw how good he looked. I don't know if I'm pulling it off, but I'm doing my best. The American Cancer Society is thrilled to be here, and we're excited about all the things that ACS can do in partnership with NADA and the auto industry. So far this week, we've raised over $50,000, which will allow us to provide over 500 round-trip rides to doctor's appointments for cancer patients. Thank you so much. One thing that I've loved about being here is the opportunity to meet with so many wonderful multi-generational ownership groups. And in that spirit, I'd like to tell you a little bit about my grandfather. John Lewis Fratangelo Sr. gave me many things. He gave me my name. I'm the third John Fratangelo, even though I go by Jake. He gave me my sense of humor, and he gave me my love of cars. Starting when I was very young, he'd come pick me up in his mid-'80s Ford Ranger with burgundy vinyl seats. I'm pretty sure if you put a child in that car these days, they'd throw you straight in jail. And he'd say, we're going on an adventure. And sometimes we'd go to a restaurant or a toy store, driving range, arcade, but it was always an adventure with Grandpa John. And he loved cars. He loved buying cars. Sometimes we'd go on an adventure and we'd drive home in a different car than we left. One time, we left in an Oldsmobile and came back in a Jag because he saw something on a lot that he liked. My grandmother wasn't thrilled, but it was a lot of fun, and it's a great story I could tell you another time. In 2007, me and Grandpa started going on some different adventures, and this time I was driving. My grandfather had cancer, and while I was in college, because I had engineered a pretty light course load, I would take occasional shifts driving Grandpa to cancer treatment and to see his oncologist. This man who loved to drive just for the sense of adventure, now he needed some support. He needed some support from his loved ones. Now, we were lucky. My brother, my parents, my aunts and uncles, we were there. We could help him with that. But not everybody has that opportunity, and that's why I'm speaking to you today. The American Cancer Society knows that transportation is the #1 barrier for cancer patients in accessing the care that they need. We know that patients who can get to their appointments live longer and have better health outcomes. Nobody's health should suffer because they don't have a ride. American Cancer Society Road to Recovery provides cancer patients with free rides to treatment. $100 provides a round-trip ride with a vetted, background-checked volunteer so that we can make sure that everyone can go see their doctors when they're in a time of need. Auto dealers are incredibly supportive of ACS, and we want to make it as easy as possible for them to join us in supporting this vital program. Dealers across the country host recruiting events to help us find new drivers. Or they give their staff time off to give rides. Or they even support us financially so we can keep up our extremely high standard of care. Now, I have a QR code behind me, and a quick scan of that will lead you right to our donation page. Like I said, we've raised $50,000 so far. We'd really love your help in raising just a little bit more so that we can provide more of those vital rides to treatment and get people where they need to go. So please consider scanning my QR code right there. If you'll indulge me for just a moment, I'd love to recognize some of the dealerships that have been tremendous supporters of the American Cancer Society, many of whom I've had the chance to meet with over the last couple of days. RK Chevrolet in New Jersey is the #1 dealer in the country raising money for breast cancer. Almost $1 million so far. Michael Fader of the Mile One Auto Group in Baltimore kicked off our time at NADA with a $50,000 donation from this stage. And today, we met with Carl from Moley Auto Group in Missouri, who is driven for the Road to Recovery program and is an incredible supporter in the fight against cancer. This is not meant to be an exhaustive list by any stretch. We have many, many supporters inside these halls. This spring, we're introducing a dealer toolkit to provide you with turnkey solutions to help us raise money and recruit drivers for Road to Recovery and drive traffic to your dealerships while we're all doing a great thing together. We're working closely with our partners inside and outside of the industry to document what's worked for them and how we can best execute that together. Now, one last personal anecdote before I give up the stage. Every day before I leave the house, I have to check for 3 things. Phone, got to have your phone. Wallet, you got to pay for things. And keys. You got to have your keys because that's how you can get around. That's what gives you mobility. That's what gets you where you need to go. They represent that mobility and connection. On my keys, I've got a picture of my beautiful wife and wonderful daughters. I've got a picture of Ziggy the Bernedoodle. He's a really good friend as well. And I've also got a key to the last car that my grandfather owned. Because I know that I always have that with me. That connection is always stable and always right there in my pocket. Please consider scanning the code and making a donation, or stop by our booth to learn more about how we can partner and provide this invaluable service. I'm at booth 8115 North, and I'd love to chat. Thank you so much.
Scan it, scan it, scan it, scan. He was so nice about it. He said, please scan, please consider, scan it, just do it. No copyright on that. I'm gonna say just make sure it gets done, right? It's a great cause, it's a great opportunity. As you can see, there's some record setting already happening. We're excited to have the American Cancer Society here with us and looking forward to this being an ongoing partnership. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, that wraps us for today. We're not putting the car in park. We're just going to stop it and idle it till tomorrow, because tomorrow is day 4, and we're going to start day 4 with the roar. We're going to start it off strong and finish it strong. We want to thank each and every one of you for being here. We want to thank everyone that's out there watching online and abroad. We thank you for joining us and being here. My name is Errol Bomar. I'm your NADA live stage host, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a great night.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new product discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pit, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit K9 Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the Auto Industry Event of the Year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
Set the standard for sales excellence and pinpoint customers most likely to trade. Create the ultimate lane experience and set your dealership apart with integrated solutions powered by data. Grow lasting relationships and turn customer churn into loyalty. And establish your brand with affinitive advertising with media placement, search, social media, and more. Affinitive, elevating the dealership experience.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life. Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born. Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATs across the country, we delivered major wins. These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%. Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience. NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credits, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership. Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
Expect to see a lot of AI at NADA. Bolt-ons, bots, and even AI agents, like me, but no one has the DAS X factor. We're AI native, with AI built into the foundation of our platform. We set the standard for AI native sales and service communications that drive revenue. From AI search to our customer data and experience platform, everything we do improves the consumer experience. That's the DAS X factor.
We're celebrating the industry at Allegiant Stadium Thursday night, February 5th. Get your party pass and see our newest tech in action at the DAS Technology booth.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured, your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at nadaworkforcestudy.com.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the auto industry event of the year.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem. So it is essential and critical that we are aligned, because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot, to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
Let your voice be heard. The NADA Winter 2026 Dealer Attitude Survey is now open. NADA encourages all dealers and general managers to complete this important survey. The Dealer Attitude Survey captures dealer opinions on key industry issues affecting relationships with their manufacturers. As the dealer's report card to manufacturers, the semi-annual and anonymous Dealer Attitude Survey enables NADA Industry Relations staff, your NADA Industry Relations representatives, and your National Dealer Council representatives to address your concerns at meetings with senior OEM management. NADA completed over 90 meetings with OEMs, dealer councils, and captives in 2025, sharing your concerns, outlooks, suggestions, and passion for the franchises you represent. All surveys are completely confidential. Survey results are reported by franchise or by market, not for individual dealerships. Go to nadasurvey.com to complete the survey today. Survey closes in less than 1 month on February 26, 2026.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
We launched Jerry 1.0 in the beginning of 2024, and the number one impact that Jerry has had on dealerships over the last 2 years is driving more revenue. What we learned is what makes a great AI employee for a dealership is the same exact things that make a great human employee. They're great at their job, they know it inside and out, they know your business, they know the playbooks, they follow them, and they're coachable. The result of everything we learned has allowed us to build capabilities and coachability into our AI employees that doesn't exist in the market and nobody else is working on. And I cannot wait to show you what we built.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you got to be able to get the bigger pictures. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
You know, it's very important to have a voice and a say, and if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
You can't make lives better without changing how things work, and that starts with seeing a better way. Stone Eagle pioneered a new path through the F&I process. Then we unified the industry with data driving innovation across the board. Making lives better isn't just a slogan, it's our promise, guiding every design and customer touchpoint. We build solutions that tackle the industry's toughest challenges, improving efficiency, deepening insights, and fueling growth. Stone Eagle, making lives better.
Every day, local dealerships keep America moving. Moving to work, moving to school, moving to play. Every day, local dealerships keep America working, employing more than 1 million hardworking Americans in good-paying careers in sales, service, and management. Paying an average salary of over $70,000 with exciting opportunities to advance into management, regardless of whether they chose to pursue a college degree. Every day, local dealerships keep America growing, investing more than $200 billion in land, buildings, and infrastructure in their local communities, creating jobs and rejuvenating cities and towns. Every day, local dealerships help keep America diverse and dynamic, with workforces that reflect the communities they serve, where minorities and women continue to account for a growing portion of the talent base, harnessing the latest innovative industry technologies, from EVs to zero-emission vehicles. Every day, local dealerships keep Main Street thriving, succeeding only when their communities prosper, unlike Wall Street or faraway big corporations. Providing 15% of local tax revenue, giving to local charities like hospitals and schools. Every day, local dealerships compete to earn your business, providing greater choice, access, and accountability, and making the customer experience simpler and more streamlined. Personalizing the process of purchasing a vehicle. Local careers, local businesses, local communities, local dealerships. Committed to the American communities we are proud and privileged to serve and to call home.
Most commercial titling platforms promise convenience, but convenience means nothing if the system is not directly provided by the state DMV. The National Digital Titling Clearinghouse, powered by CHAMP, changes that. Built as the nationwide acquiring solution for vehicle titles, NDTC enables dealers to source and secure titles across all 50 states without risky commercial workarounds. NDTC is created by government, backed by government, and recognized by law. Every title issued is the official legal record, compliant and secure. If you can title anywhere, choose the state-backed platform built for accuracy, trust, and scale. The solution is NDTC, powered by CHAMP.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. With the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event.
It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most looked forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate, and improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
So it's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Welcome to NADA Show 2026. We're excited to have you here in Las Vegas, where innovation, learning, and connection take center stage. If you haven't already, download the NADA Show app, your one-stop guide for schedules, maps, and updates throughout the week. Now it's time for what makes NADA truly special: education, the expo, and networking. You'll find all of this and more in the North and West buildings at the Convention Center. In the North building, start your morning at the main stage, where dynamic speakers offer energy, insight, and inspiration. For education, you'll find the exchange sessions, where attendees share peer-to-peer experiences on leading topics facilitated by NADA subject matter experts. And there's so much to see and do on the expo floor in the North Hall. The Dealer Learning Lab offers bite-sized sessions with key dealership takeaways. The Relaxation Zone is comfy seating, calm vibes, and a quick break from the buzz. And the NADA Sips Lounge offers coffee, conversation, and connections. And what's more, the North Hall has a whopping 145 first-time exhibitors among the mix. Over in the West building, when you walk into the lobby, be sure to stop at the live stage, full of lively panel discussions and interviews with industry experts. For education, choose from dozens of workshops and dive into our Spotlight series and super sessions to drive dealership success. And there's plenty to see on the expo floor in the West Hall. The redesigned NADA Pavilion, where you can maximize your NADA membership. The Dealer Manager Lounge, a quiet retreat for quick meetings and catching up with colleagues. And the brand new product discovery stage, offering live, engaging 15-minute demos. And the EV Power Pick, your Q&A hub for all things EV. And don't miss the NADA Foundation auction to benefit K9 Companions, helping fund service dogs for kids, adults, and veterans with disabilities. Take a pause for a great cause. Thursday at the Open Lane booth in the West Expo Hall. Throughout the week at franchise meetings, dealers and managers meet face-to-face with OEMs. Franchise meetings are held in both the North and West buildings, so check the app for schedules and locations. 2 halls, 1 great experience. We like to think of North as fueling attendees with cutting-edge innovations, while West delivers proven solutions to keep your business in the fast lane. Thanks for helping make this the auto industry event of the year. Make sure that you share your feedback in the NADA Show app. Tell us what you loved and what you'd like to see more of in future events. And plan now to join us for NADA Show 2027 in Orlando, happening February 17th through 20th, 2027.
Auto industry fraud is a $9 billion problem. 700 Credit is the solution. We're renowned for providing valuable credit reports and soft pull credit data to dealerships, as well as a host of award-winning fraud detection and prevention solutions. And we'll secure your customer sensitive PPI safely in a paperless digital deal jacket. Optimize your sales, enhance your customer experience, and protect your dealership from fraud. Contact 700 Credit today to get started.
More than a century ago, the American automobile industry was still in its infancy. When the federal government proposed a 5% luxury tax on new cars, 30 dealers came together to make their case against the tax. They knew cars were not a luxury, they were becoming a necessity to American life.
Their advocacy worked. The tax was reduced, the industry grew, and NADA was born.
Ever since, NADA, and later ATD, have been the voice for America's franchise auto and truck dealers, making sure lawmakers understand the vital role dealers play in our economy, in our communities, and in keeping America on the move. In 2025, working hand in hand with dealers and ATAs across the country, we delivered major wins.
These are not NADA wins, these are your wins.
This year, NADA helped protect one of the most fundamental freedoms on the road, choice. By securing federal legislation that stops states from banning gas and hybrid cars, we ensured every American can choose the vehicle that fits their life and budget.
This legislation provided immediate relief for trucks. The heavy-duty industry was already suffering under California's regime, and sales were down by 80%.
Now, customers have the choices that they need to get the equipment that is best for their business.
We also stood for the customer experience. NADA and TADA overturned the FTC's vehicle shopping rule, which would have slowed down the buying process, buried customers in confusing disclosures, and forced dealerships to store millions of unnecessary documents.
This win saved dealers and their customers time, money, and frustration.
And we strengthened family-owned dealerships, which anchor communities across the nation by helping secure estate tax protections and 100% bonus depreciation for dealers.
And when Congress repealed the EV tax credit, NADA persuaded lawmakers to include an appropriate phase-out period, giving dealers the time they needed to manage their inventories and help their customers.
2025 was a year of incredible wins. We thank all of America's dealers for their leadership, their passion, and their partnership.
Together, we had an extraordinary year. We're ready to make 2026 even brighter.
So what, you knew you were having a stroke, and at the same time you're like, let me make sure the customer is taken care of. Yeah. Car dealerships don't always have the best reputation, but we wanted to know, is the legend still reality?
This isn't a makeover show, it's not a roast. It's a raw look inside dealerships across the country.
your dealership into the future with CarRx real-time vehicle data that protects your inventory, keeps deals moving, and brings customers back. No more guessing when service is needed. CarRx alerts you and your customer. Leading dealer groups add up to $1.8 million in annual service gross. Level up your dealership at booth 5143 by the cafe in the West Hall and see how CarRx turns every sale into long-term revenue. CarRx. Data powers your future.
The most comprehensive study on dealership workforce trends returns for its 15th consecutive year. NADA is proud to announce the annual Dealership Workforce Study is open during the first quarter of 2026. This important research allows dealers to see how their businesses stack up against the rest of the industry in key performance metrics, such as employee turnover, retention, compensation, hiring, and benefits. If you have participated in this study in the past, then you know just how valuable this data can be when it comes to measuring how you perform in these areas versus your peers. All NADA members are welcome to participate in this study. Not only is participation free, but all participants receive a complimentary copy of the annual National and Regional Trends Report. In addition to this comprehensive report, NADA launched an all-new online workforce dashboard in 2025. Participating NADA members get exclusive access to their submitted data through a secure web reporting platform. This new interactive tool gives participants the flexibility to select specific job positions to analyze, as well as their own benchmarks. Compare your store or group to various peer groups, including brand, state, region, sales volume, and more. Additionally, dealers can now build their own custom reports to better assess their competitiveness in the marketplace. Be assured your data privacy is always a top priority with this study. All data is encrypted and transferred via secure protocols to ensure that your data is never seen by any other dealer. Enroll today at nadaworkforcestudy.com.
My name is Adriana. I didn't have a car for like almost 2 years. Back in March, I was very fortunate to receive a vehicle from Vehicles for Change, sponsored by NADA. It's changed my life drastically. I don't need to borrow a car. I don't need to spend hundreds of dollars on Ubers or Lyfts. We can just get up and go, going to doctor's appointments, dropping my daughter off to daycare. When I have projects I need to work on at work, I can go into the office now. Not having a car was a very, very big issue. My son wanted to go to football practice, so now I was able to finally sign him up. He won the first game. He scored 2 touchdowns, and he is very, very excited. It's made a big, big impact for us. And I don't ever want to go without a car ever again. A car is mobility, a car is freedom, and most important, a car is a blessing.
If you're not here, you're missing out.
All the vendors are here. Hundreds of thousands of square feet of exhibitor space.
If you want to see what the latest and the greatest is, this is the place you got to come to.
Hugely valuable to be on the floor.
Right, there's so much out there that we didn't know existed.
The amount of opportunities to connect and network and build relationships.
Everybody that is anybody in the auto business is here this week.
This is the auto industry event of the year.
OEMs and dealers are all part of the same ecosystem. So it is essential and critical that we are aligned, because we're not independent in this. Dealers nor OEMs are not independent in this process. We rely on each other, and it comes down to how well we can work with each other in the pursuit of the ultimate customer experience.
It's important for the manufacturers to demonstrate that they're listening to dealers. And what better place to do that than when you have thousands of dealers in one spot, to get them in the room and to really listen to their questions and talk to them.
These discussions foster collaboration, build trust, and enable data-driven decisions that improve programs, process, and support.
Let your voice be heard. The NADA Winter 2026 Dealer Attitude Survey is now open. NADA encourages all dealers and general managers to complete this important survey. The Dealer Attitude Survey captures dealer opinions on key industry issues affecting relationships with their manufacturers. As the dealer's report card to manufacturers, the semi-annual and anonymous Dealer Attitude Survey enables NADA Industry Relations staff, your NADA Industry Relations representatives, and your National Dealer Council representatives to address your concerns at meetings with senior OEM management. NADA completed over 90 meetings with OEMs, dealer councils, and captives in 2025, sharing your concerns, outlooks, suggestions, and passion for the franchises you represent. All surveys are completely confidential. Survey results are reported by franchise or by market, not for individual dealerships. Go to nadasurvey.com to complete the survey today. Survey closes in less than 1 month on February 26, 2026.
One of the things that we talk a lot about in the auto industry is, did you pull in or did you back in? I definitely backed in. I've been in the industry now for almost 11 years. I was going through a bit of a transition in my previous career and was looking for a change, looking to do something different. And there was an opportunity to join the operations side in the sales department at one of our local dealerships. And I said, sure, why not? It's different, something that's unfamiliar for me and something that would be a bit of a challenge. So I thought I would stay in the business maybe a year or two, and here we are more than a decade later, and I'm still working in the industry. My name is Tristan Tops, and I'm the Human Resources Manager here at Penske Automotive Group in Scottsdale, Arizona. The opportunities for women in this business are endless. I actually started in the internet sales department at one of our local dealerships, so on the operations and sales side of it. We see women taking on positions not just in sales, not just in the internet department, but positions as technicians now. We have women who are service advisors, we have women in management, and then there's also all of the people that work behind the scenes to make this industry move forward. We have our accounting representatives, we have those that work in titles and billing, our controllers. There are all of these different avenues for women to come into this industry and really find a home and be successful. I would just like to say that the industry is shifting, the industry is changing, and it's going to continue to evolve. And women have a place in this business. We are going to be at the forefront. And as the industry changes and evolves, women are going to continue to make their places known within this industry, and it's exciting, and I look forward to seeing what the future has, not only for the automotive industry, but for all of the women that work within it.
Market value is driven by data.
Driven by verification and facts.
This is simply the purest pricing and market data ever provided.
And better data means better profits. It's that simple. This is high packet value.
Driven by belief, driven by integrity,
and driven by data.
If you're a dealer and you haven't attended the Washington conference, you need to come.
Local activity is good, but you got to be able to get the bigger pictures. There's so much stuff going on. It's such a complex landscape. You got to have multiple brains involved in figuring things out.
It's the best place to really get a deep dive into the issues of the industry.
Getting dealers to realize what's happening on a federal level for all dealers and how all dealers are being impacted by laws and regulations helps them, I think, be better leaders at our association.
I think it's extremely important for dealers to participate in these sort of things because of the challenges that we're up against as an industry.
Whether it be GMs, whether it be service managers, whether it be sales managers.
You know, it's very important to have a voice and a say, and if you don't participate in these sort of things, then you don't get a say.
It is the easiest way to facilitate visits, get briefed on the issues that are at hand, and to make a major impact.
I think being able to meet with the congressional members in their offices has been a good experience to kind of see their side of the world, to see the staff side of the world.
It's a great experience. It's rewarding, I think, for all of our dealers, and it's just a fantastic opportunity for them to really participate in advocacy at the federal level.
This is all relationships. This is all meeting people from other states, meeting people from your state you may not have known before, getting in front of people that are making these decisions and are influencing these decisions.
You need to be involved, and whether that's at your state level or whether that's coming here at the federal level, you have to be playing the game.
Every day, local dealerships keep America moving. Moving to work, moving to school, moving to play. Every day, local dealerships keep America working, employing more than 1 million hardworking Americans in good-paying careers in sales, service, and management. Paying an average salary of over $70,000 with exciting opportunities to advance into management, regardless of whether they chose to pursue a college degree. Every day, local dealerships keep America growing, investing more than $200 billion in land, buildings, and infrastructure in their local communities, creating jobs and rejuvenating cities and towns. Every day, local dealerships help keep America diverse and dynamic, with workforces that reflect the communities they serve, where minorities and women continue to account for a growing portion of the talent base. Harnessing the latest innovative industry technologies, from EVs to zero-emission vehicles. Every day, local dealerships keep Main Street thriving, succeeding only when their communities prosper, unlike Wall Street or faraway big corporations. Providing 15% of local tax revenue, giving to local charities like hospitals and schools. Every day, local dealerships compete to earn your business, providing greater choice, access, and accountability, and making the customer experience simpler and more streamlined. Personalizing the process of purchasing a vehicle. Local careers, local businesses, local communities, local dealerships. Committed to the American communities we are proud and privileged to serve and to call home.
We know the problems your dealership is facing. Your customers are reaching out and dealers are not responding. I'm Pam, the AI customer experience platform for car dealerships. I handle inbound and outbound conversations across sales, service, and parts.
That is slick. I feel like we're definitely missing something, and this could be the answer to.
With natural, human-like conversations and real-time scheduling, I keep your digital doors open, more appointments booked, better CSI, more revenue captured. This is always on customer experience. Book a demo and meet Pam.
It's always great to be here in New York, a city like no other. With the Javits Convention Center, we're excited to be here and excited on what this year's going to bring.
It's a one-of-a-kind event.
It's absolutely one of the two, I would say, hallmark events in our industry. Obviously, number one is NADA show, but number two is the Auto Forum.
This is one of my most look forward to events of the year. Just one of the greatest opportunities to get real inside information on our industry.
The speakers that come to Auto Forum consistently every year are the folks you want to listen to for what's going on.
It's an opportunity to connect with the OEMs, share ideas, share thoughts, to get information from both sides, try and collaborate, and improve both of our businesses. It's vitally critical to the success for both the OEM and the dealer partners. I mean, being surrounded by incredibly talented people in the OEM side of things, as well as industry experts, gives me just an inside look at what's going on inside the industry.
It's the only place you can come where you can see all of that at one time.
Don't let closing time limit your sales. With over half of in-market car buyers shopping out of hours, make sure you capture intent, even when your dealership is closed. Trust App lets you accept deposits and sell vehicles directly through your website, 24/7. Close more website deals, gain high-intent leads, and generate more revenue from a faster inventory turnover with Trust App.